Hello everyone and welcome to the EU 2v2 tournament. I am Designated Asian and with me is the one and only You Got Froned. How you doing, everyone?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm ready for some awesome 2v2 EU action stuff that I've been watching, almost every Friday for the last 3 or 4 weeks or now. So a lot of these names that we're going to be seeing today are names that I've come to be acquainted with over the last month or so, and I'm kind of excited to see how they all fare in a 2v2 tournament.
I love the fact that you answered for everyone. I just very mistakenly was like, how's everyone doing in chat? And you're like, I'm good. Thank you, Frone, for answering for them.
Hey,
yeah, sorry,
I'm
go
just
ahead.
saying. I'm just saying. If the community wants to talk through me, I could be a microphone.
Oh yeah, you are the community representative here today. You got froned, but we're gonna be watching an EU 2v2. I don't know how much EU have you watched as of late.
A lot of EU, actually.
Really?
I've been doing some Brawl League casting for Friday Night Brawl, and a lot of that has been 1v1 tournaments. I don't know if we've actually had a 2v2 tournament over there, but I've been doing a lot of casting with Zelox. And the casting that we've been doing has been completely EU, 100% EU. So a lot of these names, I'm looking at the bracket right now, a lot of these players have shown up for those tournaments. Some of them have even won the Friday Night Brawls. I've seen how they've played. I've seen clips show up afterwards on the Reddit. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty familiar with how a lot of these players play, and I can't wait to see how they all fare in a 2v2 situation.
Well, like you were saying, this is a 2v2 situation, and this is not Friday Night Brawl. This is BCS. It's Saturday, and there's $1,000 on the line. This is going to be one very intense battle for that prize pool. And first up, it looks like the first match we are going to be watching is not Zenigan. Zenigan's holding down the fort. But we're going to be watching Logic and Slug, not to be confused with the NA Logic. This one has an E for EU, and they'll be going up against ZZ Top and Fear the System.
And I've seen Logic and Slug play quite a bit. Not as much Zeta and Fear the System, but I've seen the other two players play quite a bit. And actually, yesterday, Logic and Slug both placed in the grand finals yesterday in the Friday Night Brawl, so their skill is unquestioned. I mean, we also have, Dobrin and Dayaku in the #1 seed, but you can't discount Logic and Slug at all. They are fantastic players, and I can't wait to see how they play in this matchup right now.
Oh yeah, I'm always excited to see what kind of stuff the EU scene is going to bring out. I personally focus a lot on the NA scene. I watch a lot of NA tournaments, and I mean Sparky and I are kind of the resident NA people, and it looks like suddenly we're in an EU 2v2 ranked lobby. Maybe just a little hint at their elos might be like, hey, this is what this is what we're bringing to the table. All right, are you ready? Because we're ready, but we are, I don't...
Something's going on here.
It's cool.
At least Slug is in the driver's seat for now.
This is the game doesn't start, the fighting isn't where it starts. It starts before you even get into the lobby. This is like BCX, right? And in the land setting, you've got to mind game your opponent, and that's what's happening right now. They're mind gaming a little bit. They're like, yo, look at this. Look at it. We're gonna mess with the lobby. Suddenly test features are on. Hope you're ready for all this mix-ups. All right, it's pre-game mix-ups.
Could we be seeing some of the ice cream Dreamland map? If that's the case, I mean, we've seen some of the test maps, and that one's. I mean, I personally love that one.
Is that one, is it called Cone? Is that what it's called?
I don't actually remember.
It's very ice cream hinted, I guess, because it has that like spike at the bottom of the map. But I doubt it is going to be played. If it is, unfortunately, that will be a penalty because that's not in the map pool. They're not allowed to play that, all right?
I wish it was.
It's
I
not,
really do wish it was.
It hasn't been fully vetted by the community. The community hasn't looked over it and been like, all right, you're right. This is the map. But I think word is everything looks good. I'm gonna give them the A-OK. And I think we'll be hopping into game 1 of round 1. This is gonna be Slug and Logic versus Zeta and Fear the System. Zeta, otherwise known as ZZ Top.
And looking at the pick right now, I know everyone else can't see it, but we see Slug picking out Bodvar. He's a pretty much one of the I'm losing my words here. He's a sword player that I've seen pick out sword players every week, and his skill with the sword is fantastic. Logic also picking Roland. He is fantastic with Lance as well. Something I've seen with EU is that where NA tends to lean very heavily towards sword play, EU is very, gonna sound weird, but very varied. But we're going to see a lot more in terms of weapons come out from a lot of these players, I think, as we're seeing from the red team, Fear the System, and Zeta as well. They're picking out Lucian and Queen Nai, two high defensive guitar player characters. I think it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of very EU in the sense that EU, it's a little bit more Qatar friendly, it's a little bit more Axe friendly. The left side, the blue team, that's a very NA team. You could see that Roland Bodvar combination in something like if Pugsy and Steve decided to team up together. Something, they like that style of sword centric play, and it lends itself to 2v2 in the sense that it sets up for a lot of those black holes. That 5-frame startup on that neutral light means you're gonna get a lot of black hole potential. On the other side, Qatar is not the easiest thing to black hole with. Neutral light doesn't really work that way. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this Qatar play works out. It's gonna be more dependent on them abusing that defense, as they're already getting run over by the aggressive sword and hammer combination of Logic and Slug.
It is, I mean, right off the bat, you saw Logic go straight for the opponent, the red team's weapon spawn, and immediately you saw the benefits. They just threw so much damage down onto that red team before anything starts, and you can see right now, Zeta is out. Zeta is out less than 30 seconds into the game. The pressure that they dropped was immense, and the red team is having a hard time dealing with it right now.
Zeta didn't even really do anything. He just kind of got knocked around there as Fear the System gets knocked out as well. Slug and Logic showing why they are the higher seed, absolutely commanding control of this game. They've dominated the weapon control, they've dominated the map, and now that map control has kind of been taken away from them, they're struggling a little bit more as they get into the red, but it's still definitely in their favor.
I mean, struggling a little bit more
a little bit.
It's not that much, all things considered, and Slug and Logic are still controlling this fight with relative ease. I mean, Logic ground pound off the side. That's Zeta, he's got one stock, Fear's got one stock. They're gonna have their work cut out for them. This might be this might be a 6 stock.
That's a very real possibility. Bare minimum, I doubt Logic will lose his stock. Slug has a little bit less defense.
Oh!
As I say that, Logic gets knocked into the bomb. I feel like the down heavy would have killed regardless, but not the worst shape. They still have 5 stocks to the opponents too, as Fear the System is getting close to death, and that'll do it.
Dominating. I mean, oh no! I mean, on one hand, I'm speechless from the bomb combo, and on the other hand, I almost saw Slug just Russian mafia his teammate. At least he realized it midway, and he let it go, but that was a very fast-paced, just...
A little speechless there?
A little speechless.
I mean, that was just control through and through. They dominated. They got the early weaponry, and then they completely pushed that advantage. Zeta didn't touch a weapon for his entire first stock, and part of that's the Queen Nai. The Queen Nai has the lowest movement speed at 3. It makes it very hard to run around the map and avoid things. Generally speaking, you want to just stand center and control space, but Queen Nai had a little bit of trouble there. And we're going to go into game 2 as Logic switches characters to the Lucian.
That's an interesting pick. I know he can play guitars for a fact, but he did perfectly fine on Roland. Lance is not a bad choice in a matchup like this, and neither is Sword, and you can never discount 8 defense. I mean, that just makes you straight up harder to kill. Maybe he does want to go for something a little bit faster pace with those guitars, but I guess we'll have to find out in the end.
Maybe.
It's hard to tell.
I mean, there's definitely logic behind the logic pick of Lucian. I mean, obviously, if Fear the System is running the Lucian as well, but it's there is things to be said about Lucian. You know, it's got relatively high defense. It's got the 6 defense. It's got the 8 movement speed. Generally speaking, if you're going for that movement speed type character, you'll go for the Hattori. But you know, if you don't like the weapon set, maybe you're looking for kind of a gun-centric character, or maybe you want that guitars. It is EU. EU likes guitars. It's not absurd to see a Lucian in 2v2. It's just interesting given the fact that he dominated with the Roland in the last game.
Ooh, Fear the System off the side, just preventing Logic from stealing their weapon. He didn't want that to happen a second time. Oh, that was a good decision on his part. Now the neutral sig's coming out on the side as well. It's the pressure buildup. Maybe the first game they had a little bit of a tournament shakes, and now they're finding their... It's hard to say because Zeta did just get sky gimped, but Fear the System seems to be playing pretty good right now.
Well,
See if this can pull them back.
This map is a little bit larger. There is a little bit more room for them to be running around, and you can see they've extended their stocks. They've been able to put out a little bit more damage. They've pushed their opponents into the orange. I'm talking about the red team. They've done a reasonably better job this game, but at the same time, they're not taking control. They haven't really controlled the map. Fear the System's kind of just kicking everyone around right now. And Zeta is in no position to help his teammate out as he gets caught by the side stick from Slug. And Zeta's on his last stock as the highest defense character in the game.
Yeah, Zeta seems to be having a lot of trouble finding a weapon, using it in any sort of way that can prevent the blue team from gaining some sort of advantage, but Fear the System off to the side, getting the ground pound, that kill on Logic. It might not be enough to pull them back, but it is something to gain a little bit of the momentum that they're losing back into their favor.
It's the little things, right? It's those moral victories like, at least I didn't get 6 stock. At least I didn't get perfected, all right? It's a little bit of a nice feeling, if at the very least, that is all you can get.
And Slug getting that down air onto Zeta, knocking him out. Fear the System's got 1 stock left. He's by himself. Can he get it? It's the question of the century. Can he bring this back against this, what you could consider a tier 1 team?
Ooh! I definitely don't think the possibility was very, very minimal, to say the least. But that was a very commanding lead from Logic and Slug. Very dominating performance, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do later on in the tournament.
We'll have to find out because Logic and Slug are moving on. And now we're going to be moving on to our next match, which is going to be Frost Mazy. It looks like it's going to be Frost Mazy, Simple, Arbuz, and Iset playing against each other. I don't know if the teams are right, so I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna extrapolate.
I guess that's the team. Hold on, let me do this. Yeah, it is going to be Mazy and Arbuz versus. No, wait. They're supposed to be going up against Adren and D-Runk. Is this correct? Wait. Oh, maybe I haven't refreshed my bracket. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'm just wrong. That's what's happening there. That's me being wrong. It is going to be Arbuz and Mazy versus Simple and Iset.
All right. I'll go with that. I didn't want to say anything just in case, but it looks like Iset needed to restart his client, so let's just look at some of the character picks that they picked out so far, because I'm going to have to assume that they want to stick with these characters going into the first match. Mazy picked out Lucian. You know, we saw 2 Lucians in the last game. Fear the System playing Lucian both games, and Logic picking out Lucian in the second. So that's an interesting pick. We know kind of what they might be thinking with that, as Lucian seems to be a popular character.
It's very defense centric. We're seeing a lot more mid to high defense characters on the EU side. You know, we had the NA 2v2 last week. We saw some Adas come out. I think the only person on EU who stands out to me as someone who's going to run a relatively low defense character is going to be Daiku, who runs that 3 defense Jala inside of the 2v2. But we're seeing a lot of higher defense characters here, as we see, like you were saying, that Lucian, we're seeing it again, 6 defense. We're seeing Barasa, 8 defense. We're seeing Azoth, another 6 defense character, and Asuri is 5 defense, which, I mean, that's not that much worse than 6.
I mean, you did say mid to high, and that is almost the definition of mid-tier defense characters, at least in this game. So it's still correct. These are all mid to high tier defensive characters. And in a 2v2 setting, high defense is never a bad thing, because there are 3 other players that can deal damage to you. I mean, one of them is your teammate, but you can never really discount that team damage aspect of 2v2. Because if you do, then you're going to get hit.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Oh yeah, and any more punishment that comes out, he's Azoth with all that armor. Oh my god, the axe play though right now, he gets the Gimp on Iset out of nowhere. I mean, for one moment, Iset is putting down damage onto everybody with the sword, getting down light combos, getting everything off that he needs, and all of a sudden Arbuz just throws him off to the side, 2 axe down airs later, and that's it. And now he's looking to do the same to Simple. What is going on? Uh-oh.
You good?
The red team right now going crazy, trying to get Arbuz and Mazy in the center of the 2 of them, trying to set up something for a black hole, it seems. But Mazy right now covering that angle. Iset trying to get back. Arbuz without a weapon as well. Looks like he's going to have a little bit of trouble now that Mazy got taken out, and he's all by himself. But that axe spacing, the force behind some of those hits, doing a great job at keeping his opponents away from him and staying out of a black hole. But that down air almost takes out Iset.
Oh,
Arbuz,
that
get back!
bomb
Oh,
toss!
he bombed!
Turns it around with just a simple bomb toss. Mazy wants to trade it back, wanted the ground pound, but Simple in position, making it very difficult for Mazy to just go down on top of Iset, as Arbuz is struggling against Iset. Arbuz has consistently had trouble trying to take down Iset. I'd like to see them kind of switch the 1v1s. We're seeing essentially a 1v1 on the left, a 1v1 on the right, and Arbuz is the one who's struggling the most in it.
Oh my gosh, Arbuz is just getting punished on this wall. The six defense allowed him to hold out as long as possible, but now he's out. Mazy's got 2 stocks on his own. The simple fact that Iset and Simple have turned this completely around from the start is just crazy. And I think the biggest problem there for Arbuz was that he just quite simply kept overextending against his opponent. He kept underestimating. Oh, there it goes again. Mazy getting caught out. Iset, Simple. 3 stocks between the 2 of them.
Nice clash out. Mazy was close to getting that black hole. You saw Iset was fishing for the Neutralite. Simple had the possibility of following up with dares. He could have done a Neutralite dare mix up, but instead they're just gonna go with the simple unarmed Neutralites. If it doesn't kill, it's still gonna do a butt ton of damage, but it kills. Iset does a nice gravity cancel, neutral heavy, sends Mazy into the sky, and I'd like to see Arbuz stick with his play. The Axe play was strong, but he needs to not try to 1v1 Iset, because he had trouble with that.
At the very least, he needs to watch how far he extends off stage. Asuri as a guitar character, especially when she has guitars, is a fantastic character for getting gimps out. Especially when someone is above you on a wall and your Asuri below them, often just hanging out in dead space. All you have to do is throw out a gravity cancel neutral sig, grab them, and chuck them directly below you. The force from that move will throw them straight into the ground, and that's an easy gimp because you can follow up if you don't kill with something like a down air, perfectly positioned neutral air, a ground pound, any of those things.
And we saw that neutral sig come out. We saw Iset on the right side did a nice gravity cancel neutral sig, and rather than follow up for himself, Mazy was going to try to make it hard for Iset to cover it. Simple came over and just started ground pounding on top of Arbuz, and that ended up with a nice kill onto Arbuz. We're seeing Arbuz taking a little bit of a page out of Iset's book, goes for a character with a very similar move, that dragon neutral sig. It covers the aerial, and then it also has a spike sort of downward. And this is the first showing we're seeing of the dragon as he gets caught in a mini black hole.
That is not the way you want to get started out into a 2v2. Arbuz is having a lot of trouble on the wall. And
my heart.
Less than 20 seconds into the match, that is it. Arbuz is out of a stock. He's got to figure out some way to do this. To not overextend so hard, because he keeps going off on the edge, trying to challenge people out there, and Simple and Iset just know exactly how to deal with that.
Arbuz, he's over aggressing once again. Gets caught by the neutral sig from Iset, immediately taken down. Arbuz is on his last stock. Mazy is able to take up the side sig, trying to help out his teammate, but right now Arbuz needs to just play safe. Hold on to this stock as long as possible, do his best not to go onto the wall, and try to fight for any sort of edge guard.
And the side sig from Simple comes out, launching Mazy straight across the map. The blue team right now is just having a lot of trouble dealing with this team, and I don't know what else that they could really do right now to bring things back. Iset is doing a fantastic job at edge guarding, putting pressure onto Arbuz onto the side. I mean, I think he can see that Arbuz is having a hard time dealing with him, so he's sticking to him as best as possible. I mean, Iset is just going off right now.
Mazy has potential to come around and help out Arbuz, right? We've kind of noticed Arbuz he's actually doing pretty well right now. He's been able to hold on to his last stock for a reasonable amount of time, but Mazy needs to be able to position himself to help out when Iset is going for that edge guard. Mazy needs to recognize it, disengage in his 1v1, push the movement speed that he's got, and go help out his teammate.
Oh, that was actually very interesting what just happened. I don't know if it was on purpose, but it definitely just saved Mazy's life.
Nice.
Arbuz threw
Nice.
Oh, can he get it?
Mazy with a fantastic edge guard on the left side, ends up taking the lead. And they just have to hold on to these stocks. They cannot leave Mazy in the 1v1, but if Mazy gets taken down, then that lead that they have is immediately taken away, and there it is.
Shut down.
On the plus side, all the stocks are evened up. All that needs to happen is Arbuz needs to watch out for his opponents. He's done a fantastic job at holding on to his stock, but that can change in a split second if he's not careful. If you played like this all game, things may have been different, but he's got so much damage that he needs to be careful about how he approaches.
Well, he's doing a fantastic job on this recovery against Simple. Simple with the guns, he knows the gun options. Essentially, there's ground pounds, dares, and recoveries. Those are kind of the only options Simple was really going for. And Arbuz was doing a really good job of kind of playing vertically around it. But meanwhile, Mazy got taken down into the reds. Iset was getting free reign onto Mazy, and Mazy now has to fight a very difficult 1v2 with this hammer.
I mean, he's so deep in the red now. The neutral air that just came out very nearly killed him. That's gonna do it. The side air from the axe, and that's a 2-game going to Iset and Simple.
Really well played from Simple and Iset, pushing their 1v1 talents to the extreme as they kind of just controlled the game, controlled the flow. There weren't a lot of times where it was like Mazy and Arbuz are in control. For a little bit there, we saw Mazy was able to get a big gimp and then take down Simple, but even then, it was a very precarious, like, needle's edge that they were on.
I'm just... there's a certain style of play that you have to bring to 2v2, and I don't think they brought it. Mazy did fantastically throughout all the matches. Throughout all the matches. Blah. But Arbuz had a really big problem with overextending. That was the biggest thing that hindered them in those games. And if he was able to just play just a little bit safer, you don't really need to go in as hard when you have Axe. And it seems like he's just an Axe-centric player. It has range, it has coverage, it is fantastic on the ground. You don't really need to chase people down. And especially on Ragnar, he's got the fantastic offstage midair side sig. I don't know if you've seen it, where when you go out, it's kind of, it covers a lot of area and it hits very hard. If they try to recover, you can use that move off to the side, smack them down. It can also spike at the right angle. I'm just saying.
It's got a lot of variables, to say the least. You know, if it goes over the edge, it kind of gets that downward arc, a little bit of a curvature that, like you were saying, it helps it spike. It's got a lot of potential, and we saw that once he recognized he was on his third start, Arbuz played a lot safer, a lot more defensive. He pushed that third stock for basically the entire game. It's just, had he played with that mentality in mind, kind of that I'm on my last stock, I need to make sure that I'm going for the optimum, the safest options whenever possible. If he pushed that mentality, I think we would have seen a very different game too. But unfortunately, he got taken down very quickly. A fantastic gimp, I believe it was from Simple, ended up pushing him down. And they just were not able to clean it up in the end. But we're going to be moving on. It's going to be Kasu VX and Pedrao versus Keva and Farson.
Another sword team going against another guitar team. We're seeing sort of a pattern here.
Have we seen a game without a Lucian?
We haven't. Actually, we have not seen a game without a Lucian. Lucian may be the top EU pick for the moment.
Meta? This is the black hole, and Farson has not registered it. He was just kind of like, oh, I need to not get hit by the silent. I need an no. and meanwhile, they were just neutralizing on top of Bad Boy. I believe that is Keva. I mean, that was a nice pickup from the blue team to get a lot of efficient damage out, and a great ground pound from Kasu to clean up the stock.
Ooh, Kasu almost got ground pounded there by Keva off to the side. The gun ground pound, you know, has a lot of force, so that would have been a kill, but he just barely got away from that. And Kasu now turning things around and taking out Keva on the side with that neutral sig.
And now they've got the swords. Potential for another black hole. Pedrao's in position. Kasu needs to get back up. Doesn't matter though, as he's getting the side airs. Farson's gonna get the wall touch, but Kasu's still in position. Dare into a side air, takes him down. Farson on his last stock.
Kasu and Pedrao doing a fantastic job right now. They're Keva going down again. They're setting up for a black hole already, and they've been successful so far getting them to start. All they need to do is all they needed to do is get one neutral light in, but Farson on the side with the axe stopped that from happening, nipped it right in the bud. He didn't want to see it happen at all.
Right side, we saw Bad Boy. I believe that's Keva once again. He got the ground. He's just going for ground pounds for this edge guard. And I'm genuinely surprised that he was willing to do that against Pedrao with the guitars. There was high potential for Pedrao to just get a gravity cancel neutral stick, and that would have completely shut that down. But Bad Boy stuck with it, ended up getting the ground pounds, and it worked out. They're not gonna get 6 stock due to the ground pounds. And we're seeing more guitar ground pounds on the left side from Farson.
Is it gonna be successful though? Because right now, Kasu with the sword. Sword is a fantastic tool to turn things around, especially on a wall. And the
side sig.
Farson right there with the side sig. just launching Kasu right out. Slowly but surely, the red team is bringing this back, and if they could turn it around completely, I don't know, because Kevin did just get taken out.
The odds are definitely not in their favor, but hopefully they kind of figured something out. We saw them do a reasonably better job. We saw them kind of start getting kills. You know, they're down to 4 stocks to the 0, but we saw some potential. There was a glimmer of hope towards the latter parts of that game 1.
They definitely did improve towards the end, and if they continue with that improvement, I think they can turn things around against Kasu and Pedrao. I would not put it past them to be able to say that they might be able to win this next match if they can continue finding their footing against Kasu and Pedrao. It's hard to say.
We're not seeing any character picks, so it seems like at the very least either they really like their characters, or maybe they have really kind of figured out what they need to do. In particular, I want to focus on Farson, who's playing the new character. He's playing the Ragnar. He's had at best maybe 4 days to work with this dragon, but he's sticking with it either out of sheer stubbornness or because he knows exactly what he needs to do, what adjustments he needs to make. He's got potential for the axe against Pedrao on the Katars. He can kind of work that matchup. It is in the axe's favor, but right now he's just going to push the Katars against unarmed, which is a pretty favorable position as he gets knocked away from the down light and air.
Something you don't see very often is a lot of unarmed combos going against someone with Katars. That was impressive. Kasu just threw down some of the most ridiculous unarmed combos against the Katar I have seen in a long time. And now Pedrao trying to take Kevu out with the neutral sig. It was very close. That very nearly took him out just now. And now Kevu having a tough time getting back to the stage. And Farson, things are just going on right now.
Things are going on indeed as Kasu gets a nice side air. Pedrao's in position. Nice ground pound. I believe Bad Boy's taken down. Yes, that weapon toss is going to make it very difficult. And Farson doesn't even try to go down there for some sort of nair play. Instead, he wants to win out the 1v1, but he gets caught by the weapon toss. Fast falls into the mine. Pedrao is in the red. Not the worst case situation as Kasu with this unarmed play is doing work.
It's coming back. I mean, we saw it in the beginning against Farson. We see it now against, you know, Kevu. Kasu knows how to work that unarmed magic. He is not afraid. Ooh, and Farson getting gimped, but at least Kevu gets the follow-up right there.
They were able to trade it out.
It down.
They're
still behind.
It's a stock difference. It's not as bad of a difference here. Great follow-up with that side sig. Just the turnaround side sig off the bounce. But Farson is caught in the black hole, already in the orange off 3 neutral lights. He is not looking good.
I just gotta say, did you see that team synergy right there between the blue team in that moment? Because that was some fantastic team synergy. I haven't seen that for, you know, a long time. Just wow. Anyway, right now,
another
Kasu and Pedrao starting the black hole.
Oh, he jumped neutral light. What? I don't understand why you went for a jump neutral light there. He had so many opportunities. He could have just gone with more neutral lights, a gravity cancel neutral heavy, or anything. But instead, he went for a jump neutral light, and it worked out. They had plenty of damage, got the kills, but still, I don't. Why would you? Don't. What was it? Don't
I have to think
fix what's not broken.
I have to think that's an input error. Not
that's
something
like 3
failed when they tried to
errors,
input it. I can't speak for them, but that isn't an ideal black hole closer in any situation. I don't know if they were trying to lift him up and do something similar to a Lads combo.
I guess, there's potential, right? You could have gone for gravity cancel, neutral, nair recovery, I guess, if you're trying to style, but I don't. Just get the kill. Just go with the simplest solution. Just Occam's razor it, get the kill, and you're good. You don't need to do any fancy stuff. You just go kill him.
Well, either way, no matter how you finish it, they did win, and in the end, the W is all that matters. And
That's true.
they move on. Simple as that.
Simple.
Now we're
He wasn't in
looking at-
that game. Get it? Get it? Simple was in the last. No, okay. I just got stone faced so hard on that. Like,
it went over my head and then came back and hit me, and it was too late for me. It was too late for me at that point. I just. Ugh. that's
I set up the joke. I heard nothing. I heard no response, and I was like, oh god, the crickets. But regardless, we're gonna be continuing on. We're gonna be seeing Blue Ice Marcs and Blue Ice Locket versus Absurd, Woland, and Pact.
And you know, I just want to talk a little bit about this because this was introduced in the last patch. I've been thinking about it since the start of the tournament, and I gotta say, I love the avatars. Like the little pictures next to your name, especially in these custom game lobbies. Like the collector's edition looks awesome. The beta tag looks awesome. Even the default one that both Pact and Woland are
Dude, that's my favorite one. That's the one I'm running right now. Is the
Really?
the 3 triangles? Yeah.
I'm actually running the beta because I love that B.
I
don't know why. I just love it.
I'll be honest though, if I could have the bronze border with a bronze logo, I would totally run that. Or tin, actually. I would run the
Yes!
tin one if possible. My second favorite, the one that they showed off during the dev stream, that pink one, really cool. But that's not what's happening right now. We're watching a 2v2. There's no reveals here. I believe we're good to go.
I'm actually really sad that there's no Dolce emote.
I
thought they were
I would
gonna
like
keep
the
it
Dolce
in.
one. That'd be a nice one.
But anyway, something that cannot be discounted here in this matchup between a Woland Pact and Locket and Mario. Pact is a level 51 Hattori.
That's
So you know what he's bringing to the table.
a pretty solid level. No, none of the other ones are like absurdly low. We're not seeing like a level 10 on any of these characters. We're seeing 30s. That's a pretty reasonable amount. And of note, there's 2 Hattoris, not just 1, but 2. And that is great for black hole potential. You've got sword neutralite, you got spear neutralite, both of them black hole with each other. Both of them are essentially the easiest to black hole with, because guess what? You know, neutralite, it's 5 frames, it's super good. You just do it. On the other side, we're seeing a Taros and a Bodvar. I love Taros, but this could be dangerous if he gets caught in a black hole.
You know, the eight strength out of Taros it won't always mess things up in a black hole, and oftentimes you gotta not be paying attention for that to be the case. But if they're not paying attention, the strength factor can come in. They can launch them just a little bit too far, and if they don't reposition themselves in the black hole, if they do manage to get one off, it can throw them off their game. And in the last game, we saw a dropped black hole. But anyway, we are not in that game. We're in this one. And it starts off, both the blue team members get the weapons. They get the effective steal off.
And Locket is pushing this weapon control. We're just now seeing, I believe it was AWOL who had no weaponry, and we got him knocked down reddish oranges. He's already getting knocked around, but he's able to keep Locket out after Locket threw away his weapon, trying to keep the pressure going.
And the ground pound onto Woland as just launch him into the air, but nothing really to follow up with it. Looks like right now just Pact is doing his best to edgeguard Locked, keep him from getting back.
He was looking for the edge guard, but I like the positioning from Marcs to make it very difficult for Pact to do exactly what he wanted. He had to worry about Marcs above him. If Pact made a mistake, you know, overcommitted on that edge guard, Marcs was there with the punish. But meanwhile, Woland gets a nice Sair, kills from center of stage to the right side. Locket is still trying to survive against the edge guard of Pact. And Pact gets a nice dare, but isn't able to follow up. Downlight side air from Woland will do it. Nope.
He's not out yet.
There
Nope.
it is. There it is.
All it took was that down air. Mario didn't quite get killed. In fact, he turned it around, got
Double!
2 kills. The double kill. Mario. Down air, followed up by a side air. And both of those are just going to sweep the floor of the red team right now.
I think they were going for the lad style combo. Or actually, I guess at this point we should credit it to Twilight and Logic, who were able to pull off that neutralite dare recovery ultimate combo. But it got interrupted by the sidekick, and I think Locket is a little bit upset about that as he's getting knocked into the red. Mariox gets hit by the ground pound. Does he have enough jumps? No. Locket might be joining him very shortly, though, as Packet's trying to get the edge guard.
They've got, the red team right now has a great position on trying to prevent Locket from coming back up. You saw Woland in that shenanigan zone, and there's the ground pound to take Locket out, of course, and now Mario all by himself for a couple seconds.
Oh. You saw it. Awolan, he had the thought. He went for the neutralite. He caught Mariox, and then Pact was looking the other way. He was neutralizing Locket. He was trying to get room away from Locket so that he could turn around. And to a degree, Awolan's probably like, come on, man. Like, that was our chance. We could have just had another black hole. It would have been free. As Locket gets a nice stare. Mariox wants the team double. Oh, but they're not able to get the edge guard.
I'm kind of glad Mario didn't go for I'm glad he didn't stick to that ground pound right there, trying to read out Roland going towards the wall, because he would have just killed his teammate in the process.
No, word.
Oh, the down, the moves coming out. I'm losing my words right now.
I mean, it is intense right now as Awolan
really
gets a neutralite. That they're looking for a black hole when they don't need it. Locket is basically dead. The nails are close to the coffin. They just need to get hammered in. They need a downlight side air, and that joke doesn't. The hammer joke. It went over my head as I was saying it because Locket was the one with the hammer.
I was sitting here as you were saying it. I was like, "This is the joke he's going for," and then you said it went over my head. So it's like, "Oh wait, that wasn't on purpose."
But the double Hattori's end up taking it out, and we didn't see what kind of the double Hattori is generally known for, which is that very black hole centric. But we did see kind of what the other side of the Hattori playstyle is. You know, when we see that Queen Nai Hattori combo, it's because Hattori's got 8 movement speed. She gets to kind of run around the map, control space, and it helps when you want to help out your teammate and position for your teammate. And that's kind of what we saw more so than the usual, oh, we're going to neutralize. Sure, we saw a bunch of neutralites and some minor black holes, but what it really was just being able to position, help out the teammate, go for the double edge guards and things like that.
And that is one of the biggest things you can do in a 2v2 is reposition and assist your teammate. Hattori is just fantastic for that. 8 movement speed, 2 weapons that have fantastic side attacks, down attacks, air attacks in general. One way or another, you can get to a position, support your teammate if they're dealing with enemies, and easily find a follow-up. And I think we're going to see that again. I think the Asuri pick is a good pick in this situation because you have more movement speed to assist your teammate, and especially with a 4 movement speed character like Cassidy. Oh, Pact! Almost skipping himself. All he had was a dodge there at the end.
Ooh, but Locket is struggling right now against the Hattoris. Gets a nice side sig, but can't keep pressure out. He's just moving a little bit too slow as AWOL is able to get around it and gets a nice side air to just completely interrupt it. But we're seeing a relatively close game. Again, nice recovery. Throws it to the right. I don't know if he thought Packet was going to shoot up a little bit faster, but that was an interesting throw, excuse me.
Oh, that bomb, it's very dangerous. Popped through the bomb. I don't think he expected it to bounce off the island back towards him. If he didn't dodge at the right time, that would have been it for him. But right now, both Locket and Mario are doing a fantastic job at surviving. Both of them deep in the red. Poct and Woland right now doing a great job at creating pressure on the map, but they're not really finding the kills that they need. It could be due to the floor attack, but oh, there's the first one going down. Woland taking it. Locket getting locked out.
Well, everybody's in the red. Everybody's in the red.
No.
That's not the best thing that could have happened, but you know what? AWOL and Pact are both in the red. It means Locket just needs to pick up a weapon. Maybe just start throwing out some of those fantastic Cassidy sticks. Not the hammer ones. I'm talking about the gun ones. But as he tries to get a recovery, Mario's underneath him and catches him with a neutral heavy, and things are starting to look bad for the blue team. They did a great job extending their first stocks, getting their opponents into the red, but just the fact that they weren't able to clean up the stocks, nice double from Mario. They're in the red.
If they could stick with this right now, I mean, they're going to have a hard time surviving. with all those spear combos coming out. Wolin getting the down-light combo to finish off Locket in his second stock. He's got one left. Mario right now creating space, not really getting any connections though. He needs the connections in order to build up pressure, because without that pressure, there's no damage. They can't really build anything off of it. And right now, oh, he knocks Locket, just knocked Wolin into Pact's down sig.
Oh, Locket side airs his teammate. That is 2 accidents on Locket. He's able to sort of trade it out, but that's not a trade that you should have had to go for. Ends up getting the stocks close to even, but Locket is already in the orange on his last stock.
Mario does have a fresh stock, however, and if they can take advantage of that fresh stock, I think things will go good for them. Locket on a very high dexterous character. He's got, you know, those reduced recovery frames after certain moves. He can avoid damage if he plays it right. He doesn't need to play in. He's got low movement speed. He can just sit, support, like just exactly like he's doing right now.
Yeah, he's definitely playing the last stock in the red kind of style of let his teammate be that front line, and he'll just cover anyone who tries to dodge through, tries to get past Mario. Will end up just taking a hammer side air to the face. Locket gets a nice neutral sig. That side sig will take down AWOL. They've got the stocks evened up. They just need a black hole. One black hole, and it will go their way. They've got neutral light dare. Neutral light dare. That's all they need. That's all they need.
They just can't get cocky right now. That's the biggest thing. I mean, they're in a 2v1, but that doesn't mean anything at the moment because both of them are deep. They have so much damage built up. If Pact can get any big damage off on them, he can turn it around in an instant. If one of them goes down, all of a sudden, red team Pact, he has the advantage.
One well-placed side air will do it, but a great edge guard from Mario could spell disaster. Pact doesn't get the touch. They didn't need the black hole. Locket and Mario end up cleaning up, and that is going to be game 2 going the blue team's way. We're going right into it.
They are wasting no time. I mean, we're seeing them go into it. I think we're going to see them go to Shipwreck. That's just me. I'm probably wrong, but I'd like to see it.
Why do you say that? What's the pick for Shipwreck besides, you know, just general favoritism towards Shipwreck?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of chasing down on the red team's part. They're doing a great job building a lot of offstage pressure with their swords. And as we all know, Shipwreck is a very good map for building up offstage pressure. I mean, look at the size of the wall. It's very hard to recover if you get knocked off at a certain distance. And they have great weapons for dealing with that. Locket, not so much. I mean, he's got recovery for being in the air. He's got side air, but side air isn't really a good offstage move.
I mean, with the hammer, we saw Locket was fairly successful with those with that hammer recovery. Got 1 kill with it, bare minimum. So I wouldn't discount his hammer play. But right now, it's the gunplay that I'm focusing on as he gets a nice dodge and down 6, sends AWOL off the map. AWOL is so close to the red, but we've seen blue team struggle with getting the kills. If they can't take this stock down, they're going to get evened up. Nice side air from Mario. Chases off the stage, and Pact not in position to trade it out.
That is strength of Katars right there. I mean, they don't really need high damage on a lot of their stuff. All they need is a good finisher, and side air is just that. A fantastic finisher for guys who are in high damage thresholds. Oh, and Mario holding both of them off the stage right now. Locket playing that perfect support position in case anyone gets by. He's just building damage.
The damage build is real as more people start getting close to the red. Mario is in the red. Logic is in the red. Mario wanted to help out his teammate Logic with a nice dare. Should be able to get underneath the map. Yep, AWOL goes for the edge guard and recovers into his teammate's bomb. That is not a good start for the red team, as Pact might still be on his first stock, but so is Logic. Or sorry, not Logic, Locket.
You've got to hate to see that happen. Those accidents happen all the time. You can't really help them because sometimes you're forced to recover in certain directions, but the bomb being in the worst position. Oh, and there's Wolin. He tried to go for the save, but just barely missed it with the recovery. Unfortunate, but that is right now Locket and Mario with the lead. A very stark difference from what we saw in the first game. They barely took it in the second game, very close game between the two teams.
I like that, Dan.
And now they have
a
a very commanding lead.
I like that Locket went for it. All right, I cannot fault him for trying to keep his teammate alive. But we see the lead completely mitigated. They weren't able to keep that early lead going. They didn't keep the pressure out. AWOL is on his last stock, but he's in the yellow. Has taken next to no damage, as Pact is the one who's probably who has taken the most damage at this point for his team.
I think their problem is they're both. It's not necessarily a problem, as in it's causing them trouble, but they don't really have a tanky character. So if any one of them gets focused, it builds damage extremely quickly, and I think that's what we're seeing on Woolen right now, on Pac earlier. Locket just falling to his death.
Mario wanted to help. He wanted to. You saw him go under, go for the nair. Locket dodged his teammate's nair, which would have given him enough height that he had the movement. And then Locket dared his teammate away. Locket is now left to fight the 1v1 against Mario. Pact is in the red. If Locket can get a nice signature, he will even up the stocks, but he's got to take no damage.
Yeah, this is a completely different game now. I mean, he has the damage built up from that 2v1 right after his teammate got taken out, and Pact has 2 stocks. Not a good situation for Locke to be in, but it's not a bad situation overall, because if he is good at the 1v1 situation, he can turn this around. All it takes is a good hit. There's
nice recovery pickup.
That's the start. He's in the red. A signature move from Pact could finish him off, but you know, it could go both ways.
It's gonna take a lot for Locket to get this. I like that he's trying to keep the starve going. Great gunplay so far. Dare Sayers. I want to see him clear the map. I know he's got great gunplay, but okay, doesn't need it.
Oh my God!
Had no answer to that. He had no answer to that.
Locket just threw gunplay in Pact's face. He couldn't deal with that. Period. The 2v1 coming down from down a stock. That was fantastic play on Locket's part.
I mean, you pointed it out. One hit, one big sig, just a big swing, a neutral heavy could have taken down Locket. But Locket, he just dare, Sayer. Keeps this pressure going. Pact couldn't find his footing, couldn't find the positioning, had no opportunities to pick up a weapon, and was dead. Just done.
Not much else to it. Good gunplay, good spacing is all it took. He knew the combos to build the damage. He landed 2 dares after that and a ground pound, and that was it. 4 defense versus, I think, Cassidy has 6 or 7. 6, I think. The damage buildup was there. Pact on Hattori couldn't deal with it. Period. There are things that he probably could have done.
It was fantastic gunplay to not really give Pact the time to really figure out what he needed to do. Pact, like I said, it was just overwhelming pressure that kept Pact from really figuring out, you know, maybe I should recover like underneath it. Couldn't find the footing, couldn't find the neutral, and just closed it out. But we are going to be continuing on. It is going to be game 1 here. It is going to be Aram and Cal versus Vu and Shinigami.
We're seeing more 3DT Comet members, Aram and Cal, teammates to Slug and Logic, who we saw play earlier. Vu and Shinigami playing together, 2 great players as well. It'll be interesting to see how they pick it out. Vu's already picked himself a Bodvar pick.
No
really
surprise
any
here.
Comments on this.
No surprise. I believe Vu has been playing Bodvar for a reasonably long amount of time. I'm not too sure about Shinigami and Shinigami's character options. But on the other side, we're going to be seeing Aram. Aram, we've seen his guitar play. We've seen his Sentinels be pulled out. He likes the Asuri as well. Shinigami is locking in the Asuri. And we're going to be seeing Aram immediately locks in an Asuri of his own. And he's going to be teaming up with Cal. Cal's got a lot of options here. He's got a Bodvar of his own if he wants to go for that mirror match. Or he might be going in for this Sentinel.
Something we've seen as a stark constant in this tournament is that every one of these players or at least in every one of these games, there are a lot of Qatar players being, Qatar characters being picked out. And this map,
EU meta,
this
man.
matchup, it's EU meta. Lots of Qatars. We've got 2 Asuris, we got a Sentinel, Bodvar, the only character here who doesn't have any Qatars. So we'll see how that works out for them. But
hey, to your point, the only character without a sword on the screen is Sentinel. All right.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
It's EU and NA meta matched up. Fair enough, fair enough.
Well, we're going to be going into this. It is going to be game 1. It's going to be Cal and Aram versus Shinigami and Vusu, as Shinigami tries to get that early Gimp, that kind of dare into Sair into gravity cancel neutral sig style Gimp on the right side, but Aram immediately falls out of it. And we're just seeing Qatars everywhere, except for on the one character that you said doesn't have Qatars, Vusu.
Well, he's got sword, and sword has blades, and Qatars have blades, just 2 of them. And you can see sword is a double long Qatar with a handle. I don't know. You can see it as many different things. But anyway, blue team already deep in the red, and Shinigami getting launched into space. The Shinigami space program over here.
A nice recovery from Aram is what takes down Shinigami, as Vusu is getting knocked around. Cal was going for the edge guard, but now that Cal's unarmed, he's struggling a little bit against the swordplay from Shinigami, but he wants to keep that pressure going. Vusu not able to dare into the wall on the left side, and the stock advantage is wholly in Cal and Aram's favor.
That was super unfortunate on Vusu's part. He just barely missed the wall, and Shinigami wasn't there to save him, and now both of them are back, and both Cal and Aram both are deep in the red on their 3rd stock, so if they get hit by anything, that's it, but they seem to be holding on very hard. They got a white knuckle grip. Well, they did, at least until I said anything.
Well, I like what Aram was doing. Aram knows, you know, the stock advantage is definitely in their favor. They want to hold on to those stocks as much as possible while putting out damage, obviously. He got a nice downlight, but instead, he accidentally picked up his teammate and immediately just backs off, doesn't want to take down his teammate, instead wants to just go for a reset and go for a new neutral. As we are resetted, everybody is essentially even in health, and Cal once again with that sword, but we're seeing Shinigami, rather than try to fight the 1v1 against Aram, is trying to position in a way to help out his teammate.
And, I mean, they positioned like that earlier, but it looks like they just split off now. The map getting wide enough to get that. There's Vusu with the down sig, Shinigami with the down sig as well, launching both of them off. They took the lead from them. Aram and Cal both had that lead. God, kills coming out of the woodworks right now. Everyone is going down.
But Vusu is the one still holding on to his stock, as Aram wants the edge guard, can't get the dares, can't get the recoveries. Vusu is trying to push this. He wants to get a second gift, but Aram is not going to let him do it. He gets a nice Sair, but they need to take down Vusu. Cal's already in the red. Shinigami, I wasn't even looking over there. Shinigami takes Cal into the red. What?
There's so much going on. It's like an avalanche of things. I mean, stocks going down, players going down, Vusu trying to recover. The pressure is huge onto him. And there he goes. Stock gone. Cal in the red. Shinigami is doing his best to get the kill on him, but he can't find it.
It's okay that Vusu died. He made it work. The whole time Aram was trying to edge guard Vusu, Shinigami had free reign on Cal. Cal is close to dead. One side air, not enough of a side air, but one good, well-placed side air on the right side of the map could finish off Cal.
Just not a well-placed team bomb.
Ooh.
And Vusu with the recovery there, getting the kill. 1v2 now. Aram by himself in the red. Recovery almost taking him out. He's forced into the edge guard. Can Vusu pull this off? He's not connecting as much as he would like, and now Aram has a bomb off stage. You know how those usually go.
That was a dangerous play, but it ends up working out for Shinigami and Vusu, who turned it around, ends up cleaning up, and is going to be game 1 going the way of Vusu and Shinigami. Really well played. How do you think Aram and Cal should adjust?
Well, Aram can play just about everything from what I've seen, and if they decide to come up with some... Oh, well,
No, same characters.
I take that back. I thought they were going to try to come up with some other kind of team composition here. But I guess they're just very comfortable on their characters. Maybe they're just shaking things off. There's little stream anxiety. Who knows? They're going to find themselves getting into the rhythm in this game, I believe. And if not, well, Shinigami and Vusu will move on. Something I honestly wouldn't have expected. I would have, for me personally, I would have put, and I'm a betting man, of course, I would have bet Aram and Cal would have taken it down.
I mean, it's Aram. Aram has consistently placed in reasonably high standings, you know, top 8. I believe he's made top 3 in a couple 1v1s in EU, specifically BCS EUs. He's a relatively well-placing player. Cal also places reasonably well, you know, top 8 in quite a few EU tournaments. It is surprising to see them get taken down, but we're going into it. It's going to be game 2. It's going to be Shinigami and Cal, and Shinigami once again trying to start it off with that dare gimp on the right side.
He hasn't been successful so far, but I feel like one of these days it's going to work out for him. He's going to go get the steal, get a 5-second gimp on the map, and we're going to just go crazy about it. But until then, we're going to keep seeing these trades go down between the two teams. Shinigami doing a great job at building damage, just not so good of a job at not taking it.
A whole lot of damage being put out onto the blue team. Meanwhile, not as much, but you know, Cal's kind of close to dead as I say that. He's getting into the red. He's got a hammer. Everybody's close to dead, but Cal, first one to get a kill with that side sig, doesn't want to risk bombing his teammate. Instead, throws it off the opposite side of the map, and is going to be sticking with these guitars to rack up more damage on the Shinigami.
And right now you see both teams. Oh, what? Where? What was that?
I think he wanted to pivot side air onto Aram. Oh, they had black hole opportunity, but Cal got a little bit too close. Ended up getting caught by the neutral light from Aram. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker, but they still got the lead for now.
I mean, one way or another, that team kill earlier hurts them, but at least they get the. At least they figure out some way to start bringing it back. Cal still has 3 stocks, so they're going to have to deal with that eventually. And Vusu looking for something to do with that, but Shinigami already lost his 2nd stock. This is quickly going out of hand for the blue team, and they need to figure out a way to bring this back. Right now, Vusu with the bomb almost connects it with Cal. The side air, the 7 defense from Sentinel just saving Cal more than anything.
That'll do it though. That downlight side air ends up cleaning it up, but he held on to that stock so long that Shinigami is on his last stock. Aram and Vusu are both in the red. That bomb is very close, but Vusu goes for the catch.
For a second there, we had 2 bombs bouncing around on the field. Something you definitely don't want to happen, no matter who threw them. But Aram finds the kill, the downlight combo off on that side. Shinigami trying to do something with a down air, but it looks like he's just going to back off, let Aram get back on, and reset his own position into a neutral state. Aram getting thrown off again. There isn't any... It doesn't look like Shinigami and Vusu are really connecting here with each other, and there's not a lot of follow-up between the two in this matchup. They're sending both Cal and Aram off to the side, but there's no follow-up from either one of them to confirm anything. And I think that's costing them in this matchup.
It's just a little bit of struggling here. It looks like we will be going to a game 3, potentially.
Possibly. We have seen 2v1s come back,
That'll
but it will not happen
air.
in this scenario.
Great
Aram
side air.
getting the side air, taking Shinigami out. And we're going into a game 3. Aram and Cal picked it up. Shinigami and Vusu kind of lost a little bit of their footing there in that match. What do you think about it?
It was a great job from Cal to extend his first stock. Fantastic. We talked about it in game. Cal just did a great job holding on to that first stock, making it himself seem unkillable. Sure, he's the highest defense on the screen in this lobby, but at the same time, he just would not go down. He got the first kill with the hammer. He had the weapon matchups in mind. He wants the guitars to rack up that damage. He wants Aram to kind of play that guitar sword, move about, rack up damage, and Cal just cleans it up with these hammer plays, those big sigs from Sentinel. Aram played fantastically, did not get caught by those guitar gimps from Shinigami, but Cal, I mean, good on him to hold on to his stocks and get those cleanups.
Yeah, we might even see that again coming up. We saw Cal do fantastic jobs at edge guarding, off stage, on stage with that down sig. The guitar's down sig on Sentinel, fantastic tool for spiking people down that are trying to recover from beneath you. If we see that more, I think that's going to work out definitely in their favor. Vu and Shinigami have a lot to work out here in this matchup, so if they can, I guess we'll find out very quickly. But to start things off, Vu with the unarmed basing plays. Not much more to be said about that, really.
I mean, we're seeing a different start from Shinigami at the very least. He doesn't have that guitar gimp start off. Instead, Vu is just putting pressure out onto Aram, and Aram and Cal are the first ones to get into the orange close to the red.
Cal had a very nice team. I don't know if you can call it a save because it wasn't like...
Oh, that's a team kill.
In here, I was just about to praise them. You can't do that to me.
No, but I know what you were talking about. When he did the toss-up, Aram was caught all off the down sig, and Cal gets taken down, and explosive on the left side sends him off the map. Vu and Shinigami not too far behind, but Aram is not in a position to really turn it around onto Vu, as Cal might have neutral sigged. Shinigami needs more.
It's very close. Aram has a position right now to throw Shinigami somewhere. Looks like Shinigami is just in the wrong spot to be down like comboed, but he is not in the wrong spot for Sentinel to get a double kill. Look at that.
And that was great timing. Ends up getting the neutral sig in a way that Aram was out of there. Was in the forced stun from the side air from Shinigami. Picks up the neutral sig only on the Shinigami. Evens up the stocks, but they need to hold on to these stocks a lot better. Cal has the least damage on his team, but Aram is dead.
He overextended quite a bit with that down air. I think he held it for too long. He wanted to land into the platform, but he went through it. It was moving up at the time, so he might have mistimed the hold on that.
That's the newish change, right? They made it so that you can dare through soft platforms. Ends up not working out in Aram's favor as he dares himself to death because he didn't have any jumps at that point. But Cal wants to trade it out, goes for ground pounds, can't clean it up. He is in the red, but he needs to go for those gimps at this point. He needs a big kill for his team.
And he's looking to put Shinigami into the side pressure, but he gets down like comboed. Shinigami could just forget about him for a moment, but because of that, Cal and Shinigami are just trading off to the side. Aram picks up the kill on the side, helping out his teammate, getting that good support out, almost killing Vu, but it's not gonna be quite enough. He needs just a little bit more. A Suri down sig, or a neutral sig might actually do the trick here for Cal or Aram. Or
Aram.
Vu or Shinigami.
He dodged so much. Dodged the bomb toss, dodged the spike ball toss, but he's got to dodge a whole lot more. He is so close to red. He was going for a gimp onto Shinigami. Meanwhile, Cal gets caught from a side air from mid-stage, killing him into the right wall, but Shinigami just needs a little bit more to take down Aram, whereas Vu, the next closest person to death, still has another stop.
They're gonna have to deal with that, and right now is gonna be the
black hole down sig.
Hey, there you go.
And the
first successful one
goes the way of Cal and Aram. They've got potential here. They have potential, but Aram needs to not get caught by Cal with those dares and the kills and stuff, you know.
They also need to not get hit by bombs. That's a big thing.
Neutralites.
Oh, but they found the black hole.
They still pick it up.
It's starting up. They're extending it.
They've got plenty of damage.
Is that going to be the kill?
Does it? Aram and Cal clean it up. It was nervous for a little bit. I was nervous for them, but they ended up cleaning up. 2 accidents on the side of Cal. I want to point that out. He had 2 accidents, but they still had some solid play. nice black holes. They had the strategy in mind, finishing it off with down Sigs, and they close it out. Game 3 going the way of Cal and Aram.
They managed to bring it back, and that's what matters. Not much more to be said on the matter.
I mean,
they did
it's about
a
the W,
fantastic
right?
job at keeping it clean. Well, as clean as they could considering the accidents, but we'll forget about that for now. Next up, though, we do have Zelox and Spirit Wolf going against Kruger,
Freddy?
Nugan Kronk, and Humongous.
The
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what? How do you spell?
I won't go there. You know I can't go there.
It is gonna be Nugan Kronk and Humongous versus Zelox and Spirit Wolf, and we're already seeing them start locking in their usual characters. Zelox is gonna be going in with that Ember. Spirit Wolf is gonna be on the Asuri. We're seeing Nugan Kronk on the Bodvar, the NA favorite, and the Lucian from Humongous bringing it back. We've seen a lot of Lucians so far, but we're gonna see more.
I just want to point out for a quick second, I know we were talking about character levels earlier, but can we just look at Spirit Wolf right now? That level 99?
He's one away. Just finish it. Come on, Spirit Wolf.
What if he gets it in this tournament? Huh? I actually don't know how much experience
I don't know the
that
actual
takes.
numbers, but I'm pretty sure that's like almost impossible because at level 100, there's got to be an absurd amount of experience to be gained. I mean, you can maybe somebody call up Crocky and ask him how much experience is required to get from 99 to 100 because he's done that climb. But that is a valid point. That is a lot of levels on the Asuri.
Spirit Wolf, Zelox, these two have been playing 2v2s together for a long time as well, so I can imagine that a lot of the level that Spirit Wolf has built up has been 2v2 with Zelox. I think we're going to see a lot of great teamwork out from both of them. Kronk and Humongous, I don't know quite as much about them, so it'll be a learning process to see how they work together, but they're both in the same clan, so I have to assume that they play a lot of 2v2 as well. They've been playing around, it seems, since beta. They've got the closed beta tags. I think this is going to be a great matchup. They made it this far. Let's see if they can go farther.
Well, it's not going to be the easiest bump in the road that they have to get past. It is going to be Zelox and Spirit Wolf. Zelox, the winner of Combo Breaker, is going to be teaming up with Spirit Wolf, known for his Asuri. It's level 99. Of course, he loves that Asuri. And they're going to be going up against Humongous and Nugan Kronk. And they're starting off pretty strong. Nice recovery pickup from Nugan. Or no, that was Humongous, excuse me.
I'm just going to be a little biased as well and say on the inside on the outside I'm going to root for both teams, but on the inside I gotta give Zelox a little credit as my Friday night broadcasting partner. That's all I'm going to say on the matter though. Spirit Wolf having a lot of trouble dealing with Nugan with that hammer on the side. He keeps getting clashes. And Nugan,
he went too deep. He
no.
tried. Effort points for trying to get the fastball nair to help knock his teammate up, but he went too deep, ends up falling to his death. And generally, on a 3 defense character like Ember, it's because they take too much damage. But that was just Zelox trying too hard to be a team player. But at least he's keeping the team spirit, that teamwork going. Ends up getting taken down with his teammate. As a nice signature from Spirit Wolf will take down Nugan. Humongous is going to survive for a little while longer, though.
If he can extend that stock out like we've talked in the past, it would have been good, but Zelox is going to find the side air, get the finisher. Nugan getting thrown off stage. The double pressure from the red team onto Nugan, building up damage even faster. I mean, he just got taken out not too long ago. And there's the kill again. He's got 1 stock.
Zelox went high in the sky, following up off his teammate to pick up the recovery. You know, they buffed Ember's kill options. That recovery was not one of the things that they buffed, but still, he's got a little bit more kill potential here as he tries to help out his teammate with a nice side light. But Spirit Wolf has side lights of his own to add up some damage onto Nugan.
Man, they love their guitars in EU, and it is showing right now. Zelox and Spirit Wolf both getting tons of
Is he trying to give his teammate? Who was that neutral sig aimed at besides Zelox?
Didn't you hear? It's the new recovery option in EU. Is you just a Suri neutral sig into the wall, and then you're good.
It's got
We don't think about the consequences.
It's got a lot of options. As Luxor gets a nice side sig, sends Nugan off, but he's not gonna turn around and go for the 2v1 against Humongous. Instead, they want to finish off this kill onto Nugan, but Humongous gets a side sig underneath Zelox and takes the stock advantage. Spirit Wolf turns it around with a nice gravity cancel neutral sig. Stock's evened up, but Nugan is pretty close to dead.
I've got to say, the kill that Humongous found was purely because Nugan also found the weapon toss save right when Zelox and Spirit Wolf were putting a combo down on him. That was a fantastic pickup on his part. I cannot not give him credit for that.
Credit where it's due. As Zelox and Spirit Wolf, they are going on to the 2v1 against Humongous. Not as much black hole potential. Maybe we'll see a neutralite sidelight kind of combination going out, but Humongous is just spacing it out with these guns, trying to stick his back to the wall. Gets a nice neutral sig onto Spirit Wolf. If he can take down Spirit Wolf, he's just got a 1v1, but it is against Zelox.
I mean, and Spirit Wolf is no pushover either. Even when he's in the red, he's not going to be an easy target to take out. And right now, Humongous having trouble. He's in such a bad position. Spirit Wolf finds that.
Oh,
how did the ground pound miss?
No, the ground pound is what hit. Zelox didn't pick up the side air. Spirit Wolf ends up cleaning up with that ground pound. It is going to be game one, going the way of Zelox and Spirit Wolf. And you kind of touched on it a little bit, but Spirit Wolf didn't play like a last stock Asuri. He played like he was still on his first stock, going aggressive onto his opponents, and he was just pushing that. Did not even worry about the fact that he was close to dead.
I'm still figuring out what happened there at the end because I saw him miss the ground pound initially. I think what happened was Zelox landed his side air. It bounced Humongous off the wall back into the ground pound. But I would have to watch the replay. It was very unusual. It looked like it missed at the beginning. I won't talk about it too much. It's gone. It's over. Anyway.
It's history at this point.
Well, you know, history lessons are not a bad thing.
Yeah, you gotta learn. You gotta, what is the phrase? If you don't learn from your history, it'll repeat itself. It's doomed to repeat itself, something like that, right? That's what those philosophy majors say. But,
you know, in the fast-paced world of competitive Brawlhalla, history doesn't mean as much because things mostly just happen in the moment. It depends on how much you play with your mind, I suppose.
Brawlhallan's play in the now, right?
I do. That's the only way I play. That's probably why I'm not a very competitive player.
Well, regardless, we're going back into it. It is going to be a 2v2 again. It's Spirit Wolf and Zelox versus Humongous and Nugan. Kronk, no character swaps, but Spirit Wolf just now picking up the guitars, took a little bit of damage for trying to find it.
I think right now these are some great trades coming out of both teams. They're keeping the damage even. No one's really getting too much of a lead, and no one is allowing their opponents to take too much. But that bomb just took everything from Nuger.
A little bit of tunnel vision onto Spirit Wolf. Nugan was looking to the left side, didn't even register that a bomb was rolling towards him. Gets taken down, but he ends up trading it out, taking down Zelox as well. Zelox with 3 defense makes him a little bit squishier, a little bit easier to get taken down. Spirit Wolf just dives in with a nair.
He is going in, no holds barred. This is a cage match for him. Look at this. He doesn't care where he is right now. The neutral sig. Barely missing. That would have killed. The recovery, barely not getting the kill, but it connected. It's like things are just trading off. And Zelox is going to find the kill. Spirit Wolf goes in. There seems to be a theme here for Spirit Wolf. And if there was just a room full of open doors, he would go through all of them because he just goes in.
Spirit Wolf, he's just charging forward now. I love the positioning. Ends up helping out his teammate. Zelox was in an edge guard situation, and Spirit Wolf says just back off. Nice neutralite, keep the force direction, but the double from Nugan to pick them both up and take the stock advantage.
Spirit was completely out of that. He fell right into the neutral sig. That is so unfortunate for him to be there. The wrong place at the wrong time.
But he gets a nice recovery, cleans up the kill on the Nugan. Stocks are even, and we've seen what happens when Zelox and Spirit Wolf are in even. They kind of just push it. Spirit Wolf just goes in, but Humongous is doing a great job with these guns to force Spirit Wolf away.
The luxury spacing is on point, though. He has been avoiding as much damage from Humongous off the side as he can. And now he's going to try to create pressure with the mine. Spirit Wolf looking for the weapon as well. Gets the good team coordination play right there with Zelox onto Nugan.
And a great punish from Zelox where he is going to send Humongous off the stage. Ends up throwing his Katars. Just wants a little bit of damage to interrupt that neutral sig. But Humongous on the right side has potential to turn this around onto Zelox. We're seeing him add up a little bit of damage. Zelox with the nair. Nugan's getting knocked around. Has no weapon to his name. That bomb flies around. Everyone doesn't touch. And Spirit Wolf gets a ground pound on the left side. And then a signature onto Nugan. Not enough. Nair. Not enough.
This is gonna be very important for them to take
He doesn't
Nugan
have
out
to
of the
touch.
fight right now. There it is. That's the 2v1. They had the timing absolutely perfect. They got Nugan off the wall. Humongous got back into the match before his teammate got taken out, but he wasn't able to get anything out of it. He wasn't able to help his teammate at all, and now he's all by himself. Spirit Wolf and Zelox did a fantastic job.
It's not undoable for Humongous by any stretch of the imagination, but he's got to go for some safer options as he gets picked up from the neutral, and that killed from center stage into the top left corner. They buffed that, and I'm mad that killed.
One way or another, it did its job, and Zelox and Spirit Wolf move on because of it. The neutral sig before, I guess you could argue that it didn't do enough force or variable force. Maybe it did. Maybe they needed to build up a little bit more damage for that to be a viable option. But one way or another, they went for it. It worked, and now they're moving on.
And up next, I'm seeing a Spirit Wolf again. Is he just he's gonna come back in? Are we gonna see more of that?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we're getting a different match. I see a few people in the lobby. I'll wait for them to join, of course.
All right, so it looks like it is going to be Q4R and Janice potentially. Well, we're gonna figure that out in just a little bit. I see Zelox. He's saying it was fully charged. Of course, it killed. I'm griefing you because it's Ember. All right, it's fine. Just don't worry about it. All right, it's fine.
Well, I guess you can't discount the fact that a fully charged signature should kill somebody in the red. If it doesn't, that's probably a big problem, unless it's just some multi-hit signature that drops, of course.
It was a Lucian. Lucian's got a lot of defense. I believe it's 6. It's an Ember. She doesn't have the most force in the world. She's not, I'm pretty sure she's under the 5 mark. I want to say it's 3, but I'm pretty sure it's actually 4. But they buffed it, all right?
They buffed it. I mean, one way or another, they buffed it. There's probably an issue with it before. Who knows? There are SIGs that people might think don't hit quite hard enough. I feel that way about Ada SIGs, but that's just me being a salty beta player. I've seen her get nerfed so many times, and it was, to be fair, probably it's fine. No, I think
probably deserved. I think that is just like any fighting game player's mentality. It's like, come on, why you gotta nerf Axe? I don't get kills with Axe, or like, why are you nerfing Cammy? Cammy doesn't do anything except kick. I don't even use punches. Why are you nerfing punches? It's just like, that's my baby. Why are you nerfing it?
Just play Alex and just flex really hard. That's all you need to do.
No, it's all about the rose toss. I believe it's on Dudley. I want to say it's Dudley.
Did he come out?
It's not Dudley. I don't know.
I don't think he was out in Street Fighter 5.
It's 4. I'm talking about 4.
Or did he just? Oh,
in 4 you could do the rose toss. Yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking 5. Newest character just came out was Ibuki, and
don't get me started on Ibuki. All right.
I don't think they came out with Dudley. I know they have a lot of the characters that they do want to bring out in the single player mode, but that's all I really know. I don't actually have 5. I would love to play it. I'd be awful. I would be terrible at it, but I would like to play.
I mean, it's always fun to mess around with other fighting games. You know, there's certain mechanics that if you're playing a fighting game, you're like, okay, now I kind of have a better idea of X, Y, and Z, how to deal with spacing properly within this fighting game, and maybe that applies to other fighting games. You know, we talk about Smash a lot as kind of like the brother video game to Brawlhalla. There are mechanics that you can take over, just like in pure like, okay, this is how I need to outspace something like a blaster or whatnot. So, you know, there's credence to playing other fighting games.
I mean, there's not much. I mean, you can take things over to Smash, but you can't really take throwing unless you're playing Peach. But that's
there's
only
throwing.
character.
All right.
I mean, you can throw Pikmin.
It's
on
its
Olimar.
own. It's its own type of throwing, though. I'm talking about. You can get the Ice Climber like throw infinite, right?
Yeah, I could, yeah. I don't like to think about that, but yeah.
That is the thing of nightmares.
I got abused last time. I don't like to think about it.
But you know what isn't a nightmare? It's gonna be Reason, Addie, and Reason Rain fighting Aram and Cal of CT. That is a thing of dreams, and we are gonna be getting ready to go into it. And we're seeing Addie already locking in the Bodvar, Rain locking in the Sentinel. Are we gonna see more Lucian? Are we gonna see more Sentinel from Cal? There's Cal on the Sentinel. Aram, probably.
I think we're gonna see the same comp that they had before. Yep, Sentinel, Asuri, and Addie Mestic playing Bodvar. Very expected pick coming up from him. He's a sword player, a Bodvar player as well. From what I've seen, I mean, he's been playing a long time. Someone I remember playing well into last year, and I definitely remember him playing a lot of sword. Him picking it now is no exception to the rule. I think he's gonna bring it out in this tournament. Also, another thing to note, we haven't seen any Reason players play so far, and it's the former BX3 players for the most part. It's going to be exciting to see them play, because we haven't gotten to see a lot from them so far.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Reason team players yet, and this is our first look at what they've got in store. And Addie, with that sword, is already knocking Cal and Aram around the map. Nice dare, but the immediate interrupt from Cal with that falling there. Cal has yet to touch a weapon. There's the pickup. And
it took him a while, though. Addie and Rain did a fantastic
Woo!
job at holding him off. And, I mean, as soon as he got a weapon, he got destroyed. Maybe that was a mistake. And Rain with the guitar combos, the strings, the reeds. Oh, but he got Cal with the
Addie
turnaround.
Can't turn it around. Arrow.
And Addie tried to go down for the save.
He's off the map. Oh, but Addie doesn't want to turn it around. That was just dangerous all around. It was like it was playing with just a burning rock. But in the end, a couple people survive. Addie gets a nice stomp into his hair to take down Aram, and Addie's the only one left on his first stock as Cal is on his last.
The pressure coming out from Addie and Rain is just massive. I mean, if we had a meter right now, I think we'd have to turn some valves, release some pressure from somewhere, because otherwise this might explode. And Rain right now just playing destructively with those guitars. Just very nearly took Cal out again. What we're seeing now is just pure insanity. Just breathtaking speechlessness, pure insanity.
Deep breaths, because this set isn't even over. This is just game one. Rain is in the red. Addie is gonna put him. He's like, you need a fresh stock. You need to clean up here. Let me help you out. Gets his teammate with the side air, evens up the stocks, but Aram is not too far behind. He's got the guitars. Rain doesn't even want to mess with it. Instead, tries to take advantage of the fact that Aram's off the map to go for the 2v1 onto Cal, and it helps out. Cal's in the orange. Uh-oh, Rain in trouble. He got the touch.
I think what we're seeing right now out of Rain is similar to what we saw out of Arbuz earlier, is that he's overextending just a little bit. But the difference right now is that he's making it work. He's getting these touches. He's keeping track of his jumps in a great way where he can keep that pressure going, and he can he's not losing track of his jumps, and he's able to turn things around, build up that pressure that he needs. Look at that. He's turning from one player to another as well, keeping track of everybody on the map at the same time.
And I love this mentality of I'm not going to sit here and we'll just go for our 1v1s. I've knocked him off the map. I'm going to wait and punish with an edge guard. Instead, we're seeing Rain and Addie. They immediately turn around, knocks an opponent off the map, knows the opponent has to burn some stuff to get back to the map, and they take full advantage of it for the 2v1. And that mentality of it's a 2v2. Work with your teammate, and it's working. Addie and Rain have taken game 1 from Aram and Cal.
Like you said, it's a 2v2 without taking advantage of the fact that you have a teammate. It's just going to become a 3v1 eventually because you're not going to be paying attention to your teammate. Your teammate might get a lot of damage off on you, and there's going to be accidents. I mean, even Addie Mestic and Rain had some accidents there. You saw the one accident coming out from Addie Mestic, but they still ended up taking it down. They found their cohesion. They connected in a way that only a solid 2v2 team could, and they brought it down. And now we're seeing the bans come out from Aram. Where do you think we're gonna go?
Oof. I believe the end result is that Addie and Rain get to pick their map of choice, and I'd like to see them just go back to Mammoth. It's just a solid all-around map. They kind of had a lot of control and free reign, and that's exactly what's happening. They're going back to Mammoth. They just need to continue with what they're doing. Push one player off the map, turn around, go for the 2v1, make it very difficult when you've got the power play.
3, 2,
Yeah, just
1,
don't fix it if it ain't broken. I almost went the opposite way. That would have been a little weird, but
Don't break it if it's not fixed.
don't break it if it's not fixed. Anyway, Cal with his hammer right now, building up that huge damage. I mean, one side air from a hammer is what, 20, 25 damage? That's huge going on to either one of these players, and right now it looks like they're just spacing them out. Addie and Rain trying to take that center ground and form what looks like a zone, something that they can push Cal and Aram away from each other. Both of them are fighting over that space, actually. They're both trying to get that center area.
Ooh, but Aram takes it with a nice side sig, and he wants to turn the pressure around. Rain and Addie, they're struggling a little bit. We're not seeing that full force aggression that we saw in game 1. Instead, it's a little bit slower pace as they've, like you were saying, we're fighting for that central positioning. They want that central positioning. Specifically, Addie and Rain want it so that they have more potential to rotate around and help out their teammates. Meanwhile, Cal and Aram just want it because, hey, it's harder to kill from the center of the map.
That is really disappointing.
Black hole!
It's not going to be enough. They tried to finish it off early because Rain just respawned. Line. But Rain just respawned, and they needed to take Addie out as fast as possible. But the damage just wasn't there. That neutral uppercut just wasn't enough to finish things off. And Rain now needs to find a weapon, but maybe he just doesn't care. He's getting that unarmed that fighting style with the unarmed off, and it was working for a second. But now with the Katars, and Aram and Cal are in a bad position.
Woo!
Cal getting taken out. Aram in a bad position off to the side. If he can get taken out, this is going to be a good opportunity for Rain and Addie, but it looks like it's not going to be capitalized on, and Addie is just going to put damage down onto Cal, try to build it back up onto the new stock.
And Addie finally gets taken down, but you've got to believe Aram and Cal have been kicking themselves for not finishing off Addie earlier. Addie got so much mileage off the fact that he just hadn't died yet. Ended up picking up a couple stocks on his way out the door. Aram is already in the red. The stock advantage could easily be taken away from by Addie and Rain.
Mm-hmm. Rain got a side sig off. Wasn't quite enough to kill Cal. I mean, as a Sentinel player, he probably knows how it feels to have that much defense. And it really came through for Cal in that situation. And Aram not quite getting the kill off with the side sig either. Everyone going for signatures at this junction, and
well, everyone is
Addie
close to
Rain.
dead. It makes sense that they're going to start fishing for those signatures, but that's the risk that you take in a 2v2. Cal side sigs his teammate off the map. Rain side airs Cal off the map. Addie is in the red. He's got one stock left. You've got to believe that Aram and Cal are going to be fishing for kill moves onto him.
It's going to sound weird, but I actually think that Cal and Aram have the advantage right now.
Well, of course they do. I believe you.
Yeah, and Rain just lost his second stock. He's got a fresh stock right now, but so does essentially Aram and Cal. They both have what looks like less than 30 to 60 damage onto them. And there goes Addie. That's a 1v2 now. Rain is in a bad position. If Aram and Cal get a black hole opportunity, then they better take it, because otherwise...
Rain...
That's it.
Rain is doing a great job here. He's not doing your usual 2v1 style of, you know, I'm going to put my back to the wall, kind of make it so that I can't get caught by a black hole. He's just, I'm going to go in. I'm going to knock you away so that you can't black hole me, because you're going to be busy getting knocked around the map. He got a nice down stick. He got caught. There was potential from Cal and Aram, but Cal went for a neutral light instead of a side light. Had he gone for the side light, I think they could have gone for the side light, neutral light, black hole. But instead, Rain's gonna hold on to the stock, dodges into the down stick, doesn't care. Dares one.
That was so risky.
He wants Cal. You seeing him charge forward onto Cal. Does not even care. Sidelights Cal away, but he gets caught by the signature. Rain, there's potential. There's potential. Side sig. There's potential.
Just about brought this back. All he needs is a side signature. Side signature, a down sig. But it's not going to be enough. Aram with the side signature drags it across the stage. Slams it right into Rain, and that's going to be it. That could have gone either way. Rain was playing out of his mind right there.
That was incredibly close. Really well played from Aram and Cal to take that aggressiveness and force the play style onto Rain and Addie. They couldn't play the game that they wanted to play. Instead, they had to kind of adjust around what Aram and Cal were doing. So great job from Aram and Cal.
Definitely great job. That's going to put it into game 3. We're going to see them come back. Cal and Aram sticking with their characters. Addie Mestic switching things up to Wu Shang. I've seen him play it on stream before. He can work those gauntlets. If they can make this, if they can make the gauntlet chains work, this is going to be a devastating combo.
I mean, Addie, he's of reason. He's got his teammate Effie. They've had many a conversation. I'm sure they've had many a practice session where they just play gauntlets and just work on tech and understanding the weapon set and all the potential that it's got. It's an interesting decision from Addie to switch it up, but I guess if he wasn't feeling, really feeling what he had, and he can, you know, just do something different.
Do you see what I'm seeing? Oh,
do you see what I see? No, what's going on?
Grumpy Temple was just hanging there. They almost left
it's a
Grumpy
bait.
Temple open.
It's a bait. Whenever you leave Grumpy Temple, it's a game of chicken on saying essentially you're not gonna pick Grumpy Temple because we know that you don't want to pick Grumpy Temple.
I mean, but what if they did
like
want Grumpy Temple? Then the bait goes wrong, and then all of a sudden the other team has the advantage. You don't want to leave that open. Why do you leave that open? Just ban it. Just get rid of it.
It's like an extra ban, essentially assuming that your opponent is not gonna pick it. But regardless, we're back. We're on Mammoth. It is game 3. We saw how close it was between Aram and Rain, and you know, Addie did go down first, so maybe he might have some more success with this Wushang to kind of guarantee it, because we saw how well Rain played.
Wow.
Was that on purpose?
Did you see that?
Was that on purpose?
I don't know if that was on purpose, but
with
that
a
was
follow-up
beautiful.
neutral sig at the same time?
That was beautiful, one way or another. And the
August
fact that the neutral sig didn't even hit Adamestic, that was some level of coordination I don't even know if they knew they had.
Well, great presence of mind from Rain to pick up that neutral sig, get a little bit of extra damage out onto his opponents. Aram gets a nice side air. Addie might have overcommitted there, and the stocks are even. Rain's got to avoid the edge guard from Cal.
You got to be careful against those Katars. The recovery from Addie Mestic from that spear, just blasting Aram off again. A little reference there for anyone who might know. But Addie Mestic putting the pressure down on Cal. He did recover on the other side of the stage, and I don't know. I don't know what they're looking for right now. Addie Mestic and Rain are kind of losing their focus, it seems. Aram is trying to get the spike off of Addie Mestic.
Whoa,
He's in the orange.
off.
It won't take too much to get it, but
Addie is positioning himself, making it very difficult for his opponents to get through, but Rain is the one who connects with a side air. And Addie, he has to dare. He had to get the wall touch. Is able to outspace the down sig from Aram. Neutral light to interrupt. Addie's dodging around. He knows that they want the kill onto him. Meanwhile, Rain is the one to do it.
is he going to get back? He's got a lot to get through if he's going to land.
Side tick from Cal ends up trading it out, and that is going to be in the favor of Rain as they get a nice side sig onto Cal.
I mean, on one hand, you can count that as a good trade because
It's work.
you're getting the kill, and if you can keep the pressure up, that's what matters. But in that case, it didn't really turn out well for them because in the end, Cal had too much damage built up. The even trade wasn't there. Addie and Rain both have, the stocks and the health pool to deal with anything right now. What they're going to need is some kind of gimp from Aram off onto the side. It looks like he's trying to bait someone over there, but
He's looking for the kill onto Addie. You see Addie, that is 100% what Aram's looking for. Maybe not necessarily a gimp, but he wants the kill. Meanwhile, Addie has just been doing a fantastic job of spacing out the guitars and punishing it every single time. Aram is the one in the red. He gets a nice mind toss, but he's got the least damage on him of anyone on the screen.
he's still only in his last stock, though, so it can still go either way. Cal does get taken out. Rain should be the one in front right now. I mean, he's got the defense. He's got 2 stocks. If he doesn't start going into tank mode, I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking, but it looks like they're going to be doing that. Good decision on their part. Aram is trying to do what he's been doing most of the game, is bait people. He's been doing a fantastic job at gimping.
Nice
There's the kill
sig.
from the side sig. Cal.
He's trying to punish, but the ground pound from Addie is enough. Aram was trying to position in a way that he could punish the ground pound or just punish any of the aerial approaches, but Addie he dropped the sandwich. He dropped the pancake down and ends up taking him down, and that is going to be game 3 going the way of Addie and Rain. Going the way.
And I don't think I've ever noticed this before, but it looks like Wu Shang is still wearing his gauntlets in his red
I think
team wins.
that's his wristlets. I don't think
Does he
the
have
gauntlets.
those?
Yeah, he's got little wristlets on.
I'll have to take another look at that because I don't even remember if he had little wristlets. Anyway, anyway, looking at this next match, we see
It's Dobrin and Daiku versus
a lot
Sedo
of
and Cake.
names. A lot of names that people might recognize. Dobrin and Daiku, Sedo and Cake. Oh, was that a teaser? Did we just see a teaser out of Dobrin?
I believe
a little flare.
Rumor on the mill is that Dobrin may or may not be playing Ragnar. He might be playing the new character. Meanwhile, I believe Daiku has said explicitly that he will be playing his Jala for now, but he may or may not be switching it up to the Ragnar as well. Ragnar is the new character, but he's already coming out real strong. We've seen him twice to meager success in his showing so far in the tournament, but that does not mean that Ragnar is not something to be trifled with.
Weak.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know the words.
I know what you're
words.
aiming at. You're aiming in the general vicinity of what I think you're saying. So
You're picking up what I'm putting down.
I'm putting down what you're picking up. Yeah. On the other side, though,
It's like me handing you something and you're just like, ew, and you just put it on the table, just like, no.
Well, it depends on what you're giving me, because that could be a plethora of things. Oh, it looks like Cake might have to re-enter the lobby. He might be dealing with some issues, but Sedo on Val. Something I don't know if I would have expected him on Val. I've seen him play core quite a bit, but gauntlets, I guess he's very comfortable with those. I would have rather seen him pick out core, I think, just for the fact that core has a lot of defense. But I guess Val has a good amount of defense as well. I guess it's just me wanting to see Core come out. I really love seeing it, especially the down sig. Oh, the giant, like, it's like, it's just like if Sentinel had steroids and can make the ground move, that's what it would look like.
I mean, it's the ground version of the Sentinel Qatar down sig, right? That's what you're talking about. That Gauntlet down sig on Core. It's the Earthbreaker. But you're right. I think Sedo is a little bit more known for his core play. It is interesting that he is going to be switching to this Val. Not the worst decision in the world. It's still a relatively high defense character. Still got gauntlets. And you're trading out a little bit of damage for a little bit more movement speed. Now that Sedo is going to be switching to this Val, he's got more potential to help out his teammate, follow up, be in position, and kind of push that team play.
Yeah, and we'll see that hopefully we'll see that very soon. Cake has returned, so he'll be picking out, I believe he'll be picking out Bodvar again. He looked pretty set on that decision. We'll just wait for the pick from Dobrin. Daiku already picking out Jalo, of course. We can see it right here. And hopefully the match will get underway shortly. And there it is. You were talking about it earlier. Rumor from the mill seems to be correct. Dobrin has been playing Ragnir, the ferocious new dragon, to grace the halls of Brawlhalla. It's only level 8, so he hasn't unlocked Stance 5 yet, but it's not like he could use it anyway. I just gotta say, an experimental 1v1, Stance 5 is broken.
Stance 1 is unfortunately the one that everybody has to run inside of this tournament setting. It is going to be Dobrin on the Daiku. He's got his teammate, on the Ragnir. He's got his teammate Daiku. Dobrin's not playing Daiku. Daiku is on the Jala, and they're going up against Sedo and Cake. And Cake, with that hammer, is already knocking Dobrin around.
And... oh, Daiku is taking punishment from Sedo right now. He has got both players from the blue team right on top of him. He needs to... he managed to recover, but now he's back on the wall. He is just in the middle of all sorts of hazards, and I guess he knows exactly how to deal with it because he is just still alive, still in the orange. Dobrin on Ragnir right now, dealing damage with the axe, but...
Daiku's the first one to get taken down. Dobrin. That ground pound comes out from Sedo a little bit too slow. Dobrin tried to nair to punish the approach, but Dobrin, he's holding on to the stock for a little while as Cake picks up a nice side air.
Cake and Sedo really looking good right now. They're both still in 3 stocks. Sedo not even in the red. I mean, that can change at any moment, knowing Dobrin and Daiku, especially in a 2v2. I mean, these are the previous, I believe, if I'm correct, these are the previous winners of the EU 2v2, so no one to be trifled with, of course, and there's 2 kills right off the bat. Dobrin and Daiku only have, what, about 30, 45 damage built up? That's nothing.
Yeah, they did a great job cleaning up the stocks, not taking too much damage. Meanwhile, Daiku is already getting knocked into the orange. Cake with the nair, Sedo with a solid follow-up with the unarmed nair of his own. Dobrin, he's looking for weapon sets. We've seen him have a little bit more success with the axe as he throws away the guitars, picks up the axe. Dobrin left side, not able to get the gimp onto Sedo. Instead, Sedo turns it around with a nice nair to send Daiku into the sky.
And Daiku looking for a weapon right now. He's just hitting everyone with the Valkyrie, though, unfortunately. Sedo finds the Sig.
Looking for another one.
There's Daiku.
Picks up a downlight there.
The 3 defense is hurting right now for Daiku.
Yeah, we're not seeing.
He's got to figure out a way to bring himself back into this. This is not going too well for him.
Yeah, we're not seeing the usual Daiku stock extension that we're used to seeing from inside of the 2v2 situations. Usually he's the one who's taken the least amount of damage, who's survived the longest on his team, but now he gets caught by that side sig. It's a little bit of a wonky side sig. Depending on how it's used, you know, you can see it fall down. If it touches a wall, it'll shoot up the wall. If it's used on the stage, it'll just go straight forward. And Sedo is using all of those options with that side sig.
That was actually a very interesting decision by him as well, because he had he had both of the red team players on either side of him. So going for the side sig in that situation made it look like he was going to go for the spike onto Daiku below him. But the wall option that allows Val to climb up the wall and go straight up kind of caught Dobrin off guard, I believe, and that was a very interesting decision because it definitely looked like a fake.
Ooh, no fakes this time as Cake side sigs his teammate, doesn't even care, ends up taking down Daiku, and the weapon toss takes down Dobrin. Cake and Sedo are up game 1 over the top seed, over the dominant force that was Dobrin and Daiku, and I don't think anyone expected this.
I didn't expect that for sure. I mean, what? Dobrin, it looked like he lost track of his jumps at the end.
Dobrin is
not something you normally see happen.
Yeah, there it is. Dobrin, he just felt awkward with that Ragnar. I don't have a better word for it because he never really found his footing. He had some axe stuff, but never anything that really was like, this is Dobrin, the guy who went undefeated in the EU 1v1. Now that he's switching it up to Koji, the character who he went undefeated with, I think we're going to see a lot stronger showing from Dobrin.
We might see some down sigs for sure. I mean, it did get nerfed just recently, but doesn't mean that it is any less powerful. So we will see a little bit come out from that. Oh, there it is. There's the first one. Dobrin with the bow, making it work so well right now. He is catching Cake and Sedo.
Great follow-up recovery from Daiku.
This is
but
the
team for that.
This is the teamwork that I expected to see in the first game. Maybe all it took was a little character selection. Maybe Ragnar is still a little bit fresh for everybody. A little too fresh, maybe, to pull out in tournaments reliably.
But we're seeing Daiku is also having a little bit more success, a little bit better control of his stocks. It's not just specifically Dobrin who's made an adjustment by switching characters. Daiku's made an adjustment. He's playing a lot more safely, a little bit more floaty against his opponents, able to avoid that gravity cancel side stick from Sedo, trying to follow up off the nair bounce. And Daiku, we're seeing him return to form as he's the one with the least amount of damage, as he is the one who's still on his first stock, as he dares Sedo into his own bomb toss.
That was very pretty to watch. Whether or not it was on purpose, knowing Daiku, it might have just been on it might have been on purpose. But that was just very pretty to watch. And now Cake trying to get Daiku. I mean, he knows he's deep. He's in his third stock. It's that stock extension that both of us wanted to see in that first game. Both Sedo and Cake are on their last stock. This is definitely the game that Daiku and Dobrin were looking for.
Just great adjustments, great character switch from Dobrin, and we're seeing Daiku just play a lot safer, a lot more intelligently. He's not getting caught out by a lot of crazy stuff. Gets a nice side sig onto Cake. And Sedo has to fight the 1v1 against two swords. There's black hole potential, but it's also Dobrin and Daiku, the top two placing in the last 1v1 and the top placing in the last 2v2 as Daiku gets a gimp.
That is the coverage that they needed. You saw both players there off the wall, trading slots, covering different zones, making sure that Sedo couldn't get up. Dobrin had the top side, Daiku had the inside. They covered it perfectly. I really can't say much more than that because that's all it took to take Sedo down.
It's the option coverage. It's like you were saying, the zone coverage. If Sedo went one way, well, he's got to fight Dobrin. If he goes the other way, he's got to fight Daiku, who's the one in his face trying to gimp him. It is a catch-22 of positioning.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And now we're moving on to the next round. I don't know if anyone on Cake and Sedo switched. It looks like one of them might be pulling out a Suri, but it's Sedo pulling out a Suri. Very interesting pick. I've seen him place a Suri in the past.
I mean, he's level 50 with it. Highest on the lobby.
I
agree with what
maybe it's
I agree with what you're thinking though, because Sedo he's been playing core. He's been playing gauntlets. The Val, it made sense but I guess he just didn't like how the gauntlets were working out now that they've made the adjustment to a little bit more sword-centric style of play from Dobrin and Daiku. So he's going to switch it up, get a sword of his own, get Katars of his own, and try to change up his approaches.
Yeah, I think it's just what I want versus what they need, because honestly, the swap to Katars is probably a good decision here, especially with just how much pressure you can build with Katars.
I don't know
and
what
how much
happened,
more
but
space they
Dobrin's in
cover.
red.
Well, I don't either. The game hasn't even gone on for 30 seconds, and he's already out. I can't imagine what went on in their minds where that happened.
I want to attribute it a lot to Cake. I was watching Sedo. Sedo was kind of trying to find weaponry. He got a neutralite onto Dobrin at one point, but for the most part, it was just Cake with solid all-around sword play who he took Dobrin down in less than 30 seconds.
Daiku almost about to follow up with that. He is in the red on the wall. He needs to find something. Almost gets that combo onto Sedo, but he's not dead yet. How is Daiku still alive?
It's Daiku. He's the master of extending stocks, positioning in ways that make it very difficult to get killed, as Dobrin gets a nice double, finishes it off with a jump nair onto Cake. And the stock advantage is in Daiku's court as he gets taken down, and Dobrin he's close to his last stock.
You know, maybe that is all that he needed. He needed to stall out as long as he could to let Dobrin kind of bring things back in their favor. And that's exactly what happened. He got the double kill.
Great play from Cake to follow up, get a nice dare to save his teammate. Daiku's looking for the big gimps though with this Jala.
And Daiku trying to make the axe work. He gets the clash and it goes in his favor. That's the kill. Dobrin getting killed by Cake though. Cake playing so well right now. He is just playing so well. Putting pressure on both players.
He's playing out of his mind. I got to agree with you. Cake is playing fantastically. Meanwhile, Daiku is doing a great job. He knocked down Sedo before they could take down Dobrin, who was in the red, and it's keeping his team even right now. If Dobrin and Sedo get taken out, then it leaves Daiku to fight the 1v1 against Cake, where I think Daiku's a little bit confident in that. It's less damage sources that the 3 defense isn't going to be as big of a problem.
Yeah, Sedo's been giving him a little bit of an issue there, and it seems Cake has been hurting on Dobrin as well, so anything that they can get onto Cake, honestly, he's public enemy #1. They need to get him out of here.
A nice recovery will take down Daiku.
That could have very well been Dobrin in that hammer recovery. They were very close to each other. If Cake locked onto Dobrin right there, snagged him out of the air, that could have called this game in Sedo and Cake's favor.
I mean, there's arguments to be made that could have been potentially Sedo in that recovery as well. And I think it's great that Cake was able to avoid recovering his teammate. And, you know, sure, it was slightly the lesser of the two evils for the red team, but a kill is a kill. It's going to work out great. And Dobrin and Daiku, they end up cleaning it up. They send Cake down to his last stock as well, but they're both pretty close to dead, and I'm sure Cake's thinking about the kill onto Dobrin.
How much damage do you have to have built up for an axe dare to bounce you off the ground and still kill you off the ceiling? Because that must have been a ton.
I believe that is the numeric value, a ton. As Cake is going, he wants to scale on Dobrin.
Is it a metric ton or an imperial ton?
You know, I'll tell you when I figure out the difference. It is EU, so it could potentially be metric.
Cake is surviving.
That's Sarah will
kill.
Do it.
That's a kill.
It's even.
Cake
it's close.
is.
Cake needs a weapon. Hammer.
There isn't much that it'll take to get the kill onto Daiku. 3 defense is 3 defense, and it doesn't take much to end that. But both of these players very close. The neutral air coming out. Cake almost taking out Daiku. Daiku needs to play carefully. He cannot discount the way that Cake has been playing this whole game, and now they're gonna just look for something.
Great
Both
patience
of them
from
want side
Daiku.
airs.
He's waiting it out. He's trying to space it out. And the Nair will do it! Cake has done it! Cake and Sedo just took down Dobrin and Daiku. Dobrin and Daiku are going down to the lowest bracket, and I do not think anyone expected this.
Nobody, I didn't expect this. I don't think you expected this. I didn't expect Cake to come out in the 2v1. The 2v1 against Dobrin and Daiku. Let me say that again. Dobrin and Daiku in the 2v1. How? How does that happen?
Fantastic play from the Frost team to take down Dobrin and Daiku. They're going to be continuing on in the upper bracket, taking down the top seed. Great teamwork, great positioning. The focus fire. They took down Dobrin. They just completely shut him out. And it left Daiku to fight. And even though they ended up cleaning up the stocks and going into the 2v1, there was just so much damage put out that he could clean that the Cake did it. He just did it.
What else can you say about that? Where did things go wrong? Where did Cake find the courage of 2 players to take out Dobrin and Daiku in an extremely close 2v1? That was just insane.
The absolute madhouse. And I love the fact that they didn't kind of give up immediately. One second. I love that they didn't give up. You know, a lot of people would go in and they'd be like, it's Dobrin and Daiku. This game's a wash. We'll continue on, you know, what have you. But they held it together. You know, they kept composure and they did it. They won in a 2v2 against the top seed. They won in a 2v2 against Dobrin and Daiku. Once again, these are the guys who took first and second in the last EU 1v1. I don't want to discount Sedo and Cake, but I don't think they made top 8 in the last EU 1v1.
One way or another, they've improved a huge amount, and we've seen it here.
Fantastic job.
They have played fantastically. And I saw Sparky say it earlier in the chat. He had a great line. Dobrin and Daiku can't have their cake and eat it too. I just gotta recognize real, you know? Just saying.
But they want to have their whole cake. It's really solid play, and Cake he shoves the kills in. But it looks like we're gonna continue on. We're gonna be seeing Fluxy and Locket, and I believe they will be going up against Lands and Effie.
That they will, and I'm excited to see how this goes down. I haven't gotten to see Lands play. I mean, we all know he's a Scarlet main. He just got his Scarlet to level 100, formerly level 10, but they just patched that, so now it's actually level 100.
It's the real level 100 and not just the overflow level 100. But we saw Lands and Effie play in a 2v2 recently, the Rivalcade 2v2, where they fought NA players. They fought on US East, and they still got 3rd place just due to impeccable positioning, impeccable teamwork between Lands and Effie. And if Nalakat and Fluxy are not ready for that teamwork coming out from Lands and Effie, they might have a little bit of trouble in store for them.
We'll have to find out. Every one of these players are fantastic. I got to watch Fluxy play quite a bit yesterday. Unfortunately, he had to leave in the middle of the tournament and still placed 3rd, which tells you something. He easily could have taken the tournament down yesterday, but he is a fantastic player. And translating over into 2v2s, we'll have to see how that goes. Nalakat, we've seen him play in BCS in the past. This could be a team to be reckoned with.
I mean, Fluxy and Nalakat are fantastic players. They've got pretty solid 1v1 history, but we're already seeing the teamwork coming out as Effie follows up off the unarmed nair from Lands. Lands doesn't have a weapon, and he doesn't care because Effie is going to be his sword and shield.
He's going to have to be. Lands right now is throwing out just hammer air attacks like it's like they're on sale. Effie with the down air to get the first kill less than 30 seconds in on the Fluxy. Nalakat barely taking damage. It looks like Effie and Lands are just ignoring him.
I mean, that's 100% what's happening. Fluxy's just getting He's just getting pushed around the map. They'll knock Locket around a little bit. You're seeing Lance catch him with a couple dares, but they immediately just turn around, and it's just about the teamwork. Lance kind of just picks a target. He'll go for whoever he wants, and then Effie is the one with he pushes that movement speed, that 7 movement speed.
Oh no!
Ooh, but the down sig from Lance ends up evening the stocks for his opponents. Side sig.
That is
doesn't trade.
Super unfortunate. They almost. Okay, I was about to say if Locket was going to get the kill on the Fluxy, then the team kill right there doesn't even matter because Flux has already lost his stock. Putting him in the last stock that gimps their whole team more than anything. But in the end, oh, there he goes. Last stock for Fluxy. Locket, not even on the red. Not even in the red on his first stock. So technically, the stocks are even.
Technically, you know, from a mathematical standpoint, they are even, but we've seen what happens in 2v1s. We've seen the potential, and when you're seeing this type of team synergy from Lance and Effie, you've got to assume they've got that potential as he gets a nice stomp side air, and Effie follows up with a nice dare. This is what I'm talking about. Lance just picks a target, does whatever he wants, and Effie, he follows up every single time. He pushes that speed so that he is there to help out on his teammate as he goes to the right side to try to finish off Fluxy so they can go into the 2v1 on a Locket.
Well, they're trying. Lands right now looking for a new target. He doesn't know which one to go for. Fluxy, he's got to slow it down just a bit. Oh, well, if he gets taken out right here, then he can slow it down as much as he wants. But right now, Locket has got both Effie and Lands just pinned off to the side.
Sig onto the wrong target. Fluxy takes down his teammate. Nala comes back in as Fluxy gets a ground pound onto Lands. Effie and Lands are they're coming back. The stocks are sort of fresh. We've seen a couple refreshes as the bomb toss from Lands bounces off the wall, takes down Fluxy 2v1 as Lands wants to freshen up his teammate's stock, gets him with a nair, and it's all down to Locket. He's got a fresh stock, he's got health, but it's trouble.
If there's anyone who can do the 2v1 in this situation, I think it's Locket, but you can and Lands and Effie, they're looking for the black hole. They're positioning themselves. They have the tools to do it. There it is. There's the black hole.
Gravity cancel, neutral light. Went for gravity cancel, neutral heavy, but he waited a little bit too long. Nala went flying over him, but he's so deep in the red that I doubt that Effie and Lands are sweating it.
Effie and Lands are.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna stop that train of thought and just say, that's unfortunate. That is super unfortunate that mine was there.
I mean, that's what the premonition, predigitation. What Lands and Effie, they dropped the mine far in advance, knowing that if they position properly, it's Locket has to face. He's gonna take damage from either of his opponents, or he's gonna take the mine. You know, there was just too many damage sources.
I think that's premonition.
Premonition.
Future sight.
Future sight. That's what I'm thinking about. Future sight for Pokemon. That's what I was trying to think about. You got me.
I don't even remember what future sight does. I think it.
No, you got me. You got it.
What does future sight do?
You use future sight. Couple steps later. No, it's a couple moves later. It does damage.
What was the move where you look into the future, and you identify them or something, or you see them? It says you see them, and then they can't evade or use any evasive moves anymore.
I know what you're talking about.
That's what I'm thinking of. I'm getting future sight mixed up with something else. But anyway, we're back in it. Game 2, Lands and Effie starting to put damage. Fluxy, most damage in the game right now.
But he bombs his teammate.
Takes a bomb.
We're seeing a little bit of a slower pace. Lands, he's got to pick the target. It's on Lands to start it up as he gets a sidelight neutral sig onto both opponents.
That is exactly what you want. In any case, getting huge damage on both of your opponents is an ideal situation. Even if it's not setting up for a combo with your teammate or some kind of synergistic opportunity moment, getting that kind of damage is always welcome.
And not to mention the fact it's on Lands. Scarlet, 8 force, so much damage onto 2 people at once. This is a heads-up play as he gets a down sig charged up onto Fluxy, sends Fluxy off the map. Nala's trying to even it up. He knows that Lands and Effie are close to kill percentage, but it's Lands and Effie. They've got the team follow-ups to make it very difficult.
And the bomb goes out. That could have gone very poorly if Effie dodged in the wrong direction, but he held it to the last second.
Foresight.
Realized he didn't really need to.
It's foresight. Chat
So
saying.
good on his part. Ooh. Fluxy landed the side sig.
Wasn't enough to
though.
kill.
The force isn't. It comes out as fast as it comes out extremely fast. It travels like a long duration.
Oh my goodness!
What is going on?
What was that? Locket neutralite. Effie gravity cancel neutralite. Nala, they locked the opponents in both of them. That's just so much team damage. Fluxy and Nala, they've got to position better. Stop stacking on each other because that is the second time that they have stacked up, and it's been to their detriment.
I mean, what can you do other than just not
Ooh, nice recovery.
stand together? It might be hard to do that for them occasionally because that could be a great way to control an area, open up some options, lands on the ground to pop people up, and Effie jumping up into the air off of a stack to make something work off of it. But that just opens them up to team combos.
Well, we're seeing Effie and Lands. They're not stacking. They're positioning near each other for fantastic follow-ups. Effie is always in position whenever possible. Lands will get a hit, and Effie's right behind him. You look at that. They just trade spots. They're just going back and forth. It's just pure, unadulterated team synergy from Lands and Effie.
And it is working out in their favor right now in a big way. Fluxy by himself in the red. I can't imagine this stock is going to last very long.
He's going to try to extend it as long as possible, being as patient as possible as he dares. And a little bit of a mix-up means that Lands is going to hit his teammate with that hammer. But Fluxy, I think he's got to be thinking about another way to do exactly that same thing. Just kind of dodge through, do a little bit of a drive-by, and then continue on his way. But the Nair, the nice Nair, will take him down. And Fluxy's down to his last stock.
He's going to have to do something here. I don't know if Katars are going to be a better option for him to use. I don't know if Axe is going to be something better. Maybe Axe because a lot of the hits have a lot of force and he can separate Lands and Effie just a little bit with a good hit. Give himself a little bit of breathing room, but it's not going to be found.
Black hole.
The black hole starting out.
Black hole
We
side
see it
sig
right
done.
there. That is it.
Done.
That could have gone really badly for Effie there as well. That option side sig, if he was just a little bit closer to the edge, it might have missed.
It would have gone for the spike. I was because that was my immediate reaction as well. I was thinking, yeah, that's interesting. He went for the side sig there. He was a little bit close to the edge. I generally, the down sig, it's got a bigger hitbox, but at the same time, it doesn't have the best kill potential. It would have essentially just resulted in more damage if they hadn't done it at a later time. The side sig worked out, it works out when it's on stage, but that was a little bit risky. I do agree with you.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's all that matters. In the end, it worked out, and they take it 2-0. And now we're going to be seeing Spirit Wolf and Zelox again, playing against a team that we haven't seen before. Well,
today
we haven't seen yet.
Today we have seen them in a prior BCSs. It is going to be Janice and Q4R. I believe they placed top 6 in the last BCS that we saw them in. Janice and Q4R. Janice apparently self-declaring himself the saltiest player ever. They've got some solid synergy. We've seen them before. On the other side, I mean, we've seen Zelox and Spirit Wolf. We've seen the Ember. We've seen the Asuri. Ember's bow neutral sig is broken, obviously.
Well, we'll see if it works out in his favor in this matchup. I mean, last time he said it was a fully charged one, so we'll have to see if brings it out again. It's going to be in the moment. We might not see it. We might see it work out one way or another. We already have a Lucian pick. We haven't seen one for a while, but we do have one here, and he's got the Cassidy gun. That interesting revolver.
I don't actually usually notice the guns. I'll be completely honest. I'll notice whenever there's other weapons. Bodvar, he's playing that fancy. I believe that's the collector's sword. Spirit Wolf is playing with that looks like it looks like a dragon to me. But that's just a really cool looking sword. And
that's the Dark Heart.
Dark Heart.
Yeah, it's the individual one that you can get from the store. You know, it's got
Oh.
like you
Is that
see
new?
where it's got like a little darker light blue in there. It's usually red, and the rest of it's
Oh.
like a black.
Oh. I recognize when it's different and it looks cool, but I don't know all the weapons by heart, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm not pay to win. I go with default.
I spend a lot of time in the store.
Yeah.
Don't judge me.
Yo, it's like window shopping, right?
Yeah, window shopping, sure.
Yeah, we don't actually, but we're seeing a whole lot of guitars. Zelox, Spirit Wolf, Janice, all have guitars. Q4R, only one with no weapon to his name. He's gonna be picking up a sword.
Oh yeah, and then a story with those fancy celestial Ragnar guitars. Shut up. he's dealing tons of damage onto both Q4R and Janice, and Zelox with the strings off the map. He set himself in a good way to get Janice into what was there, an uppercut. But the trades are just going back and forth. Spirit Wolf seems to be the only one who isn't really getting affected by both of these teams trading out all the damage.
Zelox, though, is able to follow up off his teammate's weapon bounce, gets a solid ground pound onto Janice, and as long as Spirit Wolf can kind of push this health advantage, I think things are going to be looking good for the blue team. Meanwhile, they've got to be thinking about the kill onto Zelox, as Spirit Wolf doesn't even care. He side airs both. Zelox bumps his head on that recovery.
Oh, no.
Saves Q4R, and stocks have been evened up.
I think at that angle, it's just incredibly hard to tell exactly if you're going to hit the edge, if you're going to clip it on the bottom, if you're going to bump your head. I can't really blame him for going for that.
Oh, no, absolutely. I do not blame him at all for going for that. It's just a little bit of a slight misstep in positioning. Ends up recovering a little bit too horizontally a little early and ends up bumping his head. But regardless, Spirit Wolf does a great job. You know, it's a team game. Cleans it up for Zelox, and they're pushing that advantage again as Janice is getting into the orange.
I mean, even with that misstep, Zelox has been taking this stock in stride. He's been doing a fantastic job at keeping the damage low on himself and dealing up a bunch. Janice is in the red, and maybe Zelox on Ember has a lot of force behind it, but it's not even going to be needed. Spirit Wolf just took Janice right out. Q4R now trying to get revenge for his fallen comrade and isn't finding anything. Spirit Wolf isn't making anything easy for him.
Ooh, but Janice is able to follow up off his teammate for the neutral sig. Spirit Wolf not taken down yet as Zelox gets a neutral light onto both Janice and Q4R. People need to stop stacking. Stop letting your opponents get like 60 damage in one move. That's a big stack. Janice gets a down sig. Spirit Wolf has to survive the edge guard. The weapon tosses aren't enough.
That wasn't even on purpose. Spirit Wolf got hit, I think, by a weapon throw from Zelox right into the range of that and took a full force. Now he's gotten taken out as well, and they both have one stock left. Q4R still has two. Speak of the devil, he's got one now, and if Zelox and Spirit Wolf can get the kill onto Janice right now, that's going to be massive. That is going to be just absolutely massive for them.
But Janice, with fantastic dare play, is able to push Zelox away, keep him from getting onto him with his Sair, spaces out the neutral stick, and he's back to the map. He's got to hold on to this stock for as long as possible, but he's got the defense advantage. So he's got some opportunities here, as Q4R is not really pushing the fact that that Zelox and Spirit Wolf are positioning to try to take down Janice.
They can try as much as they want, but as far as the red team goes, they're not letting that happen. Janice is staying in the fight, but just safe enough that he can kind of focus on following up rather than putting himself forward. He doesn't need to put himself forward. He just needs to be able to be there with his teammate when Q4R gets something good. Ooh, he did almost get neutral aired by Q4R, though. That would have been really unfortunate. Zelox going for the side sig, but it is not going to connect with anything but the air. And now Janice going for the recovery, but it's not enough.
Regardless, Janice has done a fantastic job pushing this stock. He has not been taken down. He was in the red for the longest time, and he's not taken down. I'm surprised. Maybe not too surprised that he didn't go for the edge guard there onto Zelox. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Weapon toss off the bomb, off the mine, excuse me. And Janus gets taken down. But Q4, he's got a lot of potential. He's got to be careful, not throw out any wild sigs. But it's far from over.
Janus, I think, lost his focus in that moment. He threw the bomb expecting it to go down off the cliff.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. But I think he expected the bomb to go off the cliff towards Zelox, but it bounced back up, and he had to quickly move out of the way, and he lost, I think, at that moment, that exact moment, he lost his focus and put himself in a vulnerable position, and that's exactly what took him down.
A little bit of a daze. He was busy sighing relief that he hadn't incidentally bombed himself, but he didn't get enough time to catch his breath as he got caught by that weapon toss off the explosive. And we're going to be going into game 2. No character swaps, I believe. Janus, I'm still seeing that Lucian. And we're seeing Zelox. He likes to switch up his skins. You know, he likes to, sometimes he likes what is that? The high elf looking Ember.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
The high elf one.
Is it called?
It is actually, I'll be honest, that's my second favorite. That's the one I used to use on my Ember before I got really lucky with the ancient chest and got that one.
Oh, the new one?
Ember skin?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's so nice. Anyway, Janus with the guns right now, just putting in work onto Zelox, building up great damage.
The dares! The dares! He's gotten so many dares!
And, you know, if this was a few months ago, theirs might have been doing just a little bit more damage, but it takes a few more of those now to get that same damage buildup onto your opponents, which honestly is probably a good thing considering how many dares he just put down onto both blue team members. And now switching out to guitars,
we're seeing
something's gonna have to come out from
close
here,
to the red.
Either one of them.
Signature's starting to get thrown out from Spirit Wolf. Janus trying to punish with the side sig, trying to outspace it. Wasn't able to do it, but I like the concept. Recoveries come out, and both of them tap their teammates, but not enough to kill.
Janus and Q4 have a great positioning, but oh, Zelox is going to land that down. Is that going to land that down light? Yeah, and that's what it's going to take out Janus. Q4R follows suit and gets taken out as well. Spirit Wolf getting uppercut by Q4R. Big follow-up.
Janus, he went for the neutralite, had the recovery potential, but Spirit Wolf, you know, very intelligently knows that it's not a true combo. Dodges out, but Q4R is right there, waits for the dodge to finish, and catches him with the recovery. And Janus picks up a recovery on his Zelox. Stocks have been even.
This is exactly what they could have been looking for. Get back into this game. Don't let them take an advantage. And Spirit Wolf with that gravity cancel neutral.
Janus didn't get the touch.
With the follow-up. He didn't get it. He couldn't touch anywhere. That was just perfect play by Spirit Wolf and Zelox. Great teamwork overall. Look at that.
And Janus is back to the dares. He's trying to add up more damage onto his opponents. He knows that, you know, maybe like 50 or so of those, and his opponents could be close to dead as he downloads his teammate, and Spirit Wolf is there to follow up with a neutralite.
And now we see Q4R and Janus taking positions. They're standing in like almost like a formation where one player stands in one spot, the other one stands behind them, and it worked out perfectly in their favor. Spirit Wolf got caught in their strategy, and
Q4R, he wanted to follow up. We saw Janus, he was locking Zelox, and Q4R fished for a nair, couldn't connect. Fished for a Sair, Zelox was already out of hit stun and was dodging out. That's a little bit heartbreaking, but regardless, they've evened up the stocks. Janus just needs to extend this stock. We've seen it happen before. He did a pretty good job in game 1 extending the stock. Picks up a nice side sig onto Zelox.
Who says you need to stay back to extend a stock? Because that was face-forward, tanky stock extension. Well, whether that was active stock extension or just having it happen from getting a kill, that's debatable. But he needs to be careful now because Q4R is kind of vulnerable and not in a position to help as much because he is weaponless.
I mean, you know what they say, the best defense is a good offense, right? That's what Janus was going for. As Zelox catches him with the Sair Q4R, he's got to be the frontliner right now. Janus wants to push these hitboxes forward, but he doesn't have enough health to play with.
He's playing very carefully, and he's doing a great job keeping his gun spacing in order. He's just he doesn't seem to care that he's about to die. He just went straight in, and Zelox just punished it immediately. He's like, "Why are you in the middle of our team? You're not supposed to be here. Get out from backstage." And he just punted him right out.
Ooh, Q4R gets caught by the recovery, not dead yet, able to dodge one, but not the other. Great positioning from Zelox to be able to follow up, cover the dodge through, and picks up the nair to finish it off. That is going to be game 2 going the way of Zelox and Spirit Wolf.
And I think that's it right there. I think that's Zelox and Spirit Wolf moving on and taking it down handily. I mean, Spirit Wolf with 650 damage, Zelox with 560 damage. The damage numbers for both of them were so high, especially considering the difference between the damage they dealt versus the damage Q4R and Janice dealt to each of them. That's the biggest thing to look at, is how much damage did they deal overall, especially because the team average of defense on the red team was much higher considering Zelox's Ember pick, but they played it perfectly.
Really
Nothing
fantastic
more
play.
to really be said.
I mean, there's just some solid teamwork, some solid Qatar play coming out from Zelox and Spirit Wolf, and we are going to be continuing on. Up next, we are going to be watching Sedo and Cake, the guys who took down the top seed, versus Rain and Addie Mestic, two guys who have been a monster in their own right.
Oh yeah, Rain has been nothing but a wrecking ball of aggression, just going in. When you let a wrecking ball, when you pull a wrecking ball back, where does it go? One direction, and it just keeps going that way, no matter what it runs into. And I think we're gonna see Rain do that even more in this match. But we cannot. Cake has been on fire. This has been a fried cake. Is that a thing?
I mean, there's other ways that. I mean, it could be a burnt cake. You know, there's a lot of cooking options.
I feel like that's like a fancy thing where you light a cake on fire, and maybe I'm thinking.
I mean,
I don't know.
I guess you could like do like a creme brulee on top of a cake. That could be a cool concept of a cake. I'm not a personal baker. I don't know a lot. I eat pies and crumble and ice cream and other dessert. Donuts are great. Donut is there's donut. There's cake donuts. There's cake
Creme
donuts.
brulee cake sounds so delicious.
There's cake donuts. They use cake batter and they fry it like a donut. That's a cake donut. It's a fried cake. Regardless, Rain, Addie Mestic, they're already in this, and they've knocked Rain into the red. Just kidding. Sedo and Cake have knocked Rain into the red, and Rain is trying to find his footing as he picks up a hammer.
And right now, Sedo putting a lot of that pressure with the gauntlets. He's doing his famous gauntlet play that we all know and love. And Rain is just... he is just still being his old Wrecking Ball self, where he's got a hammer, something that hits just fantastically hard. And he does not care about how many times he goes in. He's got 7 defense. He's got the tools to deal with any sort of punishment from going in, but the pure aggression that he throws out is scary to deal with. And I can't imagine Cake was... I can't even imagine Cake was ready for that.
I mean, fantastic play
recovered
from Rain to extend those stocks. Cake is the first one to get taken down. I'm sure they were thinking, oh, he's already in the red. He's basically dead. Sedo finally cleans up the stock on the right side with that mine toss. And he picks up the double with the unarmed Sair. But it's just Rain. Rain has done a fantastic job extending these stocks.
Not as fantastic as Sedo so far. He is still on his 3rd stock. He's not going down anytime soon, it seems. He's still putting damage down to Addie Mestic and Rain. And Rain and Addie Mestic doing that thing that they did so well earlier. Just collapse and keep one player. Put all the pressure on one player and make it that much harder for them to react to everything. They did that to Sedo just now. They're now turning on Cake a little bit. But they're just barely behind in terms of damage. Sedo's still pretty fresh in his own stock.
Sedo, he's back. He's got the side sig, not enough to finish off Addie Mystic. Goes for a down sig. Rain's high in the sky. Sedo wants this gimp onto Addie, but Addie, he's just positioning so well. Gets a nice dare, pushes him away, but Sedo's already in position to try to edge guard Rain, but Rain gets past. Dare, Sedo goes to the right side. Rain doesn't have any movement, falls to his death. And despite the fact that Rain's done such a great job pushing stocks, he's the first one to be in his last stock, and Cake is right behind him.
Well, if Sedo takes any more damage, he's going to get taken out. He's already in the orange. It doesn't take too much more to get the damage build up there. But Addie Mystic throwing him off the side, and now they're shifting their focus, at least for a moment.
Stomp, side air.
Stomp. That's it for Addie Mystic. One stock left for both red team players. One stock all around, actually. Damage is just about even. If Cake's not careful enough, he might get taken out first.
Rain is the one in the red, though. Sedo, bounce pass, not going to go down. Rain using that soft platform as a little bit of coverage, but Cake gets underneath with the hammer recovery, and now Addie has to fight the 1v2 against Cake and Sedo. But he's just going for Cake. He knows Cake's the closest one to dead. He's going for it, but Cake, he gets into the shenanigans, but Sedo's not able to punish Addie for trying to push her. Sedo's not able to stop Addie from doing what he wants. Addie's ignoring Sedo and chasing after Cake.
Honestly, I'd love to see Addie Mystic go back to hammer and just position himself, use that shenanigan zone to the best of his ability, because in my opinion, one of the most dangerous positions in that game is being in one of the verticals of a hammer. And a solid recovery could just take Sedo down immediately if he had that opportunity. But Addie Mystic did find the kill with the sword on the Cake.
Weapon tosses, bomb toss,
the
bounce.
load has been lightened just a little.
This is risky. Sedo's going unarmed onto the sword play. Gets a nice gravity cancel down sig, pushes Addie away, but that's not really gonna kill, except for maybe if Addie had 100 more damage. Down sig, not gonna connect. Addie able to use that in there. Addie's been doing a great job here in this 1v2. I guess he's recognized that Sedo hasn't really been able to put pressure behind him, so he was able to kind of run all over Cake. Downlight side air. Addie could do this.
He's playing so well right now, but the Sedo saw his opportunity. He went right in with that down air, and that is all it took. Addie Mystic already had a huge amount of damage built up onto himself, so there's not much you can do when you get a solid hit taken to the face. The damage is high enough, and you just have to deal with it. Now, that's the first game going down. Cake dealt 700 damage. Addie Mystic, just about 700 damage as well. Rain, really looking low on the damage, though. 373 damage total. That's extremely low for Rain. He needs to find out what's going on and fix that problem. If there's a leak in skill somewhere, he needs to patch it up immediately.
There's a pipe that needs adjusting. They need to call a plumber. Rain and Addie, they're thinking about it though. They're taking their time, trying to really hone in what went wrong. They are thinking about it, and I think Rain is maybe he's gonna reset his game client. Not sure. Maybe he had a little bit of lag, but I like that they're not just immediately jumping into it and being like, okay, we'll just nair more, or we'll just not hit each other as much. I don't know. If they really think about what they need to do, really hone in on, okay, here's where we went wrong, here's where we messed up, they can close it out. It was close. Addie was very close to winning that 1v2.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, he had it in the bag up until that last moment. Right before then, he was setting up like throw baits to try to get a stun in one point or another. He had great coverage with the hammer. He tossed the hammer up, picked up a sword, covered the bottom portion. If Sedo had gotten tapped by that hammer, things could have been very different. He was playing fantastically, but as soon as things went off that ledge, he lost his positioning for a split second, and Sedo took the advantage right out from under him. It only took one down air. He had enough damage that killed, and that was it.
And with that fantastic play, we're going to be continuing on. And once again, the Grumpy Temple game of chicken was there, but nobody fell for it. I think they're going back to Thunder Guard. It is going to be Sedo and Cake versus Addie and Rain here in game 2. And Sedo and Cake, they took down the top seed, and they're not done yet. They're going to be continuing on to fight, to try to take down these Reason Boys in Addie and Rain.
They're going to do their best to do just that. But what I want to see from Rain is just, I think he needs to play just a tiny bit more conservative because he was taking too much punishment in the last game and not dealing enough damage back. And right now, he's just taking even more punishment. Sedo throwing down the gauntlet damage. That's something that is not completely unexpected, but...
Ooh, nice side stick from Addie, though. Sedo kind of had the hone in on Rain, and I think Addie knew it. He went over to help out his teammate, and now we're seeing Addie kind of just try to push Sedo out. Addie's kind of been the one controlling the pace, whereas Rain's trying to put out damage, trying to find his footing, and they've essentially switched targets. Rain's going for Cake. Oh, they're mixing it up again. Rain's now trying to fight out Sedo, but it's been a little bit of the double 1v1 with some follow-ups from Addie and Rain, just rotating between each other. As Sedo gets the Nair Gimp onto Rain, high in the sky. Addie's in the shenanigans. Cake gets one weapon toss, goes deep.
Ooh, good readout from Adam Mestic. He got the side air, read it out right there as, yeah, there was nothing he had. He was already in the air before he went for that ground pound. And as soon as the ground pound came out, he missed it. He had one jump. He had to use his dodge to keep from just dying against that wall, and that was it. As soon as that happened, he was done. And Addy Mestic now trying to get back, trying to assist out Rain here. But he keeps getting thrown all over the place.
Oh, nice side sig.
Takes the side sig
Team double
to the face. They're going to have to bring something together here because Addy Mestic and Rain are looking just a little bit behind where Sedo and Cake are.
Well, Sedo is in the red. They could even it up. Rain's looking for it. Went for the speed dodge recovery. Couldn't quite pick it up. Sedo was able to dodge out in time. But this is not over by any stretch of the imagination as Rain is fishing for dares and recoveries onto both Sedo and Cake. Cake goes into the shenanigans, goes to the outside. Sedo able to stare Addie away. Cake is still dodging around, wants to hold on to this stock for as long as humanly possible.
Well, they're going to try to. Rain is having a hard time using the hammer right now against Sedo, and I guess with the way that Rain and Addy Mestic have been swapping targets, it's probably a good thing that they do it so often. But, Addy Mestic gets ground pounded, and Sedo just takes the opportunity.
He got sniped by the sword toss from Cake. It just goes straight through, sends Addie down in the shenanigans, and Sedo's there. Immediately follows up with a fantastic ground pound. Sedo's in the shenanigans. He's okay. I thought he missed the Sarah and was dead, but he gets caught by the neutral light. That's gonna kill. Top of the map. Ground pound. Addie gets the double, and the stocks have been evened up.
All it takes is Addy Mestic and Rain building up a little bit of that damage back onto Cake and Sedo. It won't take too much. I mean, they have the weapons for it. They have the positioning to get them both collapsed in between the two of them. Start a black hole combo. You can do it with a hammer and a sword. Just side light on hammer, neutral light on sword. Continue to do that back and forth, and you've got a black hole. I'm pretty sure that's what Stephen Hawking said when he gave a lecture about black holes sometime.
I think yeah, that was in his most recent dissertation. As Cake gets taken down by the side stick, Sedo now has to fight the 1v2. Rain, doing a fantastic job, was not immediately taken down. He extended his stocks long enough that Addie everyone's in the red.
Honestly, he just did a much better job at dealing damage this time around. I don't know if it was just him getting punished or if it was him failing to take good use of his aggression, but overall, he did a much better job this time around, and it showed. Addy Mestic and
nice!
Rain
Gravity cancel, downlight into a ground pound. Sedo, he's evened it up, ground pound. Sedo is the person who Rain has had the most trouble fighting against in these sets, and Sedo has potential to take down Rain. He's got the weapon spacing.
That was very close.
Oh, that was close.
I can't.
Oh! Weapon control.
Rain is just very loosely holding on to the reins, and Pedrao has the advantage right here. He has the momentum. He has the positioning. Everything that could be going right for him right now is...
Oh! He's fine. He's fine. It's fine.
It's happening.
Ooh, but now he's got to respect the hammer play from Rain, and he knows it. We're seeing him start going into the shenanigans. Rain doesn't want to make a mistake, goes for a speed dodge Sair. Sedo picks up the Sair, and that is it. Sedo and Cake continue on. They took down the top seed, and they took down the Reason team of Rain and Addie Mystic. These guys are turning up huge.
That was insane. The way that started out with Sedo getting the gravity cancel slide kick into the ground pound, that was just unbelievable to watch. Something you don't see very often is someone with the what's the word? I have it right in my head.
Magic.
Sure, the magic. We'll go with that. The magic to pull out a combo such as that in midair. I know whenever I pull out those, when I try to pull out those combos with a slide kick in the middle of the air, I just press it too fast and I just end up going straight into a dare right afterwards. But Sedo with that fantastic pull, just the opportunity to take Addie Mystic out in that moment, single-handedly won them the game in that right there. Rain,
it's great presence of mind, just solid play. Just there are not enough words to describe how well Sedo played that 2v1 to pick up the gravity cancel downline, like you're saying, that the ground pound follow-up, cleans it up, and then spaces it out, doesn't get overexcited, overeager to finish it out, waits it out, respects the hammer play, and gets in and finishes it off. And they end up closing it out 2-0 over Reason, Addie, and Reason Rain.
I honestly thought we were going to see it go into game 3, but right after that, if I am going to be severely disappointed if Cake and Sedo don't make it to the grand finals, because they have been playing so well. So well.
Well, we are going to be seeing which one of the we're going to be seeing who will be fighting them in the winners finals, as we are watching Zelox and Spirit Wolf versus Effie and Lance, and Zelox is not playing Ember. What is this pick? We've seen him play Roland before. It's kind of the old main, right? That was the closed beta style play. Since then, he's almost 100% played Ember. Now he's switching back to the Roland. Sure, it's 2v2, so the defense is helpful, but is there more behind this Roland pick?
Honestly, I'm actually not that surprised. And here's why.
Why?
I wasn't expecting that. Zelox, I mean, as an old Roland main, he knows Lance and Sword very well. And going into a matchup against Lance and Effie, having a Lance, something with longer hitboxes, especially something like Sword as well, something that he can use to sort of play a little bit more defensively, especially since Effie and Lance are probably going to be extremely aggressive against them. It'll allow him to take a little bit more punishment. It'll allow him to punish things back a little bit easier. It all depends on how he uses it, though. I know this is his pocket pick for most situations, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Right now, he is just now picking up his first weapon, about 20 seconds into the game, and he's taken quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of punishment. I believe he's got the most damage of anyone. Spirit Wolf might be just behind him, as they're both close to dead. And Effie, once again, fantastic team play. Lands is high in the sky. Effie is in position, and a ground pound onto Spirit Wolf. Follow-ups. The double Sair. What? Effie got a sword Sair, and Lands picked it up on the tail end of that sword Sair with the hammer Sair. These guys are they're in each other's brains. This is like some anime robots brain touching thing going on right now.
I don't want to think about that. That's
Ghost in the
that
Shell?
sounds gross. Brains touching? Ew. Anyway, one thing that can be said is it's debatable on whether or not Zelox's pick of Roland right here was a good one. He hasn't been doing too much with it, but he has certainly been surviving for quite a long time. And in terms of how well you can be doing in a match like a 2v2, surviving is one of the biggest things that you can do, and he's been doing a great job of that because of that 8 defense. He got the neutral sig off with the sword earlier. Oh, that ground pound from Lance. And
he held it. There's no doubt in my mind Lance was thinking, I'm going to go for Zelox with his ground pound. And then he goes through and he's like, oh, hey, look, there's a Spirit Wolf down here. Maybe I should just hold it for a little bit longer, as Lance is still on his first stock. Zelox and Spirit Wolf are on their last, and Zelox, sure, he's got 8 defense to his name, but 8 defense doesn't matter when you're on your last stock against your opponents, who are both on their second, by the way.
I mean, what happens when you play a Lance character against the Lance main himself? You're gonna get punished. The Lance god is going to smite you, and that is what is happening right now. He is just, but Zelox and Spirit Wolf almost got the black hole right there on both Effie and Lance.
They got some decent damage on Lance off the black hole. Not the worst.
It could have turned out better. They didn't quite have the positioning that they needed to get it to work, but it had the bearings of the start of a black hole.
It had the spirit, you know. It was like a star that was imploding. But the recoveries from Lance, he's still going. Side airs will actually goes to the other side of the map, and they kept the juggle. He has yet to touch ground. There he goes. Charges up the side heavy, but he just charged up his own. Even if that clashed, it would have worked out in Effie's favor.
That's a Falcon punch right there, if I have ever seen one. He charged it up, he let it rip, and it exploded. Beyblades?
Beyblades, let it rip. And that is just solid, solid play from Effie and Lance. Just I cannot overstate how fantastic the teamwork of Effie and Lance has been. They have absolutely controlled every single game, and we're seeing Zelox. He's like, okay, clearly defense didn't work. Clearly, I need to just go back to the comfort pit, go to the Ember, and just try not to get hit.
Well, you know, that's the name of the game when you're playing a 3 defense character. The biggest thing you can do is to not get hit. Not as much deal damage, but you just don't want to take any. I mean, on Roland, that's 8 defense. You don't take very much damage with that high amount of defense. So you can take the punishment. You can play a little bit more reckless in the middle of 2 opponents. You just don't want to get black hole, of course, because then you're going to get back up to maximum damage threshold, and you don't want that. Nobody wants that. But Zelox is going to have to change the way he plays now for more than just that reason. Now he's also got 2 completely different weapons, and it's not like he's not familiar with them. We'll just have to see how this swap works.
Well, he's got the comfortability. He just needs to pick up the weapon. There's the weapon pickup. He's got the bow in hand, and well, he's started out putting out damage. He hasn't really taken too much. Just that neutralite from Lance starting off. So obviously, he's just that little bit of comfortability is going to help him maneuver around the map.
And right now, he's got the bow. It's nothing is really coming from it though. The coordination between Lance and Effie is just on point. They're swapping well, right as I say that, he hits him with a neutral air, but they're swapping targets. They're dealing good damage, and they're following up on what their teammates do in such a great manner. Ooh. I don't think we've seen really any other teams that have done quite as good a job as they have so far in terms of team coordination.
Great interrupt, side airs his teammate, but he had the thought in mind. Spirit Wolf is close to dead. He could have done it.
That's a 50-50 right there. He had the stomp, and there were 2 targets in his vicinity. One managed to get out, and unfortunately it was his opponent, Spirit Wolf. He's just got to take it in stride and keep pushing.
But
right now,
Zelox's done a great job of not really taking a whole lot of damage.
Lance with the snipe. Oh my gosh. Spirit Wolf threw his guitars at just the right moment. Because of that, he's still alive. And Spirit Wolf is just trying to figure out a way to get back. Lance couldn't get that edge guard back. Spirit Wolf has no options for getting back. And there he is. He just gets knocked out straight up. That is the pure pressure of Effie and Lands right now. Spirit Wolf couldn't even make it back, and even when he did, he got taken out.
But there is worth mentioning, Effie is the one in the red. He is the one who is closest to death. Zelox has done a great job of not really taking a whole lot of damage. Sure, he's playing 3 defense, but he's playing with that defense adjustment in mind to recognize that he needs to avoid as much damage as possible as Spirit Wolf gets taken down.
And Effie is extending his stock fantastically, and Lands is covering his options. He's trying to get back. He lost his Lance. He's got a new one, and Effie covered his recovery back to the stage very well. But it was still a risky position for him because, as we mentioned, he's still in the red. He can still get taken out very easily in the wrong situation, and Zelox is looking for it. He's also in the red, and he's having a tough time holding a footing or just anywhere on this map.
Ooh, but the recovery from Spirit Wolf is gonna take down Effie. It took him so long to take down Effie. Lands and Zelox, both in the red, are gonna be close to take it. They're gonna be the next closest to death, but the simple fact that Effie just didn't die for so long is the reason why it is still such a close game, as Lands picks up the side sig and the ground pound will take down Spirit Wolf, and Lands and Effie are looking to take it out 2-0.
Well, they're going to try, but Zelox isn't out just yet. Oh, but they started the black hole. Here it goes. They're looking for the finisher. They need to get the damage a little higher, but I guess they don't. They get the signature. The huge force out of the side signature from Val is going to finish it off. Zelox and Spirit Wolf going down. Effie and Lands taking the W.
And just
moving on.
Clean, solid teamwork from Effie and Lands. That is going to be game 2 going their way. And with that, I believe that is our upper semis, and we are going to be going down to the lower bracket to catch up with what's going on. Let me see.
We see Daiku. So we might see Daiku and Dobrin one more time at the very least. And
let's take a look at the bracket. Let's do that. How about that?
Yeah, let's take a quick peekaroo at the bracket on the side.
So we're seeing Dobrin and Daiku. They are going to be going up against. I believe we're waiting for the admins to update it, but I believe they're going to be going up against Zelox and Spirit Wolf. Yes, there they are. Zelox and Spirit Wolf should be coming in shortly. We're going to be seeing Dobrin and Daiku versus Zelox and Spirit Wolf.
So this is going to be an interesting matchup. We know Daiku is going to probably bring out Jala. We know Dobrin will likely pick out either Koji. We might even see him pick Ragnar again, which would be interesting because we haven't seen Ragnar too much. And we know likely who exactly who Spirit Wolf and Zelox are going to pick. So what do you think about the matchup that is coming up in just a moment?
Oh, well, normally I think Axe it has the advantage, right, over Qatar's. You can kind of outspace it. The dare really the downlight on Axe helps punish those approaches, and when you're playing Ragnar, when you're playing Jala, you've both got axes. They both have that punish potential, but it's Zelox. I'm sure Zelox has played against his fair share of axe players. He's gonna know how to make the approaches, and it's highly possible that he'll just go straight into the Roland again. The Roland didn't not work. It did okay. It wasn't the worst in the world, but it also didn't dominate, I guess. You know,
it might not have been the right pick for the right situation. I mean, he's going against Lance, arguably the best Lance player like ever. And if there's anybody who knows about how Lance works, it's definitely him. So bringing out a Lance against him is a risky move. It can work, obviously, because it's probably done so in the past. Whether or not it was the right situation, he didn't quite use the Roland pick to the best of his advantage, but it didn't allow him to take too much damage. So on that note, it was a positive pick. If he brings it out again, it could turn out to be a solid pick here. We'll just have to find out what he decides to do. One hand, he's got Ember. One hand, he's got Roland. Two very, very different picks, but he knows how to play them both very well. It all depends on how he brings them to the table.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. The Roland pick, he didn't really extend the stocks. Honestly, he was kind of even with Spirit Wolf. He was going 1-1 every time Spirit Wolf got taken down. He wasn't too far behind. 8 defense is nice, but if you were still getting taken down at the same speed as a 5 defense, you know.
Well, sometimes some things just can't be helped, and in that situation, Effie and Lands just had phenomenal teamwork. Not much more can be said about what they did because they played so well. And in the end, the teamwork overcame any kind of statistical or character picks that Spirit Wolf and Zelox decided to go with. And we're still waiting on both of them to jump back in the lobby, but Dobrin, I don't know if this is just a
bait.
teaser pick.
It's a bait.
It could be a bait. But he is he's just teasing the Ragnar, the guitar axe character. Oh no,
it's a bait. It's a bait. Don't even.
I would actually love to see
no reaction needed because it's all a bait.
I know Sparky doesn't like it. I know he is firmly against the Ulgrim pick, but me personally, I love it. I love seeing the Ulgrim come out because we never ever get to see it.
It's got potential in a 2v2 situation. I don't think Dobrin's going to be picking it just because I mean, I think he's just kind of trying out other things. I'd like to see the Ragnar. We really haven't seen a lot of success coming out of Ragnar so far. I'm not sure if it's just players not fully understanding Ragnar in that 2v2 setting. But it hasn't really been great so far, you know?
It's hard to tell. I mean, up to this point, most players have likely been practicing Ragnar either in training mode in a 1v1 because, I mean, you can't really do 2v2 in training mode. And other than that, I mean, it's mostly practicing in either the new experimental 1v1, which is what I've been doing pretty much exclusively, and anyone else playing him probably only in ranked. I mean, there's one thing about you personally knowing the frame data and how the attacks work for Ragnar, but if your partner doesn't and doesn't know quite how to work around that, that could cause issues. So it's probably best that we're seeing Dobrin go to his Koji pick. Maybe after Ragnar has had some time to mature, we can see him picked more often in tournaments, but I think it might be a little bit too early now.
Yeah, I think you're right. It needs a little bit more time to grow and kind of gestate and wait for the dragon to be hatched from the egg. As it is right now, he is still relatively new. You know, only about 4 days of potential play time. So it is going to be interesting to see what happens. We are going to be seeing Dobrin and Daiku. Here it is. It's going to be Koji and Jala versus Ember and Asuri on Zelox 3 and Spirit Wolf.
And I think what we're going to be seeing here, it's either going to go to Mammoth Fortress or I don't think it's going to go to Great Hall. Great Hall has a lot of great combo opportunities, but the way that the map is shaped, neither one of those maps. I'm usually really good at the map picks. I feel bad about that now. Anyway, we see it going here. Blackguard keep, the moving platforms on the side, always great for finding those saves, but it looks like Dobrin isn't going to find the weapon steal, and now Daiku just starting to position.
Ooh, but Dobrin gets a nice dare onto 2 people. Zelox and Spirit Wolf they're looking to just take down Dobrin. It seems like that's been the general strategy against Dobrin and Daiku is just go for Dobrin and then fight Daiku in the 1v2. Sure, Daiku's pretty powerful in the 1v2, but still fighting one Daiku is better than fighting Dobrin and Daiku.
I think fighting more than one Dobrin or Daiku would be even worse, but playing these two together is definitely, you're dealing with a powerhouse. Zelox and Spirit Wolf know that, so they're playing. Zelox seems like he's playing carefully, but it's not going to be enough. The side sig, such an explosive force. It's the power of the dragon. I mean, on one hand you have Ragnar, but That berserker power coming out of Jala, that's dragon power right there. We know how that is.
Ooh, and Daiku gets a nice ground pound onto Spirit Wolf, and they've got such a huge lead. Daiku not even orange. Dobrin just a little bit orange, not even close to red.
They have been playing their stock so fantastically. I mean, look at that. They're already building the damage back up on Spirit Wolf and Zelox to the point where the damage might even get to the point where it's even again, even though they're a stock down. That would be just insane on their part to bring that back.
Ooh, and a nice down sig. They extended the range of that. Ends up catching Daiku and not Spirit Wolf. Oh, but Spirit Wolf doesn't have enough jumps. Gets taken down. Zelox and Spirit Wolf are still behind 2 stocks. It is an uphill battle.
That is for sure. It is certain that Spirit Wolf and Zelox are climbing up this hill with weights on their backs, but if they make it out of this, they're definitely going to be stronger for it. Right now, they're just having so much trouble dealing with the Dobrin Daiku combos. And, oh, there goes Dobrin, the recovery from Zelox, catching him. And just like an arrow would, just fires him off into space.
Woo, but a side air from Daiku will take down Zelox again. And he's not done yet, looking for the gimp onto Spirit Wolf. Nice recovery from Spirit Wolf to get through. He's got no weapons. Zelox wants to help him out with the bomb toss, but Spirit Wolf is in so much trouble. He's done.
That's it. It's a 1v2. It's 4 stocks to 1. Not saying it's impossible, but the situation is looking grim. Looking very, very grim indeed.
Oh, looking old grim?
I wish, but no, Grim's not in this game.
He is not. It is still a Koji and Jala versus Zelox on that Ember. Zelox is dodging around. He's doing a great job of not really taking damage. As I say that, he takes a nair, a dare, and a weapon toss, but he hasn't been able to put out damage. And Dobrin with a fantastic follow-up in position to get the dare.
And that's it. That's the first game of this matchup going down the way of Dobrin Daiku. A much better showing than what we saw before, I think. I mean, they both only died once. That's pretty good. If they can continue that through the rest of the tournament, they might be able to take first place.
You saw the attempt, the kind of thought process of go for Dobrin. They got Dobrin pretty damaged, but when you're honing in and focusing on one target, that means that the other target gets to run around, and Daiku just ran all over them. just completely pushed Zelox and Spirit Wolf around, and then Dobrin still hadn't gotten taken down yet, and we saw that Dobrin was actually the last one to lose his first stock.
I think because they let Daiku run rampant, he got the first 3 kills. I think that's what it was. First 2 or 3. One of those. But right now, I think they're sicking Spirit Wolf on him. Zelox's got 2 wolf pets. Well, he's not playing Ember right now, so I guess there's only 1. But Spirit Wolf going crazy, chasing Daiku all over the place. It looks like they're playing man-to-man defense right now. But Dobrin is just all over the place.
And it seems like Zelox, he came in here saying like, oh, you're going to play Koji? I can show you why Koji is broken and why you won. And it's kind of working. Dobrin and Daiku are the first ones to get knocked into the red. Zelox needs to finish off a stock, or, Spirit Wolf needs to finish off a stock. You're seeing Zelox start throwing out those signatures. But the adjust, just the simple switch to the Koji, that 8 dexterity, it helped him out until Spirit Wolf got taken down.
I mean, they still got somewhat of an advantage. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe they don't.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a misstep. That's a huge misstep. The mine was sitting there. I don't think he did. I think he kind of focused anywhere other than the mine. He landed on it, and I don't think he expected that in the slightest. But Dobrin got taken out now. Zelox still in his 3rd stock, his 1st stock, whatever you want to call it. He's still got full stocks, still in the red, but he is still playing all over Daiku and Dobrin. Almost got the gip. Spirit Wolf is there to follow it up.
Oh! No, miscommunication works out. Daiku gets taken down. I was gonna say for a second that Zelox was the one who was fishing for the side sig, and usually that's option coverage, right? Zelox throws out the side sig, Spirit Wolf covers the other options, but he nared his teammate, kills Zelox, but it ended up working out. Daiku is on his final stock. A Spirit Wolf is looking for the give. Zelox follows up. Daiku makes it past. Zelox is the one who gets taken down by the gravity cancel neutral from Spirit Wolf.
It was so close to a Z. He used his jumps, his recovery. He had to use his dodge to manage to tap that stage again. But the lead, it's tied up. It's just, if only Daiku was a little bit more conservative going in. I mean, okay, maybe for him, going in is like the ideal situation. He knows about how to aggress onto opponents. But right now, he's taken so much damage and it's costing him. If he goes down, Dobrin's forced into a 2v1, and he's almost in red. That means just anything big from Spirit Wolf or Zelox in a situation like that could just immediately flip the script, take things the wrong way, and they could lose so much. They almost dodged into that bomb. That would have been a double kill.
Dobrin and Daiku are both in the red. A double kill would be fantastic for Spirit Wolf and Zelox, as just the simple fact that, once again, Daiku is very good at extending stocks. Better than arguably Zelox, who once again is also really good at extending stocks, especially when he's on that Ember. But he just ground pounded his teammate. That's death. Zelox
I don't think he
in
expected
trouble.
that. I don't think he expected that in the slightest. Spirit Wolf kind of got thrown into that, and they paid the price.
Woo!
There's the side air. That's 2-0.
Woo! That side air killed from the right side of the stage ends up sending him to the left side of the kill box, and woo! That was a lot of damage. I mean, that's a lot of damage.
Total of 920 damage built up between Daiku and Dobrin. 919 if you want to be really specific, but round it up one. I mean, overall, you got to look at right there. The Zelox dealt less than 300 damage. 289 damage dealt. We saw something very similar earlier on his roll-in game, where I think it was just between 300 and 400. Not a lot of damage dealt. That's the biggest issue in that fight. It was very close, but honestly, if Zelox could have built back that damage gap between him and Spirit Wolf, I think we would have seen a much different game.
Yeah, it started off strong. It really did. They had the huge health advantage early on, and I don't know if it was necessarily Zelox who didn't carry his own weight of damage, but there was a little bit of a faltering there, especially towards the end. Just the simple lack of killability onto Daiku. Dobrin had 2 stocks. There was a point where he was in the yellow on his second stock. Everybody else was on their last stock. It was just a lack of kill efficiency that ended up holding back the team of Zelox and Spirit Wolf.
All right, but we are going to see things kicking off right now between TB and Multimum, a team we haven't actually seen play so far.
Yeah, that is interesting.
I mean, this is a team featuring the regional EU qualifier. So we haven't seen him play at all so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how he brings, what they bring to the table here.
It is interesting to see them here at this point. I mean, we didn't even see them in, I believe it was semis, or no, quarters, where they just had gotten taken down already. It is interesting to see them now here in the lower, I believe this is lower quarters. Yeah, this is them going up against Addie and Rain. What do you expect from Multimum and TB?
It's hard to say. I haven't seen them really play in a long time, but I know Multimum is a fantastic Sentinel player. Even through all the nerfs that Sentinel has had over the past few weeks, he's still a strong character overall. And Multimum, I assume we're going to see him pulling out the best that we can see him pull out, especially in a 2v2, which is so different. But there's the
nice
kill right off the bat onto Addie Mestic.
There's great patience from Multimum to wait it out, wait for all of Addie to burn all of his options, and just pick it up with a clean ground pound.
That's all you need sometimes is just something simple. And there's Multimum with the side sig. Can't get any more simple than that. Just turn, press the button, and let it rip. Beyblade.
Well, we're seeing Rain kind of play the Beyblade's part as he's running around. That is about 4 nairs that he's just thrown out. There's another nair. Rain is playing, he's playing the Naircopter as TB makes it back, goes for the counter. Gimp went a little deep, and he makes it back safely. Rain not able to punish the recovery.
He almost Z'd. He very nearly Z'd himself. That sounds kind of wrong. But the Z was almost there. He managed to make it back, and now he's still alive. He's still got 3 stocks.
Ooh.
And the ground pound, that force launch. Oh my God!
That's
TB had
flying.
Did TB have like 600 damage built up, or what?
It was something absurd. TB is trying to keep that pressure going. He's taking next to no damage. He's the one here with the yellow health on his second stock as Addie gets taken down. Rain gets a nice recovery onto Multimum. And the nair from TB cleans it up, and just TB alone is holding down the fort for Multimum. Not to discount what Multimum's doing, but TB's the one keeping them in the lead.
He's still in his second stock. Nobody else is at the point where he is at right now. He has just played so fantastically so far that if by some means TB was forced into a 2v1 against Multimum or against Addie, Messick, and Rain, I think he'd be able to take it out. I think he'd be able to do it because he is playing so well right now.
Nice side sig from Multimum.
Multimum is just confirming almost every kill in this match. I think he's at 4 or 5.
I mean, with side sigs like that, it's hard not to be the kill confirmer. Whereas TB, he's got to go for something a little bit more difficult. A downlight sider. That's more buttons to press than just side and heavy.
Well, they did it. Oh, they're going right into the next match.
All right. I guess Addie and Rain knew exactly what they needed to do. They've switched it up. I don't know. What do you think they need to do to adjust? Is it simply Addie not playing Wushang and going to the Bodvar?
I don't know. I kind of like the Wushang pick. Spear is a strong weapon in a 2v2, and gauntlets have a place. Especially in a 2v2, they do have their place. People might, I don't know. Some people might argue that they don't because the ranges are too low and you can't really hit.
Oh, it's in the first 10 seconds. It is in the first 10 seconds. I believe we are going to be going back to this. Might be an issue with the map or maybe connection issues, but we'll be coming back to this. That is going to be a reset.
I'm gonna call it a connection issue because
I mean he just kind of walked off, right?
Yeah, the way the connection issue works is if you like freeze up or DC right at the moment where the DC happens and you're pressing a movement direction, it's just gonna hold it down and you're gonna run off. And I think that's what happened.
Looks like we are gonna be resetting it. Addie is back in. And we should be going back into game 2 in just a little bit. It is gonna be Addie on that Bodvar, Rain on the Sentinel, Multimum on a Sentinel of his own, and TB on the Koji.
Yeah, and honestly, TB did so fantastic on Koji last game. I don't expect anything different out of this game. Addie Messick switching up to Bodvar, probably a good pick. I really like the Wushang pick, but if it's not working, gotta swap it up. You gotta swap it up.
I mean, Addie's he's just had more success with the Bodvar. I don't know why he even tried the Wushang when he's basically been playing Bodvar for the entirety of this tournament.
He did pull out Wushang earlier, and if I remember correctly, it did work out. It did work out, I think. But I've seen him practice a lot of Wushang in the past. I'd like to see it work.
Well,
but you know,
at this point, I don't think it's time to mess around with it. We're seeing him going into the Bodvar. He gets caught by a side air. He is going to get taken down. Rain not too far behind him in the red. TB and Multimum just a little bit on the tail end of orange right now, as Addie wants to finish off this stock of TB.
He's going to have his work cut out for him, but there it is. It's the neutral air. The neutral air getting the giant hit onto TB, and that's all it's going to take. Rain and Multimum, though, are both deep in it, and Multimum almost gets taken out.
Trades out, and Multimum's still alive.
The point-blank bombs don't do as much damage as
and
they
he
used
picks
to.
up a ground pound.
That was unexpected.
Survives the bomb toss, goes to the wall, sees the opportunity. Rain's trying to recover because TB knocks him off the map, and he just goes, oh, I'm here. Might as well throw out a little ground pound. The stocks have just been evened up, but there's still a health advantage to TB as TB gets knocked around. The follow-up from Addie, the side air. TB's going to survive for a little while, but that was a lot of damage.
That was a mini black hole on the side. I mean, they were floating in the air, and they still managed to pull out a black hole. Look at this.
And
they're pulling black holes out of nothing. I guess that makes sense because black holes essentially just appear from the collapse of something massive like a Multimum TB team, but
and the signatures from Multimum are going to result in a double K. Oh, Multimum and TB are up 2 stocks each to their opponent's 1 stock, and they're looking strong.
No, they're definitely looking very strong right now. But both of them deep in the red right now. Addie Mystic trying to get the finisher, but he's not gonna find it. The dodge through to get back onto the platform, and Multimum looking for the signature move to get the kill.
Nice
TB finding his way
recovery.
back to the stage, while Multimum unfortunately finds his fall.
Oh, and the weapon toss from Addie cleans it up. I like Rain's been following up off of Addie's hammer play. We're seeing Addie go for neutral lights. Ooh, he just got dared by his teammate. But he had concepts in mind. I think Rain had potential for more follow-ups. You know, he was throwing out nairs where he could have maybe thrown out a Qatar recovery or something a little bit more damaging. I'm not sure if there was a bigger combo in mind off the nair. But Multimum just immediately comes over, picks up the side sig. And that is going to be 2-0 going the way of Multimum and TB. And we are going to be going on to lower semis.
And that we are. We are going to be seeing, I think this time we're going to be seeing Dobrin and Daiku go against Zelox and Spirit Wolf. I think they had the option to go first in terms of lower bracket semis. But this time around, we were just going to... They wanted to defer their game to go second after the Multimum TB game, so I think that's what we were seeing here.
I thought we watched the Dobrin Daiku versus Zelox and Spirit Wolf game.
We did, didn't we? What am I thinking of right now? Where am I?
I don't.
Is this Brawlhalla? This is Brawlhalla.
I was listening to you, and like there was a moment there where I was like, I swear we saw it, but am I hallucinating? Like, did I just like forget?
If I do that, just stop me. Because it's getting to the point where I haven't eaten anything today, and I am really hungry, and I'm out of water.
We've still got plenty more games to go. This is only the lower semis. This is going to be the last best of 3 before we go to the best of 5s. Dobrin and Daiku, the top seed, are fighting Multimum and TB. I believe they are the 2nd seed coming into this. No, they're the 4th seed. Excuse me. They are the 4th seed coming into this. This is the last chance for Dobrin and Daiku to continue on. This is going to be a best of 3, and we're not seeing Dobrin play the Ragnar.
That is the downside to... I mean, that's the downside to being in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, they did lose earlier to Cake and Sedo. And that's just the punishment that they get for being in the lower bracket. But the only thing that you can do from winning is to go up. And that's the whole thing. That's the whole focus of their play now, is just do as best as you can. Get to that grand final. They're so close. All it will take is for them to win just a few more games, just a few more matches, and they'll make it there.
There is nowhere to go but up, like you were saying. It is going to be Dobrin and Daiku. They are struggling with map banning. I'm not sure what's going on.
Daiku needs to... I won't say it. There's something he needed to take care of. He'll be right back shortly, though. So as soon as they're done, they'll get. I'm sure they'll get the map. I'm sure they'll get the map picked out and ready. Just a moment. I'm just excited to see how both of these teams bring it in, because Multimum and TB, they played very well in the last game. Dobrin and Daiku took it down against Zelox and Spirit Wolf. They looked much better than they did earlier. And honestly, I think it's going to be extremely close. We know the picks that are coming out of Daiku and Dobrin. I mean, we know Multimum's likely going to be picking Sentinel again. The map is the only thing in question, really. It's going to be coming down to the map pick, how that affects their teamwork, the team styles, which team will be able to bring out any black holes, if any at all. It's going to be an interesting thing to watch.
What map do you think Multimum and TB should be looking for? Because to a degree, I want to say Dobrin and Daiku, obviously, as first seed, they're kind of the quote-unquote favorites of this set. What map will Multimum and TB kind of be leaning towards that will give them the advantage?
It's hard to say. There's all the maps can kind of favor each team. There's 3 sword characters. Multimum's got katars, 1 hammer. There's 2 bows. Both team has one. It goes either way when you're looking at what they want. Honestly, when I was thinking about it earlier, I was thinking either something flat and something that benefits. It's not really favored for one side, because there's not really anything you can pick to only benefit katars, because then the TB gets a little gimped. But then again, it's all about the map pick here. Mammoth Fortress, I think, is the only choice.
It's just a nice little comfort pick for a lot of players. And here we are. It is going to be game 1 of the lower semis. It's going to be Dobrin and Daiku versus TB and Multimum. And Enix Daiku is starting it off in a big way, keeping TB in the sky. More nairs come out.
Daiku, I think in 3 separate moments, he very nearly sky gimped TB. Just he kept him floating for the longest time, and I don't know if there's a record for that, but he very nearly might have taken it. Dobrin now trying to deal a little bit of damage onto Multimum. It's difficult to do that with unarmed against katars, and TB is gonna find the kill on Dobrin on the side. He's gonna swap positions with Multimum for just the right moment to get that kill, but
TB is going to take 1 stock. Multimum picks up the other, and it is going to be TB and Multimum with the stock advantage over Dobrin and Daiku. They're both close to the red. They're close to death, but they need to get the kills. That nair is not going to be enough. That side sig will do it. Downlight side air will do it, and Daiku gets the double, but somehow in the middle of all that, Dobrin's already knocked into the orange.
It'll all depend on how he extends this stock. If he can make good work of it, if he can deal some damage, survive for a long time, stay out of the sights of both Multiger, that's not good. He needed to extend that much longer than he did. That is going to cost them so much.
I agree. Dobrin needed to extend that stock for a while. Daiku is trying to make up for it, trying to keep his team even by taking down Multimum, but TB with this edge guard is making it very difficult for Daiku to do anything. He gets back up, gets past, and a downlight side air should take down Multimum. Yes, that'll do it.
I don't know if that's enough to bring things back. Dobrin hasn't been taking much damage. He's been playing a little bit more careful since he hit his last stock, but overall, Dobrin and Daiku aren't looking terribly good right now against Multimum and TB.
Well, they're not looking
a lot of
dominant as Daiku just mined himself. I like what Dobrin was doing there on his last stock. Towards the edge guard, he kind of just covered an option, covered a position. I think Dobrin's just kind of better off doing that. Not that he's really struggling in 1v1s per se, but just by controlling space, it lets Daiku do more.
Well, there's something to be said about 1v1ing in a 2v2 situation. I mean, both players are up. They can swap in between each other. You can't really keep track of their damage as easily when they swap either. So you can't shift your attack strategy around how much damage they have built, because you don't know necessarily without looking how much damage your opponent has on them. And if you look, you run the risk of, losing your focus and taking a hit from anywhere. There's 3 sources of damage, or 3 sources where damage can come out of. And you always have to be careful. Oh, but they find the black hole!
That is it! He's gonna get down! That will clean it up. The down sig from Daiku Enix will close it out. I was gonna say, the whole time you were talking, TB was doing a great job of floating and avoiding getting punished in any major way, but a simple pick up into the neutral lights and he immediately gets deleted.
That's all it takes. Just a good black hole at the right time. You can close a damage gap in a second or 2. And that's all it takes. That's what we saw there. TB took a black hole. He had the opportunity. Both Dobrin and Daiku were in the red. All TB really needed was to land a sword downlight into a Sayer. And I think that might have killed either Daiku or Dobrin, or at least separated them long enough that he would have had an opportunity to bring things back. But unfortunately, it did not go that way for them. Dobrin and Daiku got it to work. Daiku very nearly dealt 700 damage. That's 1,200 damage between the two of them, Daiku and Dobrin. That's a huge amount.
Ooh. I guess, are they restarting? Hold on one second while I... Alright, it looks like there might be a little bit of trouble with the lobby. But like you were saying, there was potential there. We saw the the Nair recovery kind of chase from TB. He almost had the Gimp on the Daiku. He was so close to getting that aerial Gimp and then got caught. If he could have just avoided the options and not gotten caught, I think there was a lot of potential for TB to have closed that out.
Oh, he had the potential. He had the potential. Yeah, the opportunity. Whether or not that presented itself, I guess, is pretty debatable. But overall, it was there. He could have had the possibility arose where the 2v1 could have gone in his favor. Unfortunately for him, it just didn't happen to do so. I guess we're finding out whether or not we're going to need a new lobby.
I think, yeah, we're getting word from the admins. We should be making a new lobby in just a little bit. Please bear with us. I believe Dobrin and Daiku are up 1 game in this lower semis, just to update anyone who is just now joining us. We are in the lower semis. We are going to be continuing on in just a little bit. Let me... Okay, that's not the right number.
I mean, we could take a look at the brackets as well if you guys want to in the chat. You can take a look at the brackets and see what is left, really. I mean, if we look at the lower bracket, Multimum and TB facing off against each other in the lower semis. Whoever wins this goes on to the lower finals. We'll find out who gets sent down there from the winners finals, who is Sedo and Cake versus Lands and Reason. Both of those teams have been playing just absolutely phenomenally so far through this tournament. And Cake and Sedo, having taken down the Dobrin Daiku combo, it's hard to argue that after they have taken out arguably the #1 seed in this tournament, to go against Lands and Reason as well, will they have an easier time? Will the combination, the team synergy between Lands and Effie work out better than the synergy between Sedo and Cake?
Why is... Okay, whoops. There's a lot of interesting things that can be said, but I don't want to jump the gun. We're still here in the lower semis. It is Dobrin and Daiku versus TB and Multimum. I believe we are waiting for Multimum to get in just a little bit.
We'll just be waiting for him to jump in just a moment. Hopefully we'll be able to get this underway shortly.
We've got three of the 4. That's a 75% player rate, right? Like that's passing, right?
I mean, if you're okay with getting a C, I'd rather have an A with a 100%.
That's fair. 100% is always better than 75%.
How would you balance that, though? Would you just force Daiku? Would you give everyone 6 stocks and say, all right, Dobrin, Daiku, you guys lose 6 stocks at the beginning, or 3 stocks at the beginning each? I guess 6 stocks total, but lose 6 total stocks, 3 stocks each, and TB gets 6 total stocks, and then technically you have an even match.
Yeah,
speaking.
Nah, I'm not gonna pretend.
I'm not
gonna
that.
pretend
That's
to
not
figure
gonna
out the math behind that. There's Multimum. He's probably gonna come in, lock in the Sentinel. I don't want to understate. There was plenty of potential behind TB and Multimum. There was a lot of potential. They just need to close it out, get those finishing blows, get those kills, and we'll see a very different game 2. Here we are. It is going to be game 2. Lower semis, Dobrin and Daiku versus TB and Multimum as they start to ban out maps.
And I honestly, if I were to guess where they were going to go, I think it'd be to Mammoth Fortress. I can't imagine them going to somewhere with a lot of angles like Twilight, but they're going to leave it open, I believe, because I don't know if Dobrin and Daiku want to go there. I guess they're
going back to Mammoth.
And they're going to Mammoth.
They're going to Mammoth.
I guess
they're going to Great Hall.
Going to Great Hall.
Okay, we're going to be seeing is this the first Great Hall that we've seen?
This is the first Great Hall that we've seen. I don't think we've seen Great Hall maybe once. No, there was one map with Addie Mestic and Effie where they played Great Hall once, and I don't think it went in their favor. But we did see it once. But now we see it going down. TB and Multimum going against each other, playing with each other against Dobrin and Daiku. Daiku looking for the sword. No, he gets an axe, and with the weapon pick that he has, he's going to have to make the most of it. Gets the neutral light. Multimum really putting a lot of pressure onto Dobrin. He's having a troubling time getting in on TB. Daiku trying to get above right now, get a lot of that dare pressure. Axe is very famous for having a very strong air presence. And that's what he was trying to build. And now, he gets the side sig. The side sig coming out, almost finishing TB off. Daiku wasn't able to find anything, though, and he was too separated, and Dobrin found the brunt of a hit from Multimum, and that is going to be it. Multimum taking it, the first kill of the match. Dobrin needs to play just a little bit more careful, I believe. Multimum finding the dodge through against Dobrin's down sig, and with those added recovery frames, gave Multimum just the amount of time he needed to get that neutral sig, and now Dobrin and Daiku down a stock each against Multimum and TB, but Dobrin does find the down air against TB. Things are evening up just a little bit. They need to find the kill on Multimum, and there it is. Things are even more even. Dobrin and Daiku, only about 30, 45 damage built up. Very little in the grand scheme of 2v2. They're going to need to play a little. They're going to need to extend their stocks just a tiny bit. They've already done a fantastic job at doing it so far. Dobrin is doing the best he can to 1v1 against TB, but Daiku didn't have the jumps. He tried to recover underneath the map.
Falls to his death at the bottom of the map. Dobrin is the one holding onto the stocks for now. Tries to charge up a side sig. Not sure exactly what he was expecting. Maybe expecting TB to come back down to earth, but instead he was trying to chase Daiku into the sky. Nice neutral sig. Multimum not dead yet. Coming down. Not able to get pressured by Daiku and Dobrin. Multimum's going to hold on to the stock for a little while longer. That Nair almost kills both, but neither of them die. I have to assume they were so close to that kill box.
They were extremely close, and they were extremely close to each other. Dobrin actually tried to go for the neutral air right there. He thought he was going to be stacked, and if he found it, that was going to be a kill. That's not the kill that they want, though. Daiku side airing Dobrin off the map. Super unfortunate event. They're going to have to figure out a way to bring this back a little bit because otherwise they don't want this to... I can't imagine they want this to go into Game 3.
I mean, nobody wants to lose a game at all, let alone go to Game 3 in the lower semis. I have to assume that they're going to be trying to finish this out as soon as possible. If they can take down Multimum, they've got potential for the 1v2s. We've seen them pick up the Black Holes. They've both got swords. There's definitely potential for... Oh, Dobrin going down makes this a whole lot harder.
It's magnitudes harder. Mostly because TB still having 2 stocks. And
that
he's in
is
a perfect
it.
position to edge guard. That's it. There's nothing Daiku could have done there without a misstep by TB. The sword positioning, his placement on that wall, he knew for a fact Daiku had to get a touch. He was grayed out. He had nothing but a dodge left. If he made any kind of misstep, which I couldn't imagine that there was any room for that, TB was going to take it in. And that's exactly what he did.
Solid patience from TB on that edge guard to wait. Like you were saying, he waited for Daiku to burn all of his options. All he had to get back to the wall was the dare. And he just a simple, clean ground pound onto it to finish it off.
Mm-hmm. Just pounded him straight in. Confirmed the kill, and that's it.
And we are going to be going to Game 3. It is going to be Daiku and Dobrin, the first seeds on their last game, potential last game, versus Multimum and TB. Here we are. It is Game 3 on Mammoth. Dobrin and Daiku versus TB and Multimum. No character swaps from anyone.
We're going to have to see something come out of Dobrin and Daiku. We need a little bit better, a better sense of team coordination because they're spreading out so much, allowing each of themselves to get into these 1v1 situations where they're very vulnerable to getting collapsed on by Multimum and TB. That's what we saw in the last game. Dobrin got collapsed on and got taken out very early. Well, relatively early, I suppose, but Multimum now...
Ooh.
Oh, the triple hit! What?
And it trades out. It looks like Daiku gets taken down. TB not too far behind. Dobrin's fishing for the kill moves.
The only way that becomes worth it is if they confirm the TB kill very quickly. If TB can make anything out of this stock, it's just another trade.
They're
now,
struggling to finish it off, and Daiku's the one who's taken the brunt of the damage for it. That Neutralite's not going to do it, but a nice turnaround to put damage out onto Multimum and just kind of take advantage of the fact that TB has to recover.
Right now, Daiku is trying to throw Multimum around, but the thing about Sword is it doesn't have a lot of force. It doesn't build damage as quickly as it used to, and Sentinel's got 7
That was
defense.
a Neutralite.
Yeah, that
is not a high force move. That is generally not a kill move, and that's just how much damage was on TB for Multimum to get a kill with the Neutralite. Meanwhile, Daiku and Multimum are both in the red. Again, the ground pound from TB. That is a high force move. Down light side air. That's the kill combo for a lot of Sword players. And TB, he's 1 stock behind, but we're seeing kind of a repeat of what happened earlier, where Daiku and Multimum keep trading out, and Dobrin has to essentially fight out against TB.
Dobrin, though, I gotta say, has been doing phenomenal this time around. If you look at the stocks, that was his first one. His very first stock. He extended the stock way longer than any of them could have expected, and now Multimum by himself. I mean, he's only got seconds before TB is back, but if the pressure builds, oh my god!
Again! Daiku and Multimum have got to be holding hands to death because they just get traded out again for the second time. But Dobrin has a full stock advantage over TB. It's Dobrin. He didn't lose a single game in the EU 1v1. This is going to be the hardest fight, the hardest 1v1 of TB's career right now.
TB even has more damage built up, so the gap is just widening even every time Dobrin even so much as breathes on him. So right now, look at, there it is. The neutral sig to finish it off.
Done.
Dobrin and Daiku dropping the hammer, closing the game out. That is all you need.
That was solid play from Daiku and Dobrin. They're going to be continuing on. They take it out 2-1 over Multimum and TB. And with that, we are going to go into our first of the best of fives. It is going to be the winners finals. We're going to be going into it, and I want you tell me, Fron, tell me about these players.
Whoa, what haven't we seen already that hasn't been just amazing? I mean, Cake and Sedo playing phenomenally. Taking out Dobrin and Daiku in the winners bracket. What more is there to be said about that? Effie and Lands throwing huge amounts of team synergy into the mix. Taking everyone out along the way, of course. I mean, they had to make it here, right? But taking teams out like Spirit Wolf and Zelox, who have been playing phenomenally well as well. Went down against Dobrin and Daiku in the losers quarters. We have a fantastic game coming up right now. And both of these teams are straight lit hot fire. I'm telling you, this is going to be a sick match.
I mean, just in the simplest of terms, Effie and Lance have been absolute teamwork aholics, just dominating by sheer force of synergy. On the other side, Cake and Sedo, through sheer force of will, have been beating out players that I don't really think a lot of people expected them to beat out. They took down Dobrin and Daiku. They took down Addie and Rain, and now they're here in the winners finals, and the next big hurdle is the biggest team synergy team of them all, Effie and Lance.
All right, they're leaving Grumpy Temple open again.
It's the bait. You leave Grumpy and Kings knowing that almost nobody really wants to play on those maps, and then you leave a map that you want to play on, and that's what happens. They go to Blackguard Key.
3, 2, 1.
I mean, I know that they're not gonna pick it. I just secretly kind of want to. Not because I want to see them play on it, because I want to see what the strategy is of involving that map in the play. But Cake already. Oh my god, he's already in the orange. He's
and that's
very close to red. What the heck was going on there?
That was the synergy. Land's got a nice follow-up off Effie's Nair, and then they got a follow-up something else. I can't remember off the top of my head anymore. But it's just that teamwork between Lands and Effie, as Lands gets a sidelight and goes for a Sair, but not able to pick it up. Cake might have been in the red, but he's holding on to this stock. And the more pressure you can put on Effie, the less teamwork potential he has to help out Lands. But Effie gets a side six, wants to keep it going. Side six his teammate, and Sedo's the one with the least damage on him.
What was the thought process of a side sig right there? Lands was the only one. Sedo was below the wall.
You know, if you get one, you gotta get another. It was a 2-for-1 deal.
I don't think that's how it works.
It was a 2-for-1 deal.
Well, I mean, if it's buy one, get one free, you can't say no to that.
I mean, you really can't. Lance and Effie, they're in the red. Sedo picks up a nice side sig onto Lance. They're trying to catch something onto Effie. That wasn't exactly what they needed. That sidelight Nair is not enough to finish him off. But Sedo's looking for some kill moves. Oh, Cake picks up the recovery, though.
Sedo had a nice gauntlet chain right there. Threw the gauntlet right into it, picked the gauntlets back up, got a nice string into
Black hole?
Cake, and they almost got the black hole.
He was trying to avoid Effie.
Close.
They still got some solid damage on their Lands. That was about 3 neutral lights because Sedo picked one up after the black hole ended. So Lands, he's taking a reasonable amount of damage here, as Cake is the one in the red on his second stock. Sedo still on his first stock in the red.
I think right now, even though Sedo and Cake have the stock advantage, I honestly think Lands and Effie have the team coordination on lock. The stocks aren't telling the full story, and, well, I guess now they are. Now that Lands and Effie got that team double kill, they're playing just fantastically right now. Cake finally finding that hammer.
Just the follow-ups. Effie just keeps sairing him into Lands' moves. Sedo wants to take down Lands. If he can take down the heavy hitter, the killer that is Lands, then it might be possible. But the only way to shut down a team is to take one of the parts of the team away, and no one's been able to do that yet.
I mean, it's just been super close this whole time. The
nice
best thing, I mean, he's still playing Lance.
Recovery.
You know what that means.
Nice Sair from Sedo. Wants to turn it around onto Effie. Side sig picks up. Cake's done. Sedo 1v2 needs to take down Effie and give himself the best prospects.
Oh,
Lands
no!
is gonna do it for him.
the side air. You don't want that. Now they're both in their last stock. Sedo still has 2 stocks. I mean,
It's
every
red stock.
bit of damage he gets
Yeah.
right now is free damage, but it looks like they're going to nip that in the bud. Now, Sedo, last stock. Things are even. Well, as even as they'll ever be in terms of this match. Oh, they try to go for the combo, but it doesn't connect.
They had a play in mind there. We saw Lands wanted to go for the gravity cancel neutral light off the neutral light from Effie, but it just was not quite enough. Can't follow up off that neutral light. But Sedo's he's just taking damage. He has not really been able to put out damage. He's trying to avoid as much as he can, but if you get caught once, the weapon tosses, the follow-ups from Effie and Lands just make it so difficult.
That offstage weapon toss was in the right place at the right time, and it just caught him out. That was the confirm. If it didn't connect, he might have been able to get back. I mean, Lands was waiting there, so whether or not he would have survived, that's another question. But that was a very clean finish on Effie and Lands' part. Their team coordination is just on point.
What? I know I kind of said you take down one of the parts of the team, right? You shut it down and make it so that it's a 2v1, so they can't have that team synergy. Which one do you try to take down?
You know, that's a fantastic question. Is there an answer? I don't know if there is. We don't really have that kind of information. Effie, maybe you can take him out because he's like the follow-up man. He's the guy who's trying to confirm everything and make sure that whatever Lands starts is continued. And then you have Lands, the person picking out the targets, locking on and just dishing the damage, starting the setups for Effie to continue off of. But both of these players are fantastic solo players in their own right. They don't necessarily... I mean, it helps to have your teammate with you, of course. It's a 2v2 tournament, but they don't necessarily need that extra bit there to be successful.
Right now, Sedo is switching it up. He's got the core in hand. And you're right, there isn't the biggest synergy. We saw a nice nair follow-up from Sedo off the neutral air from Cake. But it's not like they're going back and forth, batting opponents around. It's just been some generally all-around solid play from the team of Sedo and Cake that has been shutting down all of their opponents thus far. And the weapon tosses, Sedo went 2 weapon tosses with a bomb follow-up, sends Lands into the sky, and they've got the health advantage, but they need to finish off these stocks as Effie gets a downlight Sarah on the left side.
It doesn't matter how much damage you can build if you cannot finish the stocks. And right now, that's what it's looking like. They're having trouble getting the finishers. Lands and Effie might just take this startup. Nope, there it goes. They can't even get the trade. Lands didn't get the kill.
Ooh, but the spike ball almost takes down Cake. Cake he's pretty deep in the red. So is Sedo. That nair will do it for Effie. And as long as they take down Cake before Lands gets taken down, that nair will do it. Then Lands
that opens them up for so much.
Again.
Even though Lands just got taken out right there, Effie had a fantastic opportunity to start damage build up onto Sedo, and now we're seeing both of them build up damage on both Cake and Sedo. It's super even right now, but honestly, Effie and Lands are just looking so good.
Sedo right side is not gonna get distracted by the beauty that is Lands and Effie. He's gonna try to put pressure out and just keep them separated. He's knocking Effie around. We've seen it before. It's Blackguard Keep, relatively large map. If Sedo, he just unsynced at that bind. If Sedo and Cake can kind of push Lands in opposite directions and shut down the team, I think they have potential in the 1v1 as Lands picks up a nice sidelight recovery.
Well, right now Sedo in the red. Effie is also in the red. This is going to come down to how each of these players can deal with all the damage that they have built up. And right now, Effie is doing a fantastic job extending the stock. But they can't get the trade. Sedo gets the scoop and Lands can't get the kill.
What,
oh,
Sedo?
no.
I mean, Sedo is close to dead. Nice weapon toss from Cake to stop the force, keeping his teammate alive for a little while. And it looks like they've just decided, all right, we're going to turn it around. We're going to go for Cake and wait for Sedo to come back.
Right now, I gotta think that Effie and Lands.
The
I was
trades.
going to say, they want to try to keep Lands alive. He's in his second stock. That means he can use it to the fullest to build up some damage, but they just got taken out. Cake is already in the red, though. They have to, if they want to be successful here, they're going to want to try to take Cake out. Want to take him out of this equation, force that 2v1 again. It looks like they're going to have a little bit of trouble getting there, but...
Effie's the target for Sedo and Cake. The Frost team wants to take down Effie. If they can do it, they've got potential on the 1v2. Just let Cake do what he can to add up any damage on the land safely, and then Sedo gets a 1v1, or go for some black hole potential. They get one, Effie's down. Ooh, but Sedo's taking quite a bit of damage. Lance is just gonna start throwing this Lance left and right, sending everybody flying. It is going to be troublesome for the Frost team to take down Lance.
At this current moment, if Lance can land a side sig on either one of them,
oh, Sedo wasn't in position.
that'll kill. If he can land a side sig in the perfect position, he could kill both of them, but that might not happen. They're both keeping their spacing perfectly. They're positioning themselves so that if a black hole opportunity presents itself, they are in the right position to follow up. They're keeping themselves a little bit on the conservative side on approaches. He needs something small, just anything, a sig to get that kill, to confirm any of this, but...
I like the switch back to the Lance. He's having more success with it.
Well, this is Lands we're talking about.
Going for a hard read.
Lands without a Lance is...
I mean, it's Lance. Gets one Sarah.
Oh.
He's just knocking him around, but he's going from center stage. It's not enough to kill. Sure, it's gonna keep himself alive a little bit more, but it needs a whole lot more to get a kill. And that dare will do it. Sedo and Cake take one off of Effie and Lands. They shut down the team synergy. It seemed like focus Effie. Effie had a little bit less defense, was a little bit squishier, or just was a little bit overextended. And Cake and Sedo do it. They take one off.
I wasn't expecting Lands to go up like that. He went right into Sedo's zone, his area that he was kind of holding, and because of that, he got essentially a free scoop with the hammer. And honestly, I thought Lands was going to try to, I don't know, do something like a gravity cancel neutral sig.
I think he was fishing
Get
for
that
an air.
weird angle on it, but what can you do?
I think he was fishing for the nair. Wanted to just kind of catch him off guard. His Lance play, sure, it was connecting, but it wasn't killing. And I think you just got your wish, because I think we just went to Grumpy Temple.
Did we really? I was actually looking away at that time. I was looking at chat. Oh my God, it's Grumpy Temple!
2, 1.
All right.
Look at that big frowny face. You gotta love it.
What do they have in store?
That is the biggest question of them all. Who can take advantage of the massive size of Grumpy Temple, and even better yet, the triangle, the famous Grumpy Triangle.
It seems like Cake's kind of general game plan is to go very vertically. We saw him fish for a lot of nairs, a lot of recoveries, but Lands and Effie sticking to their guns have just had so much team synergy that Sedo is the first one to get knocked into the orange.
You know, I gotta imagine that this is a great map for Lands and Effie. Lands being a Lands player, this map being a massive map. Most hits are going to be going off left or right. So, Lands
Nice
has
recovery from Lands.
Fantastic horizontal recovery, and there's the kill on the Cake. Sedo trying to get the kill on the Effie, but it's not gonna be found. Sedo trying to make the gauntlets work, but he's not confirming anything.
And Lands and Effie have taken next to no damage. They're both pretty pristine, maybe yellow, a little bit orange, but it's nothing compared to the fact that Cake is down a stock and Sedo's in the red. Lands got a speed dodge down light, but couldn't get the follow-up recovery. He just went too deep.
Both of these teams.
Ooh, challenges the recovery with an air. Wanted the recovery on the Cake.
Cake, can he get the double? Oh, he can't get the double.
He wants it.
It was so close, but it is not gonna happen. Effie he knows what happens when you get too close to Lance verticals or hammer verticals. You get scooped, you get grabbed, you get tossed, and that is not what you want to happen, especially when you have damage build up. Sedo right now trying to make use of the shenanigans zone. You know, not a bad idea considering, you know, the gimping potential of gauntlets. You got the grab into a ground pound, which puts a lot of force on your opponent and a lot of pressure to follow up with.
There's the grabs. There's the ground
There
pound.
it is.
Oh no,
Exactly.
it's the weapon toss actually from Cake that ended up cleaning it up. They're staying fairly even, but it's Lands and Effie's positioning. Generally speaking, you're used to seeing 1v1s, kind of 2 1v1s happen on Grumpy Temple, right? One person goes to the hard platform on the left, one person goes to the hard platform on the right. Effie and Lands, they're not doing that. One of them goes kind of towards that soft platform. You're seeing F kind of play aerially central, and Lands is the one who goes to the hard platform and tries to initiate something. Oh, but the ground pound from Sedo will take down Lands. Stocks have been evened up as Effie is close to dead. But the interrupt.
Effie and Lands need to equalize the damage now, or they're going to be stuck in the worst position. They cannot afford taking a hit right here like Effie did.
He's alive.
Oh, he was so close. I mean, he had his jump, but Cake had the pressure down. A mind gimp could have happened there. It was a very real possibility.
There's the side sig from Effie just going around the corner, and they got the mini black hole, the downlights, and miscommunication. Effie went for the side sig while Lands thought Effie was gonna hit him back into him so he could follow up with a sig. I don't even know if Effie's side sig would have hit because he went down off the platform.
I think it would have. It really depends on what Lands followed up with, but either way, Effie did jump the gun there. He expected it to come out. I think, I don't know. I expected Lands to go for a downlight. Not sure what Effie was expecting. It's just unfortunate communication overall.
Still a slight lack of communication will result in Cake surviving for a little while longer. Meanwhile, Lands is the one who's closest to death on the red team. If they can take down Lands, there's potential for the 1v1. No, Cake gets taken down. And it's all up to Sedo here. This is game 3. There's one more chance for Sedo and Cake, but they're not looking too hot right here on Grumpy Temple, to say the least.
Yeah, they need he needs to spit hot fire right now on that Molten Core. I mean, he's got the skin to do it. Can he bring the heat though? That's the real question. That was a lot of fire puns. I need to stop.
You're doing fine. I'm sure Sedo wants the kill on Lands. That's why Lands is positioning right on top of the nose, where you cannot get some sort of recovery through this off platform. Whereas Effie's just kind of in position. Sedo doesn't really have a lot of options. Has to fight Effie, and he's so close to dead that if Effie can get it, he's gonna take it.
Oh, did he find it? No. That ground pound almost sniped him out. It was so close. Lands had just a couple more feet to go before that was an elimination.
Nice.
Sedo. That's
Effie needed more damage.
Third time he's done that.
The weapon tosses come out, goes for another one, but Effie was ready for it that time. Picked up the dare, and that is going to be game 3, going the way of Lands and Effie. Once again, there's one more chance for Sedo and Cake.
They're going to have to use it to the fullest because otherwise they're going down to the lower bracket, going to face off against Daiku and Dobrin in the losers finals. And, you know, they are no joke. Two very insane 1v1 players.
I mean,
coming hot off a win.
So Sedo and Cake, they took one. You know, they've won a set against Dobrin and Daiku. But once again, Dobrin and Daiku, they're monsters. You don't want to fight them more than you have to. If Sedo and Cake can win it out here in this winners finals, I'm sure they're going to be doing their best here. They want to even it up. They want to win this next one. They want to not take Grumpy Temple, more than likely, and try to just split up Effie and Lands.
That is going to be, it's going to have to be their strategy coming into this next game because the synergy between the two is just too good for them to handle. Effie just able to confirm everything that Lands works with. What are they doing? Do they realize it's a best of 5?
I'm not sure. Even if it wasn't a best of 5 and it was a best of 3, we should be seeing Cake and Sedo stay in. They are hopping back in. Maybe there was a little bit of issue with the lobby or their connections. They all kind of want to reset their connections. Regardless, we should be continuing on in just a little bit. And I like the hammer plays. I'm not gonna lie. I like the hammer plays from Cake and Sedo. They had some solid hammer play, but they need a little bit more, just a little bit.
They do. They need just a tiny bit more to be successful. I mean, Sedo, what can you say? Initially when we first saw this team pair up, or team play, it was Cake holding the gauntlet. He was carrying the torch as hard as he could, throwing moves out, taking command of the fights that he was in. And now we're seeing Sedo as the dark horse of this team.
Sedo, he had some solid plays. He has he's in that 2v1. He loves that gravity cancel downlight ground pound. Unfortunately, in that last game, it was against Effie. Effie has been he had just a lot of health. It was not easy to say the least. To try to get a downlight gravity cancel downlight into an immediate ground pound.
Figuring out what's going on. Trying to figure out why all of this is happening right now. Also, I think my client crashed, so I had to restart.
All right, I just had to restart, to be completely honest. Let me go ahead and hide that room number. Once again, we are here. It is winners finals. It is Sedo and Cake versus Lands and Effie. Sedo and Cake 1 game away from getting knocked down to the lower bracket. Effie and Lands 1 game away of guaranteeing their spot in the grand finals.
All it takes is one more win, and they've got it. And Sedo and Cake, they've got their work cut out for them. They've got to get 2 of these games off this seemingly unbeatable team. I mean, they took the first game, sure, but Lands and Effie have, if there was any cracks in their gameplay and their team play to begin with, they have cemented it, closed it off, sealed it away.
Ooh, these picks?
This is interesting. This is different.
This is a queen knife from Cake. That is very interesting. We haven't really seen anything close to that from Cake. So I don't really have words for it.
Or guitars, so...
Right.
Or slow characters?
Well, regardless, here we are. It's going to be Cake and Sedo versus Lands and Effie here. This is going to be game 4, and it's going to be on King's Pass.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
All right, we'll have to see how this works.
Ooh.
Are they
Stare
moving?
down? Hot stare down.
I don't know if I got that right, but it was. I tried. You know the Wild West whistle?
I know what you were going for. I feel you.
Tumbleweed rolling across the center.
I feel ya. This is intensity at the finest possible. This is the players with the ultimate stare down. And bango. We're gonna be
Bango. That is not quite what I was expecting. I guess we'll be getting a rematch. Seeing it go back to King's Pass. Everyone's going to pick out the same characters, of course. As soon as those servers come back up. We just got to wait for it to happen.
Yeah, hopefully the servers will come up in just a little bit. I think a lot of people have just restarted their client servers, might be having a little bit of trouble. I believe they are currently down. But in the meanwhile, we're in winners finals. We've gotten all the way here. Sedo and Cake are they're kind of the standouts, you know.
Oh yeah.
Lands and
Definitely.
Effie, I've talked about them in the past. They have fantastic 2v2 synergy. They have fantastic follow-ups. They're just really strong as a team. They're a cohesive unit. Daiku and Dobrin, they're just monsters in their own rights. They have some synergy, but it's not the same kind of just absolute togetherness unity that is Lands and Effie. Meanwhile, Sedo and Cake, they've been around. We've seen them play in 2v2s. I believe Cake played with somebody else in the last 2v2 that I saw him in, but it's not. They're not what we expected to see here in this winners finals. You know what I mean?
Honestly, I would have expected Dobrin and Daiku in this winners finals against either one of the two teams that made it. Both of them have been playing phenomenally well, but Cake and Sedo they turned it on for the Dobrin Daiku game that we watched earlier, and maybe we'll see that come again. And maybe we'll see Dobrin and Daiku get their revenge in a best of 5, or maybe Lands and Effie will get shot down in 2 games. We don't even know. We have no idea.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of potential one way or the other. I mean, we've seen. Like we said, we saw the upset, and there's potential for Dobrin and Daiku to get that salty run back. If Sedo and Cake get taken down right now, they're gonna have to go to lower bracket and fight Dobrin and Daiku. At this point, I'm fairly certain Dobrin and Daiku are watching Sedo and Cake and going, all right, here's where we went wrong in our first set, and here's what we need to do to adjust and take down this upset of a team.
Mm-hmm. They've got to be working on how they're going to be turning it on right now. I mean, even with the servers down, you've got to bet they are in training mode. You don't need online for training mode, so they're probably in training mode right now, working on movement, working on like deep mechanics that people just like. They're working on fine tuning them so that when they get into the game, they know exactly what kind of movements they're going to be making, how they need it. I'm sure there's a lot going into play right now just between the two of them.
I mean, that's kind of the history of Daiku, right? Is that he loves the training room. He's famously has something like 1,000 hours in the training room. He's a training room monster. So I gotta believe that he's like what you were saying, he's been sitting in the training room at the very least keeping himself warm, so that he's not trying to warm up in game 1 of a lower grand finals set,
Mm-hmm. And I gotta imagine because of that as well, he's gonna be turning it on in the next match he plays tenfold, because I know he at the end of the last match when Dobrin ended up getting the win at the very end in the 2v1. I mean, Dobrin or Daiku didn't like that moment because he got taken out a little bit earlier than he wanted to, and well, of course, no one wants to get taken out at all. But he got taken out earlier, and he doesn't like getting carried at all. So I imagine he's going to try to turn it on up to 11 for this next match that he's going to be playing in.
Well, the thing that's always kind of stood out to me about Daiku's Jala in particular is he gets big gimps. He's gotten huge gimps. We saw him get a lot of gimps in the last EU 2v2. We saw him get a decent amount of gimps in the last EU 1v1. He likes to go for those dare gimps, and in particular, that dare gimp kind of relies on going, he'll get a dare, and then he'll wait out for the jump, and then punish, and then wait out for their reaction, and then punish. And to a degree, it hasn't been effective. We haven't really seen any big dare gimps come out from Daiku. Instead, what we saw was him actually getting gimped as he burned a lot of options, ended up daring into the wall, and he got ground pounded for it.
It's this story that we've seen a few times this tournament already with overextension. A little overconfidence goes a long way in getting punished, and that's what we've been seeing. I mean, the first situation where we really saw that was Arbuz. He went off the edge quite a lot, and that ended up costing him more often than not. He got put into a bad situation on the edge more than he wanted to, put into his last stock, and then getting forced to extend your last stock because you're behind isn't the same thing as extending a stock to enforce a lead against an opponent. You're basically just trying not to die. You're holding on to threads at that point. So if Daiku can figure out what his limit is, which I'm sure he knows exactly where his limit is in terms of of extending out against an opponent, but we're gonna have to see if he's toned it back a little bit, because I think he was extending just a little bit further than he can handle at the moment in these 2v2s.
I think yeah, if he can tone it down, kind of rein in his over aggression, but at the same time, I'd like to see Dobrin kind of follow it up and make his over aggression safer, so that when Daiku is going hard in the paint and trying to out 1v1 someone, Dobrin is spacing out his opponent, not getting beat out in his own 1v1, but also being there to help save Daiku and position to keep him from, be his safety net. You know what I mean?
Yep. And I don't know if you've already seen it, but I am back online.
Are you?
I am. I just click online and it should automatically detect that the servers are back up. So we are good. Hopefully we can get this lobby created.
I think people will be joining up in just a little bit. There is a lobby. You are in it. And I think everyone else should be coming on. Hopefully the servers are settled. They might not be. There is potential for this to be completely undone, so to speak. But we were just talking about the lowest finals. We haven't even gotten there. Once again, Sedo and Cake versus Lands and Effie. Lands and Effie, they have so much team synergy. Effie has switched off of the Hattori, has gone to the Val. What is it about the Val pick that makes it better than the Hattori pick, aside from sacrificing on move speed for some defense? And
honestly,
is it the gauntlets?
That's it.
It's just
Yeah,
a little
you
bit more
answered the
defense?
question. Yeah, I honestly think that's it. In a 2v2 situation, more defense, it goes a long way. We've seen, Zelox picked out the roll in that one game that we saw not too long ago, and the defense allowed him to kind of naturally extend the stock much farther than he even expected, I think. The defense goes a long way, especially when there's team damage sources. That's 3 different damage sources that you've got to keep aware of. Because, if you just keep running into your teammate, then he's also going to try to... he's not going to try to damage you, but he's going to accidentally hurt you just by default with the way everything works. But I think that is the whole reason behind the Val pick. Also, because... I don't know. Gauntlets are great for gimping people off map. Great for following up. I think that's it. Those 2 reasons.
Well, we're going to see if those reasons work out in just a little bit against... Or no, 4 reasons. Sorry, they are the reason, boys. It is reason,
5
Effie
reasons?
and Lands versus Sedo and Cake. Here it is. This is game 4 of the winners finals. This is the last chance, once again, for Sedo and Cake to continue on and go into grand finals. Otherwise, they're going to get knocked down in the lowest bracket to fight Daiku and Dobrin in the lower finals.
Did you almost say go on to Grumpy Temple?
Yes.
I got excited. I heard it, and I recognized it, and I got really excited. Don't hold it against me. But anyway, Cake dealing some damage with those guitars right now. Those 7 strength guitars. Very tough to deal with, but Cake is playing the pick very well. He's getting a lot of damage and barely taking any punishment. He is the lowest damaged player in this game currently.
That's the beauty of Queen Nai, right? Oh, the down sig ends up catching at the very bottom of Effie, sends him into the sky. But the beauty of Queen Nai is that she's a tanky character. She's an absolute monster, and she's got guitars. She can put out a lot of damage and take it, as well as Cake is just knocking Effie around. Effie is finally registering. Okay, I need to meet up with Lance. We need to go back to our team synergy. To regain our momentum as Sedo's getting Sayers onto Effie. We're seeing a gauntlet fight on the right side. Effie respects it and wants to just help out Lance against Cake. Sedo's just knocking him around.
Effie is just going off right now. He is down a stock, sure, but the damage he's dishing out against Sedo and Cake are massive. And there's a kill. Oh no! Lands!
He makes it back.
Why?
He makes it back. It's okay. It's
oh
fine.
my
It's fine.
gosh!
Could've been
But that could have gotten so wrong. They are lucky that didn't go any worse than it did. Lance still lost his stock though. They're a little behind. Cake still on 3. that's the beauty of Queen Nai. I mean, for anyone who's been around the scene long enough to remember when Photo was more than a dev, he was a player.
Players more than devs confirmed?
Yes. I mean, that's why they want to do those local tournaments where the devs are allowed to play.
All right. Well, meanwhile,
Effie
got caught by the double side light into a recovery from Sedero. Effie is the only one on his last stock, and you've got to believe that he's going to be playing it like it is the last stock, playing it a lot more defensively as he goes for Gibbs and is able to survive. Lands, he lets go in time.
He stopped himself. That's definitely an improvement over last time. Oh, but Effie looking for the kill here on Cake. I think he's going to have to go for a Sig, especially with that defense. Light attacks just aren't going to cut it. Damage out of the gauntlets is not terribly high.
Oh, Cake saved him!
Oh, he throws the bomb. Lance, I know what Lance was thinking there. Throw the bomb in the shenanigans zone. It's going to make it incredibly difficult for them to recover, but now Effie's out. Lance has 2 stocks. So does Sedero and Cake, though. They have a lot to work towards. Or he has a lot to work for. Getting those kills. Oh, the strings!
That was a big string side air into a side light neutral sig from Lance to take down Sedero. He's got to be thinking about how can he get to the 1v1. He's got potential. The Gimps, he's going to back off. Doesn't want to risk it, but Cake catches him with a recovery.
He got the read. He knew he needed a weapon. Cake saw that weapon, and he used it as a bait. But Lands, he is still definitely in this. Cake, it really depends on Cake right now. He's getting towards red. If he gets taken out and he has to be absent for any amount of time, that gives Lands an opportunity to just separate Sedero from wherever Cake might be respawning, but it's not going to happen.
That was a great slide charge side sig, and we're going to game 5.
Queen Nai just snaked that one through.
Were you thinking about that one?
Yeah.
Trying to figure that out.
Ever since Berthin told me to say something with snakes in it, I've been looking for an opportunity so bad, and I got it. The corny pun. It was perfect.
The core knee pun.
Hey!
Grumpy's still on the board. We are going to game 5. Thunder and Blackheart are at the board. Looks like Effie and Lance didn't like what happened on King's Pass because Effie's on Vrax.
What?
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 All right. Well, this is our first experience with a Vrax in a very long time. Effie is going to be playing that Vrax. He's got the defense advantage. He's got Lance, who's got the dexterity advantage, not defense. But he's got Lance, who I'm sure has taught him a thing or two about Lance. So maybe it's not the worst decision in the world. But he's sacrificing a lot of movement speed. It's going to be hard for him to position to help out his teammate.
Honestly, you know what I'm thinking of? Effie used to be a huge Diana player, right? One of Diana's biggest things is her guns. And if he was able to make that work, he can for sure make Vrax guns work. You know, considered the best guns in the game with 8 decks. I think this is going to be a good pick overall.
Well, it's definitely not working for the team as Sedero gets a nice nair, and that will take down Effie. Effie first one to go down, but Cake, we're not seeing the defense boost. Oh, the ground pound sends him into the mine that was thrown down, and that is a stock advantage going the way of the Frost Boys. Lance comes back, throws out a Sair, not enough to finish off Cake.
Sedero, is Sedero gonna get gimped? No, he's not. He got the recovery. Land's looking for the kill, but Sedero interrupts. Look at the strings coming out of Sedero right now. It's insane. He almost got the kill off the side sig. Sedero just went crazy with gauntlets.
Ooh, that will take down Sedero. That will take down Cake. Stocks get evened up, but Lands is in the orange. Effie in the yellow. Oh, and he gets a nice neutral light onto the speed dodge of Cake.
This game, for Lands and Effie, this game is a puzzle, and right now they have to figure it out. They're kind of putting the pieces together, but it doesn't look like they see the big picture. They need more. They need to find the connections to make this work against Sedero and Cake, because Cake and Sedo right now are just
He went for the Mafia!
killing it.
Lance
He went for
too
the
much
budget
damage.
Mafia.
He got the down light into the speed dodge recovery and then knew that Lance had too much damage, so he went for the Sair. It was not enough. He couldn't pick up the Sair. Meanwhile, everybody's close to dead except for Cake.
And that's just to do with, you know, Queen Nai being a pure tank character.
Side air.
Lance
not enough.
almost getting taken out. So many things being
That
thrown his
side
way.
air will
And
do it.
Cake. Cake with the side air.
And Sedo
What a
wanted
great
to punish.
execute.
He wanted to punish. Lance picks up a Sair on his teammate, picks up the Sair on the Sedo, so it kind of trades out, but super not worth right now given the fact that Cake has just an extra stock.
You know, this is not turning out too good for Lance and Effie right now. They had that lead. They had 2 games up going into the last game, and after they dropped it, maybe they're starting to fall apart. Sedo and Cake are just looking so good right now in their coordination, and Sedo, especially with the gauntlet, just the gauntlet strings, they're pulling so many things out of the bag, and
Effie's down.
That's Effie's gone.
It's all up to Lance here. He's in the red. He gets one onto Cake, but he's got to get past Sedo and then take down a full stock Nai. That
He has the
recovery,
opportunity.
He wanted the Mafia. He wanted it. That Nair. Lance doesn't
He
have
doesn't
jumps.
have anything.
That's
He
it.
doesn't have anything.
Cake and Sedo are going to the grand finals. Lance and Effie are going down to fight Daiku and Dobrin. And oh my goodness, I do not think anyone expected this.
I didn't expect this at all. After the way Lance and Effie started this matchup, I thought for sure they were going to take it through. Sedo and Cake flipped on that switch. They just killed it that match.
It was fantastic play. That switch to the Queen, the first switch to the core worked very well, and then they didn't quite like it enough, so they switched to a Queen Nai as well. They've got Queen Nai and core. They've got a lot of defense, and they've got just great plays. I don't even know if it was synergy per se. I didn't see a whole lot by way of like, oh, there's this big follow-up, this Queen Nai neutral sig off the Nair bounce or something. It was just solid play from Cake and Sedo to close it out in the winners finals. They're going to go to the grand finals. Meanwhile, Effie and Lance have to fight Dobrin and Daiku in the lower finals.
They have their work cut out for them, but from what we've seen so far, both these players have been playing extremely well. All of these players have been playing extremely well, and what we were talking about during that little downtime earlier, I think is going to come into play now. We're going to have to see what these players, what Dobrin and Daiku have in the bag this time around. They can't bring the same stuff into this matchup because, as we've seen, they kind of get behind a little early. They need to swap things around, get their coordination together so that they can find these synergistic combos and opportunities.
Well, there is potential here, right? If Daiku goes big enough in the right ways and ends up pulling it out, getting those gimps, there's potential for Dobrin to kind of extend the stocks and kind of make it so that they do end up in that 2v1. If Daiku can shut down Lance fast enough or shut down Effie fast enough, then there will be potential for a 2v1. That's kind of the main goal of the Dobrin Daiku. It's kind of like playing assassins or playing two junglers in a MOBA, right? They want to shut down the enemy ranged killer before anything bad happens. That's really the goal.
Oh, and right now, Daiku in that shenanigans though, and Dobrin just by himself. When we've seen this before, Dobrin just getting punished, that puts them in a bad position. They need to stick together, not close enough to get double comboed, of course, but close enough where they can work off of each other, and it's I don't see it right now.
Ooh, Dobrin's dead. It is as simple as that. He's gone.
Lance getting huge combos off of Daiku as well. they're gonna need something more than what they're bringing to the table. Dobrin trying to look for the kill on Effie, but Effie gets right through, pops Daiku just up a little bit with that recovery. They're positioned so well right now. Lands and Effie are just, look at their cohesion as a team. Lands went forward for a pop-up on a sidelight. He didn't get a connection, but Effie was there with the gravity cancel side sig in case that there was a connection.
Daiku gets double tossed on in the bottom. It's just the synergy from Lands and Effie is fantastic. Meanwhile, Daiku and Dobrin, they're trying to find their footing. We saw Daiku, he was on the sidewall, wanted to hold on to his stock for as long as possible, but that just gave Lands and Effie free reign onto Dobrin, and Effie just now loses his first stock, and Lands is just now ticking into the orange.
I mean, honestly, from what I've been seeing, it's been a lot of solo play, and, you know, with two very great 1v1 players, you might be able to afford doing that, but overall, this is a 2v2. You have teammates for a reason. I want to see them get the team play together. I mean, they're finally getting the kill on Lands. It took them almost over 2 minutes.
I mean, in that 2 minutes, Daiku and Dobrin are almost dead and they're red. Effie, great punish. Lands was essentially the bait there as Daiku went for the ground pound, fell for the bait, and Effie ends up picking up the side stick to take him down. Dobrin is in the red, and I think Lands is looking for something here. He has no weaponry, but if they can get a big hit, a nice stomp side air could take him down.
Dobrin is trying to play very carefully. Oh, he gets the side light to the face. Daiku does find the kill, though, on Effie. They're evening things up. Things are coming, getting a little closer.
Oh, the great weapon toss from Effie.
The snipe.
And this is their opportunity. Oh, Lands went for the weapon toss to follow up with a neutral light. Wanted to keep some sort of power play going onto Daiku while they had the opportunity. Effie side sigs his teammate, and the stocks are now even.
That's huge. That could turn the tables completely. If Dobrin and Daiku can make use of this right now, the evening of stocks, we could see just a complete turnaround from this team to take the first round. It won't take very long for them to do it either. The damages are being built up very quickly. Effie's already in the red.
Effie's kind of he's trying to play that rotation character. He's trying to be in position to help out his team whenever possible. So close. But he's also taking a lot of damage. Lands gets a nice dare. That weapon toss is trouble. Effie picks up the dare, doesn't pick up Lands, and now Dobrin has to fight the 1v2.
Daiku overextended again. He saw an opportunity that he didn't need to take onto Lands, and Lands punished him for it. And Effie was there to follow up as well. So as soon as Daiku missed that ground pound, he was basically dead.
Lands has got to be a little bit careful here. He's knocking his teammate around a little bit, and there's the sword, the weapon toss knocks Lands away. Dobrin picks up one, and it's even. It actually might be a little bit in Dobrin's favor.
He's got less damage on him, and I mean, sure, Lands is on Scarlet. That's 8 strength. Hits come hard, especially when they come from a Scarlet. But honestly, with the range, this can go either way. Dobrin has a tiny bit of advantage here because every single hit that he gets, any deeper in the red, Lands can die from pretty much anything except a downlight.
Down sig will do it! Lands gets the kill. The down sig takes down Dobrin, and game 1 goes the way of Effie and Lands.
That close. It could have gone either way. Dobrin, with one hit, could have taken that game. Lance had the right read at the very last second to take it.
Great plays from Lands. Great read, great patience. Waits for Dobrin to commit, and then gets a nice gravity cancel down sig just above the downlight height and picks up the kill. That's only game 1.
Now, we're going to game 2 right now.
This is a best of 5 set, and that was game 1.
And you know Dobrin and Daiku want to take this. They want to win out at this point. They don't want Lands and Effie to take a single game past this point. Because every loss is a morale blow, no matter who you are.
I don't know. Have you heard Daiku talk? That guy, he's got morale to spare, I think.
I mean, he talks pretty hard. That's true. Everybody knows he talks hard game, but he's also got to play hard game. He can't overextend so much. That is his biggest problem in these games. He can afford to do that in a 1v1 because if he misses, then there's only one other player he has to worry about. But in a situation like this, where Lands and Effie can follow up so well and cover each other's zones, they can't afford to. He can't afford to extend it that far into their territory. He has to reset.
We're going to see him stick to that commit, though. Gets a nice ground pound onto Effie, waits out the recovery, picks up the dare onto Lands, gets the unofficial double, and the commitments are working. You know, he's evened up, or actually he's taken the stock advantage just because Dobrin has his first stock still.
I mean, one way or another, he has taken both stocks that are missing for the red team. Oh, and there goes Dobrin, the neutral Sig combo coming out from Lands. Effie doing a freaking fantastic job on that edge guard. Daiku's gonna make it back, but you gotta expect him to make it back at that point when his damage isn't that high, but still, Effie had it very close to a Gimp.
Daiku once again is getting close to death though. He takes a lot of damage for these big commits. Sometimes they work out, sometimes he gets kills, but he takes a whole lot, and it's just leaving Dobrin left behind a little bit. Lands picks up a nice down light Sarah onto both. Effie's able to follow up with a ground pound. Dobrin should survive, but they had the opportunity for the power play.
Very good position to help out Daiku in just a moment.
Nice Sarah.
He had Lands and Effie on him, but he approached at the wrong angle. Effie punished it
Ground
aside, and that was
pound.
it. Lands with the ground pound.
Just great coverage.
That powerful slam.
Effie burned a whole lot of Dobrin's options, and Lands just had to finish it up with the ground pound. Nice side sig from Daiku to finish it up. If they can take down Lands here, they'll even it up again. But the team synergy from Lands and Effie has just been on point.
Effie looking to build a lot of damage with that down air. Down air is a dark horse in the term of spear kit. It deals a lot of damage. You cannot discount what it does. If Effie can continue to get some of that damage out, they can continue to spread that lead. Ooh, but Lands takes it to the face.
But Dobrin's close to dead. Nice side six from Daiku.
True.
He's gonna want the edge guard. Lands is in position, and Daiku immediately has to disengage. Goes to the opposite side of the map. Side sig picks up. Daiku's left 1v2, and Lands has like no damage. He's eggshell.
We're gonna have to see Daiku bring something here. He gets the
going for the
hit.
jams.
Can he get the finisher? Effie's gonna
goes to the
recover on the
outside.
other side of the map. And he was right there. You see, Lands got hit from Daiku, but Effie came
Effie's
right
done.
up. Oh! It's 1v1! This can go either way. Lands has the advantage. He has less damage built up, but anything can happen here.
No. Daiku gets up, gets 2 recoveries.
Double ground pound, or double
Sarah?
recovery.
Lands and Effie are up 2 games to Daiku and Dobrin.
Daiku and Dobrin need to take this game or they are out. They do not want any sort of third place. They're going to, honestly, I don't know if I want to see Daiku on Jal again. Maybe Bodvar, his character
it's his old main, his comfort-ish pick. I don't want to say it's all Daiku's fault.
It's definitely not.
He's had some big plays. Dobrin actually kind of gets caught out a lot of times when Daiku will go big, and then somehow while he's trying to survive after going big, Dobrin gets caught by a downlight string from Effie, and then suddenly Dobrin's like, whoa, where did my health go? Where did that advantage? I'm the bank holding the fort and keeping all of our health and stock advantage while Daiku's the one who's overcommitting. But if they're shutting down the bank, destroying Dobrin's health, then that advantage is gone.
Dobrin is going to have to pick it up in that case because the third match has started. He has no time to prepare. This is it. This is the moment of truth for these guys. Dobrin has to pick it up. He has to be a little bit more aware of what he is of his surroundings. It needs to be more of what happened in the last game versus Zelox and Spirit Wolf, where he extended his third stock over halfway through the game. If he can do that again, they'll see much more success than they will. But Dobrin almost got taken out by the combo.
Ooh, Daiku wants to even it up. He's gotten Lands into the red. That bomb toss is not going to connect onto anyone. Sidekick. Lands picks up the stop, but is able to stop his instincts from side-airing his teammate.
Daiku right now is looking to be the closer. He got a majority of the kills for his side last time.
Downlight side air, unarmed. Effie cleans it up, able to trade it out onto Daiku. Daiku, he's not able to fill that role of closer just yet. Nice downlight side air, and it's all traded out. We're even. We're dead even.
Completely even. Dead even. Damage is even, if not off by like a couple points of damage. Daiku looks like he's focusing most on lands. He's got to play very carefully. The whole point of 3 defense characters is not getting hit, and he's taken a lot of damage so far. Took over 500 damage in the last game.
I mean, meanwhile, Effie got just kind of deleted from Dobrin. Solid sword or solid bow play actually ended up juggling him high into the sky so he could finish off with a recovery. And I know we talk about Dobrin and Daiku having to extend their stocks, but right now Effie is the one who really has to extend his stock. If he leaves Lands in a 1v2, that's going to be troublesome. Lands has been able to do it, but it's still, you don't want the 1v2. You don't.
No
Side
one wants a
sig.
1v2.
Lands is dead.
Oh, there it is. Exactly what you were talking about. They couldn't handle the pressure. And, oof, that bomb almost connected with Daiku. He needs. Effie is in such a bad position. And there's the side.
And Daiku doesn't even give him a moment's breath. Gets a big gimp with the help of a sword toss. Literally like 5 seconds between Effie and Lands dying.
Honestly, if they could afford to, Dobrin and Daiku should go back to Blackguard Keep every single time. Those platforms on the side allow Daiku much more room to work with when he commits, and it allows him to go deeper every time because he can reset on a platform, drop below without even spinning a jump, and follow up. He found a lot of success down there because of those platforms. He sat there on the side after he killed Effie. Lands came down. He hit 2 axe dares to finish off Lands without even having to worry about overcommitting. They need to do that every single time. I can't imagine Lands and Effie will want them back on that map anytime soon, but you know, it's going to come down to this.
Lands and Effie do get a ban out all maps except 3. There's potential for them to ban out specifically Blackguard Keep and just not give them that opportunity. You know, it's possible that they could kind of try to force something where if Daiku overcommits, it'll be troublesome. For example, they could go for something like a Shipwreck or a Mammoth again. Twilight's the first one to get banned out.
I think we're going to be seeing Blackguard Keep. Yep, there it is.
I bet you they'll leave Grumpy.
Back there.
I'm willing to bet they'll leave Grumpy on the table.
I can agree with that. I can see them leaving Grumpy, forcing them into either a King's Pass or Thunder Guard. Both of those.
And they're going to Thunder?
I guess so. It's a good map for Lands and Effie. We've seen them have a lot of success there.
We're going to see if they can keep this success going here. They have to win just 1 more to go back to the grand finals. Dobrin and Daiku have to win the next 2 in order to continue on and try to fight the people who knocked them down to the lowest bracket. Here we are. This is game 4 of the lower finals. It is Dobrin and Daiku versus Effie and Lands.
Honestly, this game could go either way. Both of these, all these players are fantastic. And if Dobrin and Daiku pull out similar play styles as we saw in that last match, we could be seeing game 5. It's a very real possibility. Oh, Lands is doing work with that hammer, though. The stomp into down air. Dobrin's damage wasn't quite at the point to kill him, but it was still enough to put huge pressure. Separating Daiku and Dobrin is a fantastic strategy in these situations.
But we're seeing this is a little different on the side of the red team. On the Reason team, Effie's the one who's actually extending his stocks this time. Daiku able to take down Lands. Effie's in the orange.
Okay, I was about to say, I didn't think Daiku was out of recovery options, but it's very close right now.
Oh, the follow-up from Daiku. He's just barely in position to follow up off the nair from Dobrin. Actually, I believe that was a recovery, and that will push their edge lead. No, the stocks has just been evened up, just like that. I thought they had a chance, but it's evened up. Dobrin and Daiku are even once again.
I was about to actually say, this is the position that they need to be in. They need that free damage from red. They need to build that lead back so that if they lose their stock, they have something to work with. But now everything's all evened up. That's not where they want to be, being in a position where they're already behind a game. They need to force this lead, break the morale of Lands and Effie, and force them into these positions where they don't feel comfortable. And Dobrin almost got taken out by the side sig.
And Lands is not able to take down Dobrin. You know, he was going for it. He was trying to get a hit, trying to get a weapon toss to follow up. He still wants it, but now he's trying to position to help out his teammate as Effie. If he gets gimped by Daiku, it is going to be a death sentence.
I mean,
nice follow-up off the stair.
The side-like combo coming out of Lands, finishing off Dobrin. He's got one stock left. Daiku's got to make something work for his stock, but he gets dared. It's not enough. He does make it back, though. Dobrin with the bow is trying to make the bow work right now.
They're trying to gimp Effie. You see both Daiku and Dobrin chasing him high in the sky. Dobrin wanted a gravity cancel neutral sig or a narrow recovery. Meanwhile, Daiku was trying to cover any other option, but Effie makes it past all of it, and Lands hasn't really gotten a big punish onto anyone for doing so.
I feel like we need some Benny Hill music right now because Effie is just running away from blue.
He's just dodging around the map. They take advantage of it. Lands gets caught by a neutral light. Nice recovery from Lands. Dobrin takes down the trade. Stock.
That's the trade. It's two stocks to two stocks. Lands in the red. If the blue team can find a confirm right now, that is going to give them a massive advantage.
He's got his signature weapon. He gets caught by a dare.
He's got the apprentice Ulgrim axe. You can just feel the eyes staring at you.
Another dare. Dobrin fishing for the neutralites, wants to catch Lands for being aerially, but Daiku spaces it out, gets a Sair, and now Lands has one stock left to Dobrin and Daiku's, and there is so much black hole potential. They're looking for it. You see in the neutralites.
Oh,
they want to clean it.
It's so close. I mean, they know for a fact that they can confirm a black hole onto Lands. That's it. That's it. This is it. Two.
No!
Oh, they dropped it.
Count for the axe. It's got a vertical hitbox. It does or vertical force. Excuse me. But it's gotten Lands into the red. It's not over yet, but he's taking so much damage, and Daiku's trying to help him out a little bit.
That's not what they want to happen. They don't want that because that puts Lands in a good position. But Dobrin makes good use of his position, gets Lands in a bad one, and now the downlight combos.
The sword tosses. Daiku's the one in position. The sidekick helps him out.
Oh no! Why? Why?
Lands wants that kill on Dobrin. You're seeing him charge forward. He went for the duck dive and recovery, but Daiku gets underneath, picks up the recovery, and that is going to be game 4. And we're going to game 5 in this lower bracket final.
I have no idea what to think about this match. This could go either way. Effie and Lands have been playing phenomenally, but since game 3, Daiku and Dobrin turned it on. They really turned it on. Daiku has been finding confirms all over the place. I said it before, I'm a betting man, and I'm just saying I'm not willing to bet on this match.
I mean, it's a toss-up. It's so incredibly even. They've traded games for games, and a lot of times it's down to the wire on stocks. They were technically even mathematically. They pick up a quick little neutral light combo. The sidekick ends up helping him out. Lands has yet to pick up a weapon, but he's caught 2 neutral lights onto Daiku, so it's really not the worst shape.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but Dobrin hasn't even been touched yet. Okay.
Well, that's because Epi was trying to help out Lands.
Maybe it's because I didn't say anything about it.
Yo, jinxed it.
But
the side air, Lance is down.
This is already going in favor of Dobrin and Daiku. Daiku trying to position to punish Effie on his way up, but he didn't find the opportunity. Lands trying to deal with the pressure from Dobrin, but the clash on the side! Daiku's gonna eat it! And Effie spikes him down! Dobrin looks for the revenge kill. Oh, but he misses the ground pound!
Dobrin's taking no damage, though. Like, Lands and Effie are both in the red. Lands on his second stock, and Dobrin's just like, he's like yellow on his first stock.
And there's the down sig. Dobrin loves those. I know he was talking about it not being quite as powerful as it used to be after it got nerfed, but honestly, the frame data is pretty much the same minus the recovery frames. It hits the same speed. It hits with the same power. Might as well keep throwing it out.
I mean, it's still a fantastic move. They just brought it closer to the line that all the other moves are at, as Daiku gets a nice nair onto Lands and Effie. That's a move that, you know, they haven't really touched in a while. But Lands is going for some weapon toss setups, just trying to give himself some coverage, and he was almost taken down.
Daiku went in a little hard. Oh, Effie's gonna recover.
Dobrin gets a side stick. Effie's left. It's 1v2, and Dobrin's still on his first stock. Daiku is even in health against Effie.
I think it's safe to say they found their stride. The Boo Boys are back. Dobrin and Daiku are showing their stripes.
Sidelight recovery from Effie.
That was Dobrin's first stock. That was his first stock. Look at Dobrin limbering up those little jumps. He's
They're
like,
looking for the black hole.
This.
They're looking for the black hole. Daiku's
we
going
got
for the
time.
neutral lights. That's
Oh,
it. That's it.
Over.
It is all over. Daiku drops it.
Oh, no! You just hate to see that happen. It was so perfect.
The weapon tosses come out. Effie fighting for his life. Got the wall touch. Dobrin one dare. But I mean, Effie's so deep in the red. He's an ant playing with a magnifying glass right now. He's in a dangerous spot. That bomb trade works out in Daiku's favor. Totes worth.
That was an insane game. Lands and Effie played their hearts out. They showed exactly the kind of team play that we would expect from any top tier team coming into a BCS 2v2 tournament. And their team synergy was just on point. But after that third game, Dobrin and Daiku found their stride. And I don't know if Effie and Lands recovered. They couldn't
literally
quite find that. Well, I mean, that was kind of unintentional. But yeah, actually, literally.
But I agree. It was a solid adjust from Dobrin and Daiku to end up wrestling control back. We saw kind of the general synergy that we usually see from Lands and Effie kind of starts to fall off after a certain point. Daiku and Dobrin. Daiku's on the board for.
I've been waiting for this.
I think he just understands that the Jala it's not going to work against Sedo and Cake. They just have the answer. This is the Daiku, right? This is the
Super
Saiyan.
This is what everybody who has played this game for over a year will recognize as Daiku. He is done playing around. Sure, he tries hard from the start. He doesn't play around. He doesn't really play around from the start. But here we go. He is done playing games. You see that face that the collector's edition Bodvar has? He is angry. He wants to He's going to take this down.
I just noticed his beard is just a slightly different color than the general maskiness. It's got a little hint of a blue. I'm sorry, I don't look at that skin because I don't have that skin. But you're right. This is Daiku kind of taking off the training weights, taking off the training wheels, so to speak, and he's going full force. He's bringing out the big guns. He's gonna bust out the Bodvar, and it's gonna be Daiku and Dobrin. They have to win one best of 5, then another best of 5 to beat out Sedo and Cake. And Sedo's helping him out as he nares his teammate.
Right now, Dobrin is going ham with his sword. Cake is also going just crazy with his spear. I mean, a Nai pick. We saw him with Nai at the end of the winners finals, just dominating completely. Ooh, the bomb toss from Daiku, though, to take Sedo out.
Less than 30 seconds in, Sedo is gone. Cake is getting close to the red. Sedo gets some solid gauntlet strings, but Daiku and Dobrin, they just played against gauntlets. They're used to that stuff.
They don't see the difference between now and before. The only difference is gauntlets don't die as quickly.
Sedo's already in the red. Sedo's already in the red on his second stock. Nice nair. Needs more. Second nair.
Oh, is that it?
That is it.
Does he have enough?
Down.
No.
Stocks have been evened up, but once again, Sedo is in the red. He's got to be so careful here as Daiku picks up the down light ground.
No,
Dobrin!
Oh, no!
And Sedo's gone, and now the stock advantage is 1 in Dobrin and Daiku's favor.
What did... Dobrin just bonked his head on the ceiling and completely lost track of his jumps and everything. Oh, that was super unfortunate. Cake is doing work. He's going to have to pick up the pace. Sedo's kind of under pressure. He needs assistance. Cake needs to see that and go help his teammate.
Pounding Sedo. Sedo has no answer. Sedo is done. It's all up to Cake here in game 1 of the grand finals, and Dobrin and Daiku are looking monstrous.
Cake is going to have to use this Queen Nai pick to snake his way through this. He's got 2 hardcore players to take care of. I mean, Daiku, Dobrin, both with... That's 4 total stocks he's got to get through.
Nice recovery.
He's only got 1 left.
That's just solid.
They are looking so comfortable right now.
Daiku he's got fantastic gimps. With the extra defense, the extra protections that is afforded by the Bodvar. He's got, oh, they dropped the side sig, but Cake is, he's so damaged. What's up?
Can I just say how many hits that took to actually get Cake into orange? And Cake had no kills. They had 1 total kill. I mean, the other death was Dobrin SDing under the stage on accident.
It's just to make the other team feel better, all right? Sometimes it's about you know, it's the good manners, right? It's the GM. But Dobrin and Daiku, they're looking very comfortable. The big gimps from Daiku. I really want to it's the standout play. Absolutely running over Sedo. Sedo has to think long and hard about who he's going to switch to, if he's going to switch. And yes, he will be switching to the Asuri.
He's bringing the Asuri back from when he played it earlier on in the tournament. He played very well. They won those games, so you cannot really argue that this is a bad pick. Honestly, Katars in this situation, they've got double Katars. Cake was doing well with Katars earlier. It's hard to say how this match is going to go, though, because Daiku and Dobrin were just so dominant in that last match.
Well, we're going to see if this adjust is exactly what they needed. Sedo is already getting knocked around a little bit from the downlight, the dares, and everything in between. Cake has yet to touch a weapon. He gets a solid bomb toss. He's actually not taking too much damage.
Well, that's just Queen 9 for you. 8 defense is not going to take too much punishment overall. Sedo, both Sedo and Daiku playing a very dangerous game out at the bottom of the shenanigan zone, and Dobrin finding the kill on Sedo so quickly. Cake has to really figure out what's going wrong here. Cake and Sedo both.
Sedo almost side-sigged his teammate there.
Cake had to interrupt them for it to not be a kill.
Nice side-sig follow-up to take down Daiku, excuse me, and the I believe that was a ground pound from Cake, takes down Dobrin, and Cake is holding it down for the team. Sedo, he's gotta survive. He's gotten gimped in big ways so far. He just needs to survive, rack up the damage, and let Cake, with that, I believe it's 7 force on Queen Nai, just run wild.
I mean, 7 force, 8 force, it's pretty close in similarity. You hit really hard. That's all that matters. And, you know, characters like this that have a lot of defense, or an average amount of defense even, oh my gosh, the hit trades going on right now are just insane. And Sedo takes a sword to the face.
He's got it. He's
got to figure out a way to get back though.
Well, he's just got to wait. What he's really got to do, is he had to hold out while Dobrin and Cake were fighting out and just hope that Cake could win that 1v1. Cake just now getting down to his second stock as Sedo is going for a big gimp onto Daiku. Ignores the fact that Daiku's got the hammer recovery potential. It doesn't matter though, because Dobrin takes down Cake and we're even in stocks.
There's so much happening. Neither one of us have a breath to speak. Cake getting the combos off onto Daiku. Already building that, starting the damage build up on that side. Cake taking the mine to the face though. He's stuck in the air. He needs to figure out a way to get back to a neutral position before Dobrin finds a neutral sig. Just barely misses it. Dobrin deep in the red though. Same with Cake. It can go either way.
But you're forgetting that it's Cake on Queen Nai with 1,000,000,001 defense. As Dobrin looking for a side sig, Cake picks up a dare. Daiku not done yet. He's gonna go down to the shenanigans. The down sig pickup from Dobrin will give them the stock advantage, but Daiku's in the red. He's in the red.
That's the thing. Right now, it looks like Dobrin and Daiku have the advantage, but it's actually so close. If Cake or Sedo land a strong signature move, manage to catch 2 of them, Daiku's out of this match. Dobrin's by himself versus 2 players. One move can completely change the flow of this game.
And keeping that in mind, Daiku doesn't care. He's been ground pounding and daring inside the shenanigans, picks up the dare on Sedo, and now it's all up to Cake. Sure, it's Cake, sure, it's Queen Nai, but it's against Dobrin and Daiku.
That's 2 players. That's 2 characters worth of damage that you have to worry about. Dobrin looks like he's gonna he's gonna eat it. He's gonna look for the confirm though.
And that will do it. Game 2 goes the way of Dobrin and Daiku. A little bit of a better showing. From Sedo and Frostcake.
They're picking it back up. They're definitely finding some sort of stride there. Cake with 3 kills, Sedo only with 1, but you know, in the end, getting that down to 1 stock each, even if Dobrin kind of sacrificed himself for the finisher there, he still had a stock left over, so it didn't cost him, you know, too much. But in the end, they're finding their stride.
Ooh.
They're taking more stocks off, and
Sedo's
if the
on
trend
on
continue, I guess so. I mean, he can play sword. He's played Val.
Yeah, we saw his sword play. I mean, obviously he just played a Suri, but this is an interesting pick. I'm not sure how it's going to work out for them, as Cake is the first one to take a decent amount of damage. Dobrin just took a mine to the face, keeping himself even with the opponent's damage, but Cake is just getting juggled, has yet to pick up a weapon.
I keep thinking about the Sedo pick, and honestly, I don't know if I like it. It feels like a panic pick to me. Something where you feel like something is going to work out better.
I agree. It feels like Sedo is just trying anything, just hoping that some sort of magic will happen with this character pick, as Daiku picks up a big side sig, and Cake just doesn't have jumps, falls down, and Daiku gets a double.
I want to see Sedo go back to playing Gauntlets. When he was on Gauntlets 2 rounds ago, he had some of the most insane damage build-up strings that anyone in the match had, period. And he was doing so much work with that stuff, but unfortunately now, it doesn't feel the same. Dobrin getting the punish on Sedo on the side, and Daiku just finding the gap, punishing it completely.
Daiku looking for more though, as Cake picks up a side air to take down Dobrin's first stock, and Cake wants to keep the juggle going, but Daiku's able to survive, doesn't get caught by the nair from Sedo, and Sedo is so close to his last stock. He's gotta just extend his stocks as long as possible. At this point, I want to see Sedo just go to Roland and say, just make it hard for them to kill him. Side air from Daiku does it.
Go to Roland or go to Core. Both of them have high defense. One of them has gauntlets, and we know Sedo is fantastic with those. Just play it.
Nice side 6 behind Daiku, takes him down.
Daiku finally gets taken out. After Sedo's already lost 2, Cake has nearly lost his second stock.
Down
there
6.
it is.
Down 6! I swear, in the patch notes it said they gave that more recovery. Sedo with a nice down light ground pound onto Daiku though. Ooh, the mind toss ends up not working out in their favor as it takes down Sedo, and it's all up to Cake. And Daiku and Dobrin have plenty of stocks to spare.
I have this feeling that Dobrin, after the patch notes came out, was like, he was kind of saying that the down sig was it was less useful because of the recovery frames, but honestly, he was probably chuckling to himself like, that's nothing. I can keep throwing this out there. It's still the same move. I'm not gonna worry about it at all. I can catch people. I can throw it out, and we got the reset. This is game 1, Grand Finals 2.
With the help of that, the down sigs, Daiku and Dobrin take it out 3-0 to get the reset, and we are going to the grandest finals. They've gotten the reset. Both teams are now in the lowest bracket. It's going to be Sedo and Cake versus Daiku and Dobrin, and Sedo and Cake have not found the footing that they need. They haven't.
Well, Sedo's back on Core. I think this is a start. Cake was doing fantastic on Nye, so if they did a Nye Core matchup, I think that would have gone really well, but it's hard to say. We're going to have to see how this pick works. Dobrin and Daiku just seem to be in stride right now. They are feeling the game. It's going to be tough to stop this momentum that they built.
I mean, it's the defense is nice. It seems like Sedo and Cake are kind of going to something a little bit more closer to home, a little bit more comfortable, but they need something to just slow down the pace, like you were saying. It's the hammer play. If that's what it is, then it's going to work out as Sedo picks up a big Sair onto Daiku, and Dobrin is getting close to the red as Cake really hasn't taken a whole lot of damage. At first, I thought it was the Queen Naya that attributed to it, but it seems like just general Cake positioning to keep himself from taking too much as Daiku gets a nice stop side air on the left side.
Well, he is definitely playing more careful. You cannot understate how good Daiku and Dobrin are. And Cake just felt the full force of that, taking the weapon spike down. They're down a stock. Dobrin still in 3 stocks. He's not dead yet, but they're gonna try to get the kill. Oh, he couldn't recover.
But Cake with those big Sairs, is this Twilight with those Bodvar Sairs? Daiku has no answer. Daiku gets taken down. Stock advantage is the way of Cake and Sedo.
I think they found what they were looking for. This core pick, this Bodvar pick, the team coverage that they need. I think they found their stride.
And Cake is doing a great job picking up some nice neutralites. The momentum has definitely swung in the way of Sedo and Cake. Sedo, one big ground pound, not able to get another. Daiku turns it around, weapon toss, and Sedo is done. The stocks have been immediately evened up just with a weapon toss ground pound from Daiku.
Daiku's approaching red, though. I mean, even though he's found success,
nice,
he's got to be careful, and that is it for Dobrin.
Nice.
Oh, Daiku, no!
It's all up to Dobrin.
He overextended. He overextended against Sedo, and now we have a black hole. This is Cake and Sedo getting the finisher here.
Neutralize side sig.
That's it. They have found what they were looking for. This is the comp. Why Sedo didn't bring this out in the last match, I have no idea. But he's found the thing that he was looking for, the core pick.
It's possible that they were thinking,
the
you
core pick.
The core Queen Nai synergy just wasn't there for them, and maybe that's why they avoided the core. But the second he switched to core, we're seeing the Bodvar come out, and it's working in strides for Cake and Sedo.
Oh yeah, and I think what we're gonna see, maybe a Blackguard keep. Probably not, though. It's hard to tell. Thunderguard Stadium could be the pick. I can't imagine they'd want to go to Great Hall, but they're leaving it open for sure.
It's not the worst pick in the world. Yeah, they're going to go to Great Hall. One of the big advantages, obviously, we like to talk about the sword and how you can do the ledge guards. Ledge guards not exactly viable in this setting, just due to the fact that, well, there's someone else to potentially interrupt the ledge guards, or ledge cancels. I don't know why I keep saying ledge guards. Ledge cancels. So I don't think we'll be seeing a whole lot of those here.
Probably not. Not solo ledge cancels. You got me saying it now. Not solo ledge cancels, to be sure. But you never know. We might see some kind of, I mean, it might be wishful thinking, of course, but we might see some combo ledge cancels. Well,
looks like Sedero doesn't need any ledges as he gets the Nair ground pound edge guard onto Daiku. That will take him down the big Gimp, and it's a huge lead start off for Sedero and Cake.
Sedero with those gauntlets. He found the exact Gimp that he needed. Ooh, but nice Dobrin getting his revenge. Getting the ground pound on the edge. Spiking him down. That's the equalizer right there. That's what he needs.
Oh, but Cake gets up the dare.
Dobrin gets popped.
We've got double hammer on the red team. Sedero looking for an edge guard. No, he just goes back up and Cake catches him with a neutralite.
Cake is doing a great job at covering the back of Sedero. If Dobrin or Daiku tries to get behind someone, he was there to cover it. He did take a pretty big hit there from the blue team, and honestly, this is extremely even.
I mean, the person who is the closest to death is going to be Daiku as he gets caught by that Nair. Dobrin trying to help him out, but Sedero, one weapon toss. Ground pound. No! Waits too long. Doesn't matter. Daiku burned too much. Couldn't get to the wall and is once again going to be a stock advantage going the way of Sedero and Cake, but Dobrin he's just putting out damage with this bow.
Dobrin has done a fantastic job of severely extending this stock. I mean, he was in yellow, just like flat yellow. Wait, can he get back? What? What is the Gimp? Sedero with the Gimp, almost with the double Gimp.
Position.
That's the double. That's
Nair,
the double.
Ground pound.
That's the double.
Sedero's taking down Daiku. He's got 2 stocks. Cake's got 2 stocks. Dobrin is in the yellow, and Cake wants to side air his team.
Sedero was going insane right there. I kind of want him to throw away the hammer right now, purely for the fact of how good his gauntlet play was.
Well, there's the hammer throw, there's the gauntlet pickup, there's the side air, and Sedero thinks it's done, charges up the throw, and that will do it. And that is 2 games going the way of Sedero and Cake after the reset. Do I need to repeat? Do I need to repeat just how monumental Sedero and Cake have been? This is grand finals. They took down Dobrin and Daiku, the first seed, the top 2 placing in the last EU 1v1, the first placing in the last EU 2v2. Dobrin and Daiku have been absolutely destructive, and Sedero and Cake seem to have found the red wire and have stopped the explosives from going off. Cake and Sedero are 1 game away from winning it out over Dobrin and Enix Daiku.
You know, if I don't see more cores in ranked, I don't know what it'll take to get this character played, because it is obvious that this is a fantastic character. Sedero is using everything in his kit to get all these Gimps, and look, he's getting the punishes. Not right now. Daiku is ooh. This is going back and forth. The trades,
and he gets it.
Sedero finds it.
Sedero finds the ground pound on top of Daiku's head. Dobrin wants to immediately even it up, but can't quite do so. Daiku is going to do it for him. Picks up the ground pound, and Cake actually has the health deficit as he gets knocked into the mine. Brawlhalla.
Brawlhalla indeed. Dobrin still holding onto that 3rd stock.
Oh, saved by the weapon toss. Immediate pickup on the recovery. That was 100% not intentional. Cake was looking for the recovery onto Daiku, and he gets it, and it's even.
It's purely even. Dobrin and Daiku need to find something. They cannot afford a loss right now. They'll take 2nd place. You know, there's only 1 spot that they want. This is the last chance.
Patience from Sedo on that gauntlet.
This is the last chance for them to avoid elimination. And Sedo just playing so strong. Russian Mafia!
God! Sedo just hit the Russian Mafia, and they're not done yet. Dobrin has to survive it, but Sedo, he's a monster. He is an absolute monster. Gets caught by the neutral sig, but oh my goodness! And I don't want to discount Cake. Cake is the other half of this Sedo Cake combination, and Cake is doing a great job following up, picking up the kills.
He found the one on Dobrin just now. There's 2 stocks left between Dobrin and Daiku. Sedo is just dropping pressure, and Daiku's
done. It's all up to
this
Dobrin.
Is it. It is all up to Dobrin. If Dobrin cannot do this, that's it. Cake and Sedo take this. Dobrin gets a neutral light onto Cake.
Finish.
Almost takes him out. There's the
it.
kill. He needs to find something on the Sedo.
Yes.
Dobrin is playing his hardest right now. He's trying to play very carefully and avoid the damage from Sedo and Cake. But the pressure between these 2 players is so dense.
That was close.
I like dense. All it takes is just a little bit of damage here and there from Dobrin. Oh, but Sedo starts the gimp.
He got the wall touch.
Oh, he
more
gets the throw.
nairs.
Oh, he landed the
He got
recovery.
the touch,
That was
but
it.
that is
was
it.
it.
3.
As soon as he landed the recovery, that was it. Sedo and Cake take it down. 3 games in the Ultra Super Grand Final. Sedo and Cake. Bring it in.
Wow. Sedo and Cake have done it. Not only have they beaten Dobrin and Daiku in the regular sets in a best of 3, they come back. Dobrin and Daiku beat Effie and Lens. They fight their way through the lower bracket, come back into the grand finals, get a 3-0 reset, and then Sedo and Cake say, nah, son, we're gonna 3-0 you back. Sedo and Cake have just taken down the top seed, and they are looking so good as the #1 EU 2v2 team right now.
That was such incredible play on their part. Honestly, as soon as the Grand Final 2 came out, I honestly thought Dobrin and Daiku were going to go into that with their momentum. I thought they were going to carry it through, but no. Sedo and Cake just...
I mean,
I have no words.
I agree. I agree at just the sheer shock of everything. Fantastic play from Sedo and Cake. Monstrous gauntlet play. We saw the gimps. We saw the gauntlet gimps, the hammer recoveries, everything in between. Cake surviving, holding on to the stocks, keeping his team alive. It's just been fantastic play from the Frost Boys to clean it up in grand finals, and congratulations to them. They have earned that first place.
That was more than just a regular cleanup. That was a clean sweep. 3 out in Grand Final 2 against Dobrin and Daiku, no less. The winners of the last EU 2v2.
It was a tall order, and they fulfilled the order. And
you can just hear it.
Well, with that, I
I'm
just
still in shock.
Congratulations once again to Sedo and Cake. They take it out. First place. Second place goes the way of Enix, Daiku, and sorry. For some reason I thought I said Enix Dobrin. Enix, Daiku, and Dobrin. And third place goes the way of Reason Lands and Reason Effie. Huge congratulations to these guys. Fantastic plays all around. I want to give one more shout out to everybody behind the scenes. Huge shout out to the people behind the scenes. White Sheepy, Zenigin, Cassidy, El Doko Loco, Tybo for helping us out today. All of the BMG people. Give them some love because they're out at CEO Otaku right now. And once again, I am Designated Asian. With me is my co-caster for the day.
I'm You Got Throned.
Thank you everyone for watching. And we are out.
Bye.